Chapter 3744. As expected, he had a fever and would probably need at least a week to fully recover. What a tragedy. The pool was not very large, only around 100 feet in radius at most. However, the dragon souls that were several hundred feet in length and even over 1,000 feet in length all disappeared into the pool, and the amount of viscous amber-colored liquid in the pool also gradually increased. When the last dragon soul that was hundreds of feet long entered the pool, the liquid in the pool was almost full. Dragon Transformation Pool. This is the Dragon Transformation Pool. Zhu Yan was so excited that his face turned red as he muttered in a low voice. Even his body was trembling slightly. The Dragon Transformation Pool of the dragon race was different from the Dragon Transformation Pool in the outside world. It was rumored in the outside world that there was a mystical place in this world that could allow strange beasts with dragon bloodlines to transform into dragons, allowing them to leap over the dragon gate. This so-called mystical place was called the Dragon Transformation Pool. However, in the ancestral records of the dragon race, the real Dragon Transformation Pool was not like that at all, but what he saw in front of him. Zhu Yan did not know what this pool hidden in the depths of the Dragon Palace was, but after seeing the dragon souls of the past great elders fusing into it and transforming into pure dragon marrow, how could he not remember? It was rumored that the dragon god had once created the Dragon Transformation Pool. As long as the Dragon Transformation Pool was not destroyed, the dragon race would not be extinguished. The importance of the Dragon Transformation Pool to the dragon race was self-evident. Zhu Yan did not understand what this sentence meant before, but now he finally understood. With this Dragon Transformation Pool, how could the dragon race be annihilated? Perhaps it would decline, but as long as there was enough accumulation, there would be a time for it to rise again. If we don't enter now, then when? Yang Kai turned to look at the two elders of the dragon race. Zhu Yan and Fu Tianyi looked at each other and flew out together. In mid-air, dragon roars shook the sky. An azure dragon and an ice dragon revealed their true forms and rushed straight for the Dragon Transformation Pool. The two great elders both had 10th-order dragon veins, and their true forms were around 500 to 600 meters long. Although they were not as large as Yang Kai and the first-generation Dragon Clan elders' 1,000-meter-long dragon bodies, they were still behemoths. However, the pool seemed to have the effect of storing Mount Sumeru in a mustard seed. When the huge dragon entered it, it immediately disappeared. Soon after, a muffled groan came from the Dragon Transformation Pool, as if it had suffered some great pain. Yang Kai strode towards the Dragon Transformation Pond, and when he got close, he looked down and saw two giant dragons that had shrunk countless times in size swimming in the pond. Every time they wriggled, ripples would appear on the surface of the thick dragon marrow liquid, and dragon roars constantly rang out. Zhu Yan and Fu Zhan were obviously not having a good time. If one wanted to obtain more power, it was naturally impossible to do so without a price. Although the dragon marrow liquid in the Dragon Transformation Pool was very magical, if one couldn't withstand the torture of washing one's muscles and marrow, how could one become stronger? Yang Kai sat cross-legged beside the Dragon Transformation Pool and grinned at the two dragons in the pool. Both of you can enjoy it. That malicious smile made Zhu Yan and Fu Tianyi couldn't help but shiver. Yang Kai made hand seals with his claws, and the complicated dragon language sounded again. Zhu Yan and Fu Tianyi didn't have time to think too much. An even louder dragon roar came from the pool, and the two dragons continued to roll. Countless small wounds appeared on their sturdy bodies, and the dragon marrow liquid flowed into their bodies from the wounds, stimulating the origin power in their bodies. High Heaven Palace, on top of a spirit peak, a graceful figure stood on a stone platform, looking towards the south. The afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled on her beautiful face, adding a trace of loneliness and sadness. As the wind blew, her black hair fluttered, and as she breathed in the slightly cold air, a chill ran down her spine. At Lan Sun's feet, a palm-sized little person pulled at her trousers and climbed up. It took a lot of effort for him to climb to her shoulder. Panting, he sat down on Lan Sun's shoulder and looked into the distance with her. "Am I useless?" Lan Sun suddenly asked, her eyes slightly red. Her father was dead, and the foundation he left behind was now gone. Her lofty dream of reviving the glory of Star Soul Palace had now become a fool's dream. With no direction in the future, she didn't know what to do. The little person couldn't speak, and after a while, Lan Sun shed tears. The little person was a little flustered, raising her two small hands to catch the tears that were bigger than her fists. Her face flushed red with anxiety. Lan Sun suddenly raised her hand to wipe her eyes, took a deep breath, and calmed her tumbling emotions. Light footsteps came from behind her, and Xiao Chen's weak voice came. "Princess, you came here again." Lan Sun turned her back to him and whispered, "The scenery of High Heaven Palace is good." Xiao Chen came to her side, stood side by side with her, looked around for a while, and said with a smile, "It's still a little worse than the Divine Palace." As soon as he finished speaking, he realized that something was wrong and hurriedly said, "Princess, please forgive me, I didn't mean." Lan Sun smiled and waved her hand. "It doesn't matter, the demon race is huge, the outcome of this battle doesn't mean anything. The one who laughs last is the winner." Xiao Chen nodded and said, "It's good that Princess thinks so. We will take back the Divine Palace one day." "Yes, we will take it back." Lan Sun agreed casually. She didn't want to take it back, but now that Star Soul Palace had become a demon land, even if they took it back, what could they do? Without dispelling the demon intent in that land, who could survive there for a long time? Ah! The little one gritted her teeth and clenched her fists, as if cheering for Lan Sun. Lan Sun smiled and reached out to touch the little one's face. Fortunately, this little one had been with her these days, otherwise, she didn't know if she could have persevered. With her, there was hope for everything. Xiao Chen turned his head and stared at the little one. Even though he knew that she was just the Universe Pagoda spirit, he still felt that it was incredible. The little one seemed to be unable to bear the gaze of others. Being stared at by Xiao Chen like this, her face turned red and she was at a loss. Her little body twisted and turned into a mimosa plant, and then disappeared into Lan Sun's body. The afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled on the side of Lan Sun's face, and the thick melancholy almost covered her cheeks. Why did the little girl of the past have to shoulder the heavy responsibility that made most people feel despair? The carefree princess of the Southern Territory in the past had a determination on her pretty face that many people didn't have before. Many years ago, in Star Soul Palace, a little boy met a little girl for the first time. The boy said loudly, "Follow me from now on, I will protect you." The little girl giggled. "I will become stronger, I can really protect you." The little boy's expression was very serious. Xiao Chen felt a little distressed. He wanted to take her into his arms and shelter her from the wind and rain, so that she could put down the heavy burden on her shoulders. "The sun has set, I will go back first. Brother, you also go back early to rest, your injuries are not healed yet." Lan Sun smiled at Xiao Chen and turned to leave. The hand that Xiao Chen had just raised fell down sadly. Looking at the darkness that was gradually swallowing the light, he clenched his hands into fists. "I must become stronger, I must become stronger. Only by becoming stronger can I share her burdens and solve her problems, so that I won't feel so powerless." Eastern Territory. Savage desolate ancient land. The 3 Saint Venerables of the monster race commanded the 3 monster race legions. Most of the soldiers under them were monster race or had monster race blood. There were very few real humans. The stone mongoose race and wood spirit race that originally lived in the savage desolate ancient land were also under the command of Luan Feng and the others. In the many battles against the demon race, the stone mongoose race played a huge role. Each of the 9 stone mongoose race killed countless enemies, and the little wood spirits of the wood spirit race's healing ability was valued by Luan Feng and the others. Who knew how many soldiers were saved by them? Now to the 3 Saint Venerables of the monster race, whether it was the stone mongoose race or the wood spirit race, they were all treasures, especially the wood spirit race. They would not allow them to be in danger, they were usually the priority targets of protection. Because of this, although the previous battles were tragic, the stone mongoose race and the wood spirit race did not suffer any casualties. At this moment, in Feng Luo Palace, Luan Feng, Fan Yi, and Songo were all present. A monster general was kneeling in front of the palace, saying something. When he finished, Luan Feng suddenly stood up and said in a deep voice, "Are you sure?" The monster general quickly said, reporting to Saint Venerable, "This subordinate definitely did not see wrong. This subordinate has been keeping an eye on the Blood Gate all these years. Previously, there was indeed some strange movement at the Blood Gate. Although it was not obvious, this subordinate dares to guarantee that it is true." "Tell me in detail." The monster general did not dare to delay and quickly described what he saw. All these years, he had been ordered to guard the place where the blood door was located and monitor the movements. No one knew the situation there better than him. Since the blood door disappeared, it had been almost 30 years, and it had always been abnormally peaceful. Who would have thought that some time ago, there would suddenly be a strange power coming from the place where the blood door was located. He had sensed it and verified it several times. After confirming that it was not his illusion, he hurriedly came to report. However, this was all he knew. He did not know anything more. After listening, Luan Feng glanced at Fan Yi and saw that Fan Yi was also looking at her. Their eyes met and there was no need for communication. Fan Yi stood up and said, "Let's go take a look." In any case, any strange movement at the Blood Gate was a big deal for the monster race of the savage wild ancient land. Since ancient times, there had been a saying in the savage wild ancient land: enter the Blood Gate, obtain a new life, awaken your ancestral bloodline, and transform into a divine spirit. The Blood Gate was a sacred place for all the monster race of the savage wild ancient land. That was because there was a celestial execution palace there, and the celestial execution palace was sealed with the origin energy of countless ancient divine spirits. The monster race of the savage wild ancient land had more or less inherited the bloodlines of ancient divine spirits. These bloodlines were hidden in their flesh and blood and could not be awakened. However, if they could obtain the divine spirit source strength in the heavenly punishment palace, they could perfectly merge with it and become a divine spirit, restoring the glory of their ancestors. This saying had been passed down for countless generations, but no one had been able to enter the Blood Gate for so many years. That was until a few decades ago, when a little girl named Zhang Rua she entered the Blood Gate with a little stone mongoose. Since then, the Blood Gate had disappeared. Thinking back to that day, Zhang Rua she was clearly just an origin-returning realm cultivator and could not withstand a single blow from Luan Feng and the others. However, when Yang Kai was forced into a desperate situation, she suddenly erupted, awakening her bloodline and summoning the heavenly punishment sword to kill Xueqi. She then reached out and took Xueqi's source strength. A dignified divine spirit, one of the 4 great monster race holy masters in the savage wild ancient land, was powerless in front of her. Chapter 3745. Even now, the Luan Feng and the others still shuddered when they thought about it. It was rumored that the power of heaven's punishment was extremely effective against divine spirits, and was the natural enemy of all divine spirits. They were originally skeptical about this rumor, but after seeing Zhang Rua she take away the stone fire essence with her own eyes, how could they remain skeptical? Now that the situation in the star boundary was critical and the blood door was acting strangely, they really didn't know whether this was a blessing or a curse for the monster race in the ancient wild land. Although Zhang Rua she and Yang Kai were very close in the past, so many years had passed and her bloodline had awakened. If she came out of the blood door now, no one could say for sure what kind of attitude she would have towards divine spirits. If she were to kill all the divine spirits in the world like she did in ancient times, the Luan Feng and the others would be the first to die. The 3 monster race saint seniors moved extremely quickly and arrived at the place where the blood door had disappeared in less than 2 hours after leaving Feng Luo Palace. Before they even got close, the Luan Feng frowned. Looking down from the sky, she saw countless monster beasts running through the jungle and mountains below, all of them gathering in one direction. Most of these monster beasts weren't very strong and hadn't gained sentience yet, so they would only follow their instincts after being affected. The direction they were heading towards was where the blood door was. It seemed that there was indeed some movement at the blood door, otherwise, why would these monster beasts act like this? When they arrived at the mountain where the blood door was located, they saw even more monster beasts gathered here, and many monster beasts were rushing over. Sure enough, there's movement. Song Dog frowned and stared at the mountain peak. He vaguely felt that there was indeed a trace of energy escaping from the mountain peak. This trace of energy was insignificant, but it was enough to make the monster beasts gathered here fight for it. As a result, a bloody battle broke out, and the weaker monster beasts were killed one after another, dyeing the entire mountain peak red with blood. But it doesn't look like it will open for the time being. Fan Hua looked pensive. The blood door was still nowhere to be seen. Only beams of strange energy diffused from another space. It was a sign that the blood door was about to reopen. No one knew how long it would take for it to fully open. There will be a day when it opens, Luan Feng said worriedly. We have to inform Yang Kai. If there was anyone in this world who could restrain Zhang Rua Shi, it would be Yang Kai. Decades ago, Zhang Rua Shi had killed Xueqi with her feeble strength and had been cultivating in the blood sect for many years. Who knew what kind of strength she would have when she came out? Luan Feng was also afraid that Zhang Rua Shi would kill her as soon as she came out. It would be best if Yang Kai could watch from the side when Zhang Rua Shi came out. Then send someone to the High Heaven Palace. Fan Wu nodded. I heard that the demon race attacked Star Soul Palace more than half a month ago. On the day of the battle, he returned from demon territory. Now that there was a space array that connected the 4 territories, it was convenient to exchange information between them. There was no reason for the Eastern Territory to be unaware of what had happened more than 10 days ago. The Luan Feng shook her head and said, "This matter is of great importance. I will go there personally. No matter what, I must have him come here to oversee this place." Fan Wu pondered for a moment before agreeing. "All right." Luan Feng immediately set off and rushed to the High Heaven Palace. She couldn't help regretting that she had destroyed Phoenix Net Palace's space array. However, after 1.5 months in the dragon transformation pool, Zhu Yan's current appearance was only about 30 to 40 years old. He was in the prime of his life, and his original white hair had turned black. Fu Tianyi's change was not very big, but he was obviously a few years younger. The 2 elders looked at each other, and actually half knelt on the ground, and said respectfully, "Greetings to Dragon God Master." "Many thanks to Dragon God Master." To be able to open the dragon transformation pool and make the heroic souls of the past elders willingly enter the pool to transform into dragon marrow liquid. Such means could only be done by the legendary dragon god, and the dragon transformation pool was created by the dragon god himself. The power of the golden divine dragon was also the power of the dragon god. According to legend, he was the one who continued the bloodline of the dragon race. Without him, there would be no dragon race in this world. Because of this, he was also called the ancestral dragon by the dragon race. It was absolutely impossible for the proud dragon race to lower their heads to a human. In the past, because of Fu Xian, the martial beast had a falling out with the dragon race, but the dragon race had never backed down. However, the current Yang Kai was no longer a simple human to the dragon race, but the inheritor of the dragon god's power. Even the 2 elders of the dragon race did not dare to be disrespectful. Glancing at them, Yang Kai raised his hand and said with a smile, "There is no need for the 2 of you to be like this. This is the legacy of the past elders of the dragon race, and it is appropriate for you to use it now. I am not the dragon god, I was just lucky enough to obtain the power of the dragon god." With the stimulation of the golden divine dragon's power of origin in his body, the many messages contained in the dragon god's power of origin gradually awakened. So Yang Kai was not too surprised by Zhu Yan and Fu Xiu's attitude at this moment. He chuckled, "What's more, I am Xiao Er's adoptive father, and you are Xiao Er's biological parents, so you are not outsiders." Zhu Yan and Fu Xiu stood up and looked at each other. Zhu Yan smiled and said, "That's true." In their hearts, they were relieved. Facing the inheritor of the dragon god, they did not dare to be disrespectful, but Yang Kai had not grown up yet. If they were asked to always be respectful to Yang Kai in the future, they would not be able to bear it. But now it was for the best. This matter is over, but we don't know what will happen in the outside world. Don't delay, let's go out quickly. Yang Kai stood up and walked out. Although he was still weak, he had taken a spirit pill and was quickly recovering. Zhu Yan and Fu Xiu followed. After hesitating for a moment, Zhu Yan said, "Since you already know that it is the dragon god's power of origin, then the other one, Su Yan?" Yang Kai paused and turned back with a smile. "When we go back this time, I will help her awaken the Phoenix ancestor's power of origin." "It really is her." Fu Xiu revealed a look of understanding. He had suspected it before, but after all, he was not sure. Now that he heard it from Yang Kai, he knew that his guess was right. "How much do you know about the dragon god and the Phoenix ancestor?" Yang Kai asked. Although the golden divine dragon source in his body had been greatly awakened, allowing him to learn many things that he did not know before, he still knew nothing about the origins of the dragon god and the Phoenix ancestor. What puzzled him even more was how these 2 died back then, and in a low-level world like the central capital. Yang Kai and Su Yan's dragon and Phoenix inheritances were first obtained in that world, and then they were completed in Tongxian Realm's Dragon Valley and Phoenix Nest. Zhu Yan shook his head and said, "We don't know about this, there is no record of it in the ancestral records." Yang Kai nodded and said, "It doesn't matter, there will be a day when we figure it out." The Phoenix ancestor's power in his body had not been fully awakened yet, and when it was, everything should be clear. Right now, what he had to deal with was the demon race. After leaving Dragon Island, Yang Kai parted ways with Zhu Yan and Fu Tin. The 2 dragon race elders had been suppressed by the demon saint for years, so they had been suppressing their anger for a long time with nowhere to vent. Now that they had Yang Kai's help, Their strength had greatly increased, so they naturally wanted to take revenge and test their own strength. A battle of this level was not something that Yang Kai could intervene in. After congratulating them on their victory, Yang Kai stepped into the space array. After Yang Kai left, the two dragon race elders turned to look in a certain direction before transforming into their dragon forms and flying off. They were not afraid that they would not be able to find Xueqi and the others. Now that the 10 great demon caves were guarded by the demon towers, they were connected to each other. As long as they caused a ruckus in any of the demon caves, Xueqi and the others would naturally come. Xueqi probably would not have thought that Zhu Yan would recover from his injuries in such a short time. On the other hand, Hua Bu, who had suffered a blow from Fu Tin more than a month ago, was probably hiding somewhere to recuperate at this moment. 2 against 2, and after their strength had greatly increased, Zhu Yan and Fu Tin secretly decided to give Xueqi and Fu Yu a big surprise. Chapter 3746. After returning to the High Heaven Palace through the space array, Hua Qingxi came to report the matter of the ancient wild lands. Yang Kai was shocked and immediately set off for the Eastern Territory. The current situation in the star boundary was not very good. Although the 2 great elders of the dragon race had greatly increased their strength after being purified by the dragon transformation pool, overall, the entire star boundary was still in a precarious situation. If there was one more master at this time, the situation might be very different. Yang Kai could not estimate how strong Zhang Ruoxi was now, but she had awakened the Tianxing bloodline and had been in seclusion for so many years. If she really came out, her strength would definitely not be too weak. What's more, she had brought Xiao Xiao in. The Stone Mongoose clan was also the descendant of an ancient divine spirit, and that divine spirit was a famous existence. Yang Kai was looking forward to the changes in Xiao Xiao and Zhang Ruoxi. When he arrived, he met with Luan Feng and the others. After asking a little, he found out that there was only a slight anomaly here and the blood door had not really appeared. Yang Kai could somewhat understand the feelings of Luan Feng and the others. After all, in ancient times, Tianxing had beheaded many divine spirits. Even after so many years, the supreme deterrence still existed. The fear and dread that originated from the bloodline still existed. They were more or less on guard against the descendant of Tianxing who was about to come out. Seeing Yang Kai appear, Luan Feng and the others were a little relieved. No matter what, he had to stay here and not leave before Zhang Ruoxi came out. Fortunately, Yang Kai had nothing to do now. The GZ army was handed over to Hyoji, and the High Heaven Palace was managed by Hua Qingxi. The battle with the demon race would not be resolved in a short time, so he agreed. He also wanted to welcome Zhang Ruoxi when she came out of seclusion. Come to think of it, several decades had passed in the blink of an eye. The little girl that he had brought out of the Zhang family had now become an existence that even the holy spirits were very concerned about. His ears still seemed to be ringing with the crisp sound of her greeting, as well as the warmth of her red lips just before they parted. He sent a message to the High Heaven Palace, informing Hua Qingxi that he would be staying in the savage desolate ancient land for a period of time. If there was anything important, she should inform him immediately. One day later, Yang Kai sat cross-legged on a mountain peak a dozen li away from the blood door, facing it. The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard as light footsteps landed on the ground. A familiar fragrance wafted into his nose. Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked at the woman who had landed beside him. Her expression was cold, and she was dressed in a pure white dress. She was like a lotus flower, untainted by dust. He smiled and said, "Senior sister." Su Yan gazed towards a spot a dozen kilometers away. "Is that the blood door?" Yang Kai nodded and said, but there's only a trace of it now. It hasn't completely opened yet, and I don't know when it will open. There are so many monster beasts. Were they attracted by that aura? Su Yan looked at the monster beasts that covered the mountains and plains. Yang Kai smiled and said, "The monster beasts in the savage desolate ancient land are basically descendants of ancient exotic beasts. Although they haven't awakened their sentience, their instincts tell them that there is something over there that can make them stronger." Su Yan nodded and pursed her lips into a smile. "Is that girl named Zhang Ruoxi inside? I heard that she is a descendant of Tianxing." Su Yan didn't know much about Zhang Ruoxi and had never seen her before. She had only heard Yang Kai mention her once. "Yes." Yang Kai sighed, recalling the scene when Zhang Ruoxi killed Xueqi. Who would have thought that such a delicate girl would have such a powerful bloodline hidden in her body? Su Yan turned her head and looked at him. I also heard that Tian Xing is the nemesis of all divine spirits. In ancient times, it killed all the divine spirits in the world. I also have a divine spirit essence in my body. If she comes out of seclusion, will she kill me? Yongkai laughed and said, how could that be? Ancient times are ancient times, and now is the present. Although that girl has Tian Xing's bloodline, she is a different person from the Tian Xing of that era. Just like how he inherited the dragon god's essence, he was still Yongkai. Who knows? Su Yan didn't comment. Maybe she will see me with you and kill me in a fit of anger. Yongkai looked at her in amazement and said in disbelief, Senior sister. Are you jealous? Su Yan's white face blushed as she tilted her head and said, Of course not, don't talk nonsense. Yongkai grinned silently and reached out to take Su Yan's little hand, pulling her into his arms as she cried out in surprise. Su Yan's face turned even redder and she twisted her body slightly. Don't mess around. Oh. Before she could finish speaking, her mouth was covered. In an instant, her beautiful eyes widened and her strength to resist gradually disappeared. She sighed in her heart and slowly closed her eyes. Fortunately, Yongkai didn't go too far and soon let go of her and gently hugged her. This rare tenderness and tranquility made Su Yan completely relax. She rested her head on Yongkai's chest and listened to his strong heartbeat, curling up like a kitten. There were no words, no passionate movements, just a peaceful embrace, but at this moment, she had the whole world. After a while, Su Yan opened her eyes and said with a look of nostalgia, I should go back and cultivate. She had received a message from Yongkai and rushed here. She didn't know what Yongkai wanted to do, but now it seemed that Yongkai didn't want to do anything to her. Although she was reluctant to part with him, in this chaotic world, this moment of tenderness was already a great gift. How could she dare ask for more? Yongkai sighed and said, You don't have to work so hard, I'll take care of everything. Over the years, the women around him had all been desperately cultivating in order to catch up with his pace. They didn't say anything, but how could Yongkai not see it? This was especially true for Su Yan. As Yongkai's first woman, she had put in more effort than anyone else. Su Yan quietly leaned on Yongkai's shoulder and said softly, Your pace is too fast. The sisters can't share your burdens, but at least they won't be a burden to you. Yongkai wanted to say something more, but Su Yan raised a finger and blocked his mouth. This is what everyone wants, you can't stop it, and we're all cultivators, how can we not cultivate properly? Yongkai grabbed her finger and sighed slightly. All right, but you have to keep an eye on them, don't let them be too impatient. On the road of the martial Tao, haste makes waste, it's not good to leave behind any hidden dangers. I know. You too. Su Yan got up, I really have to go. Yongkai just held her hand and looked at her with a smile. Those tender and sweet eyes almost made Su Yan melt. Struggling in the depths of her heart, she almost begged. Let me go if you feel lonely, I can ask them to accompany you. After saying this, she smiled again, but I don't think they will. Shan Qing Luo and the others had all gone into retreat. At this time, no one would come. A short separation. Only for a long time in the future. Women had always been greedy. Yongkai shook his head and smiled mischievously. For this matter, it's useless for them to come. Su Yan was a little flustered, looking left and right, a difficult expression appearing on her face. What do you want? Although there was no one here, there were monster beasts everywhere. Perhaps one day, some of these monster beasts would gain sentience and take human form. At that time they would recall what they saw today. In the bedroom, she could open her heart and mind to cooperate and let Yongkai do whatever he wanted. But in here, she absolutely couldn't. She couldn't understand why this man was entangled with her today. It was a little troublesome, but more than that, it was sweet. Yongkai smiled mischievously. Senior sister, you misunderstood. I called you here today for an important matter. Su Yan frowned, looking at him with a face full of distrust. Yongkai pulled her over and sat her down in front of him, whispering softly, Guard your mind, clear your mind, no matter what happens in your heart. For Su Yan, who cultivated an ice attribute secret art, this kind of thing was no more difficult than eating or drinking. Almost instinctively, she formed a seal and quickly entered an ethereal state. No matter what happens, don't be too surprised. Yongkai said as he raised a finger and touched Su Yan's forehead. His movements were slow and gentle, and it looked like he was caressing her. However, when he touched her, a resounding dragon roar resounded between the heavens and earth as a golden dragon rushed out from Yongkai's body and poured into Su Yan's body. In an instant, Su Yan's beautiful eyes widened and her body seemed to be struck by lightning, her pupils dilating rapidly as the whole world turned upside down. With a crash, the sound of wings unfurling rang out. Behind Su Yan, a beautiful and flawless ice phoenix, whose entire body seemed to be cast from white jade, suddenly appeared and let out a shrill cry. This cry was clear and resonant, piercing through the clouds and resounding throughout the world. Inside Feng Luo Palace, the Luan Feng was rubbing her head, a look of unease on her face. Fan Ku and Song Gu were also present. Although they had called Yongkai over, the three saint seniors of the monster race were still a little worried and were currently discussing what to do if the descendant of Tianxing was born and refused to acknowledge him. However, before they could reach a conclusion, the clear and melodious phoenix cry reached their ears. The Luan Feng suddenly stood up and looked around in surprise, feeling the source strength in her body begin to stir uncontrollably. What happened? Fan Ku's expression also changed upon seeing this and asked nervously. Something that could make the Luan Feng act like this was definitely not a trivial matter. His heart clenched as he asked in amazement, Tianxing has appeared? If Tianxing had appeared, why hadn't he sensed it? Song Gu's face was a little pale as his mouth twitched. Don't scare me. Didn't you hear it? The Luan Feng looked at the two in amazement. Hear what? A phoenix cry. Fan Ku and Song Gu breathed a sigh of relief before exchanging a glance with each other and shaking their heads. What phoenix cry? Clearly. The Luan Feng frowned. Halfway through her sentence, she suddenly realized that the phoenix cry earlier was not heard by her ears, but rather, it came from her own body. It was the sound of her origin in her soul. Chapter 3747. That was the resonance of the source strength. So how could Fan Hua and Song Dog hear it? What happened? Fan Hua looked at the Luan Feng with a dignified expression. The latter didn't answer and instead flashed out of the hall and fixed her gaze in a certain direction. A trace of excitement involuntarily flashed in her beautiful eyes. In the Eastern Territory, on Spirit Beast Island, Jiu Feng, wearing a fiery red dress, was meditating. Last time, in the Southern Territory's Star Soul Palace battle, she was injured by a half-saint of the demon race. Although the injury wasn't serious, it couldn't be ignored. Fortunately, she was a holy spirit and had a strong physique, so it wasn't difficult for her to recover. When the clear phoenix cry resounded in the depths of her soul, Jiu Feng opened her eyes and glanced in the direction of the Eastern Territory's savage desolate ancient place, tilting her head and revealing a suspicious expression. In the Northern Territory, in the High Heaven Palace, in the Earth's pit several 100,000 feet below the ground, magma tumbled as huge bubbles floated up and burst, making popping sounds. A beautiful fire phoenix was swallowing the power of earth fire in this magma, stimulating its own phoenix true fire and developing the source strength of the Phoenix clan in its body. Suddenly, the huge fire phoenix's figure twisted and transformed into a small person standing above the magma. Lu Yen listened carefully and her delicate brows quickly furrowed. When the phoenix cry resounded in the eastern region's barbaric desolation ancient lands, all existences with the Phoenix clan's bloodline in the entire star boundary resonated with it. The purer the bloodline, the deeper the feeling. The origin energy within their body actually fluctuated with a kind of jubilant aura, causing people to be puzzled as they didn't know what was going on. In the savage desolate ancient place, the Luan Feng galloped forward, followed by the confused Fan Hua and Song Dog. When the Luan Feng flew near the blood door, it immediately saw a strange scene. On a mountain peak more than 10 kilometers away from the blood door, a huge phantom was suspended in the air. Its entire body was pure white and flawless, as if it was carved from jade. Outside the illusory figure, birds of various sizes circled around the mountain, constantly flying. These birds were all demonic beasts from the savage desolate ancient land. There were big ones and small ones. The big ones were as big as houses, and the small ones were as small as sparrows. Many of them were natural enemies, but at this moment, they were coexisting in harmony. There were also countless birds gathering from all parts of the savage desolate ancient place. Not long after, the periphery of the mountain was surrounded by tens of thousands of birds, surrounding the huge phoenix figure like stars surrounding the moon. All kinds of strange cries could be heard, but within those cries, there was not the slightest hint of panic. Instead, there was a sense of joy. This is. Fan Hua looked at it in astonishment. 100 birds worshipping the phoenix. The Luan Feng's white face inexplicably flushed with excitement. If the dragon race claimed to be the leader of all creatures, then the Phoenix clan was recognized as the leader of all birds. Although she, the Luan Feng, also had the bloodline of the Phoenix clan and was extremely powerful, enough to make all the monster clans in the savage desolate ancient place submit to her, she absolutely couldn't make so many monster beasts, who hadn't even developed intelligence, surround her and worship her. Somehow, she felt that something big was about to happen in the Phoenix clan today, something big enough to attract the attention of the entire Phoenix clan. Dots of light suddenly flickered like fireflies, and multicolored fluorescent lights appeared out of nowhere, filling everyone's vision. These multicolored lights were formed by the purest world energy. The dazzling colors illuminated the entire savage desolate ancient place, making it look like a divine realm. The fluorescent lights danced and gathered towards the phoenix in the sky. Gradually, the pure white figure was covered in a layer of 7-colored light. At first, this 7-colored light was not obvious, but as the fluorescent lights continued to fill the phoenix, the 7-colored light became more and more intense. The Luan Feng stared blankly at all of this and muttered, "When the world's first phoenix was born, the 7-colored divine light enveloped the world. What?" Song Dog didn't hear clearly and turned to look at her. The Luan Feng slowly shook her head, showing no intention of explaining, but her pair of beautiful eyes flashed with fanaticism, causing Song Dog to be surprised. The 7-colored divine light became more and more dazzling, and even the Luan Feng and the others couldn't help narrowing their eyes. As the world energy gathered, the pure white phoenix in the sky gradually transformed into a 7-colored divine phoenix. The surrounding birds flew faster and faster, and their cries became louder and louder. As time passed, Yang Kai maintained his posture with his finger on Su Yan's forehead, not moving at all. The power of the golden divine dragon source in his body had been pushed to its limit, and Su Yan's pretty face, who was sitting in front of him, also wore a variety of expressions. The 7-colored divine phoenix wings behind her spread out lightly, giving her a noble and elegant appearance. It seemed that the only thing left in the world was the 7-colored light, and in front of such a beautiful existence, everything couldn't help but feel a sense of inferiority. After an unknown amount of time, a resounding dragon roar and a clear phoenix cry rang out, and the birds that had gathered around the mountain suddenly scattered in an orderly manner. Atop the mountain, 2 huge figures shot up into the sky, one a golden dragon and the other a 7-colored divine phoenix. The dragon and phoenix entwined with each other, their auras intertwining as they shot up into the sky, instantly tearing a hole in the clouds. At first glance, it seemed as if even the sky had been broken. Thunder rumbled as rain began to fall from the sky. These drops of rain were filled with the pure world energy of heaven and earth, and as they fell, all the plants in the ancient lands were covered in a layer of vitality visible to the naked eye. Songgu reached out and caught a few drops of rain and sucked them into his mouth, raising his brow as he muttered, "It's sweet." Amidst the flashing lightning and roaring thunder, within the clouds, 2 huge figures were faintly discernible, as if they were playing, but no one dared to look directly at them. Kacha. As the lightning fell, the 2 huge figures swooped down, and the majestic pressure that descended from the sky caused even Fan Ku and the others to pale. The 2 huge figures landed on the mountain peak more than a dozen kilometers away from the blood-red door and disappeared in an instant. Yang Kai and Su Yan opened their eyes at the same time and exchanged a glance, understanding each other without words. Su Yan smiled. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little dazed. She was originally a woman of the heavens and earth, and now that she had awakened Ancestor Phoenix's source, she was giving off an awe-inspiring and inviolable air of nobility. Any ordinary person who laid eyes on her would feel like they were blaspheming her. "Lord Husband," Su Yan called out softly. "Digest it well." Yang Kai patted the back of her hand. "I'll stand guard for you." Su Yan nodded, closed her beautiful eyes, and immersed herself. The Phoenix Ancestor's source in her body was extraordinary, on the same level as Yang Kai's golden divine dragon source, but because their cultivation was not high enough, they had not been able to stimulate too much of it. Yang Kai had cultivated diligently in the ancient battlefield for dozens of years and had greatly developed the dragon race source. Now that he was using his own source to stimulate Su Yan's Phoenix Ancestor source, he could naturally help her. Whether it was the Dragon God source or Phoenix Ancestor source, the many secret techniques and cultivation methods contained within them were extremely precious treasures. Only when the source was stimulated to a certain extent would these things gradually become known to the 2 of them. The growth of most divine spirits was like this, requiring the accumulation of time. Therefore, for divine spirits, as long as their source was not destroyed, their inheritance would never be severed. Compared to other races, although divine spirits were few in number, they had a great advantage in this regard. Not far away, Luan Feng looked around, seemingly having many questions to ask, but hesitating and not daring to step forward. Yang Kai got up and took a step forward, arriving beside Luan Feng. Yang Kai. The source in Su Yan's body, yes. Before she could finish speaking, Yang Kai gave an affirmative answer. Luan Feng was startled for a moment before immediately showing a smile. Sure enough, when she saw the 7-colored divine phoenix, she had some speculations in her heart, but she wasn't certain. Having said that, Su Yan had the source of the Phoenix clan in her body, something she had known for a long time. She had even felt it when she first met Su Yan, and at that time, she had faintly felt that Su Yan was very close to her, giving her an impulse to approach her. At that time, she didn't understand what was going on, but now she suddenly understood. This was the source of the Phoenix ancestor, and she also had the bloodline of the Phoenix clan in her body, so how could she not feel it when they were close? Luan Feng also remembered that the little girl named Lu Yen seemed to be very obedient in front of Su Yan. Logically speaking, Lu Yen was almost equivalent to a divine spirit, and her strength was even higher than Su Yan's. The Phoenix clan was proud and arrogant, so there was no reason for them to be so obedient. Luan Feng had previously thought that Lu Yen had only behaved like that because of Yang Kai's face. But now it seemed that Lu Yen had the same feeling as her, and couldn't help but want to get close to the person with the source of the Phoenix clan. Luan Feng never expected that the source of the Phoenix clan would awaken under such circumstances. As a result, there was hope for the revival of the Phoenix clan. In ancient times, dragons and phoenixes were revered, but until today, the dragon race still occupied Dragon Island and had their own gathering place. On the other hand, the Phoenix clan had withered and was divided into different groups, far less prosperous and united than the dragon race. Even though the dragon race on Dragon Island was few in number, there were at least a dozen dragons, but looking at the entire star boundary, only she and Jiu Feng of Spirit Beast Island had purer bloodlines. Later, Lu Yen was added, so they couldn't compare to the dragon race at all. But now it was different. The person who had awakened the source of the Phoenix ancestor would definitely shoulder the heavy responsibility of reviving the Phoenix clan. But before that, they still had to solve the hidden danger of the demon race. If even the entire star boundary was occupied by the demon race, then there was no need to talk about reviving the Phoenix clan. It would be lucky if they weren't exterminated. Luan Feng's beautiful eyes turned cold as she clenched her fists and stared in Su Yan's direction. She secretly made up her mind to protect her no matter what. Even if the star boundary was destroyed, even if she died, as long as she was still alive, there was hope for the future of the Phoenix clan. She believed that the one on Spirit Beast Island would have the same thoughts as her. Chapter 3748. In the wild, desolate ancient land, there was a slight change in the blood door and the awakening of the progenitor phoenix's origin power in Su Yan's body. In this chaotic world, there was bound to be a sign of great prosperity. As the saying goes, a hero's true colors are revealed in the turbulence of the sea. The blood door was related to Yang Kai, the awakening of Su Yan's progenitor phoenix bloodline was related to Yang Kai, and the explosive increase in the strength of the two great elders of the dragon race was also related to Yang Kai. Just as Su Yan was concentrating on digesting the information contained in the progenitor phoenix's origin power, a shocking battle broke out in the Southern Territory. The fall of Star Soul Palace meant that the entire Southern Territory had been lost. This was no less than a humiliation to any cultivator of the star boundary. The two great elders of the dragon race felt it especially deeply. Therefore, as soon as they left Dragon Island, Zhu Yan and Fu Sui went straight to Star Soul Palace. When Xueqi and Fu Yu saw these two uninvited guests, they thought that their eyes were playing tricks on them. It had been a few years since the second war between the two realms broke out, and it had always been the demon race that held the initiative. The demon saint could fight and leave whenever they wanted, while the star boundary could only passively endure, unable to seize the slightest initiative. For the past few years, Zhu Yan and Fu Sui had been led around by the nose by Xueqi and the others. When had they ever taken the initiative to attack? Therefore, when the two great elders of the dragon race arrived at Star Soul Palace, Xueqi and Fu Yu did not receive any news at all. They thought that Zhu Yan was recuperating. Without any nonsense or greetings, Zhu Yan and Fu Sui immediately attacked. When the two giant dragons that were hundreds of meters long appeared, Xueqi felt his scalp go numb. He and Fu Yu both realized that they were in big trouble this time. After an earth-shattering battle, the two great elders of the dragon race, whose strength had skyrocketed, could finally hold their heads high. For the first time, they beat the two demon saints into a pulp. The aftermath of the battle swept through the demon race's camp, causing the demon race to suffer countless casualties. Xueqi couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he racked his brains. It hadn't even been 2 months, yet the bodies of these two old dragons had changed so much that their strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Coupled with the couple's joint attack technique, the two demon saints were suppressed to the point that they could not raise their heads. Fu Yu had no choice but to send an urgent message to Huabu. After the last battle at Star Soul Palace, Huabu escaped after being injured and hid in the dark to heal himself, but it only took Fu Yu half a month to find him. She had planned to wait for him to recover a little before letting him find an opportunity to kill Yang Kai. But now, how could she care about Yang Kai? The two old dragons of Dragon Island needed to be dealt with urgently. Even though Huabu was unwilling, he had no choice but to come to their aid. He also knew that if anything happened to Xueqi and Fu Yu, he would not have any good days ahead of him. With the combined strength of the three great demon saints, they were finally able to contain the ferocious momentum of the two elders of the dragon race. With the help of many half-saints, the battle lasted for a full 10 days before it finally came to an end. The two dragons retreated, but Xueqi's scarlet eyes turned even redder as he looked at the messy demon race's camp. Xueqi had only rested for a few days when he received a message from the Eastern Territory that the two great elders of the dragon race had appeared in a certain devil's den. Not daring to delay, he immediately went to stop them with Fu Yu and Huabu, but even with the connection of the demon pagoda, they were still a bit late. In the Eastern Territory's devil's den, 2 half-saint died because of this. In the following month, the two great elders of the dragon race traveled all over the 4 territory of the star boundary. They arrived at one devil's den after another without warning, slaughtering the powerhouses of the demon race without any fear. Xueqi, Fu Yu, and Huabu came to their aid several times, but they were still unable to save the huge losses. The current situation was instantly reversed because of the sudden increase in the strength of the two great elders of the dragon race. The star boundary completely controlled the initiative. When the news spread, the 55 armies were all excited. But a demon saint was a demon saint, so how could it be led by the nose by the two great elders of the dragon race? 10 days ago, when Zhu Yan and Fu Sui came to a large devil's den in the Western Territory to slaughter the demon race, there were no traces of the 3 demon saints coming to their aid. This made Zhu Yan and Fu Sui feel uneasy. The news quickly spread through the space spirit bead. When the two great elders of the dragon race made their move, the 3 demon saints actually went straight to the place where the armies of the star boundary were gathered. They had the attitude of, if you kill my clansmen, I'll slaughter your army. Zhu Yan and Fu Sui were shocked and immediately went to their aid. But in the end, they were still a step too late. When the 2 dragons arrived at the scene, they saw that the barracks of the Astral World Army were filled with whales. The 2 legion commanders had also died in battle, and the 3 great devil saints of the demon race had long disappeared. Looking at the hellish scene, both Zhu Yan and Fu Sui had gloomy expressions. The demon saint could ignore the casualties of the demon race army, but they could not ignore the safety of the star boundary army. The actions of the 3 demon saints were undoubtedly telling them that they could kill, and so could they. It was just a matter of who gave up first. After this battle, Zhu Yan and Fu Sui did not dare to act rashly. Once the news of them appearing somewhere spread, Xueqi and the others would definitely take action. If they hid in the dark, Xueqi and the others would still be wary and not dare to act rashly. A short period of peace passed by in the blink of an eye. In the southern region's Star Soul Palace, Xueqi's expression suddenly changed as he sat cross-legged in a secret chamber. He opened his eyes and tilted his head to listen to something. His expression was extremely focused, and there was even a faint trace of respect in his scarlet eyes. A moment later, Xueqi grinned sinisterly. His figure flashed, and he turned into a bloody light and rushed out, arriving beside Fu Yu in a flash. Is something the matter? Fu Yu looked at him. Xueqi chuckled. It has begun. Fu Yu was startled for a moment, then became overjoyed. It has finally begun. The two stood side by side on a mountain peak and looked at the vast world of the star boundary. Xueqi slowly stretched out a hand and grabbed towards the sky, as if he was holding the entire world in his fist. He laughed softly. "They're finished." Fu Yu, who had been tense all this while, finally relaxed a little. She reached out to stroke her hair behind her ear and said with a smile, "That's right, they're about to be finished. It's a pity that they don't even know it." Eastern Territory, wild, desolate, ancient land. Yang Kai, who had been guarding beside Su Yan, suddenly opened his eyes. His brow furrowed as he turned his head and looked around. For some reason, he suddenly felt his heart palpitate at that moment, as if something extremely terrifying was about to happen. This feeling came out of nowhere and without any warning. Yang Kai's first reaction was that a strong enemy was hiding nearby and wanted to harm him. However, when he scanned with his divine sense, he found nothing. With his current divine sense cultivation, even if a demon saint was hiding nearby, it was impossible for him to not find any trace of it. If the demon saint was like this, then there was no need to mention anyone else. Since he did not find anything, it meant that there were no enemies nearby. But what was with this palpitating feeling in his heart? In just a few dozen breaths, not only did this feeling of palpitating not weaken, it became even more intense. Even his chest felt like it was being pressed down by a mountain, making it difficult for him to breathe. Yang Kai's expression was solemn. He felt more and more that something was about to happen, but he could not find the source of it at all. Just as he was about to carefully investigate again, a loud buzzing sound suddenly rang out in his mind. The sound was extremely loud and resonated directly from the depths of his soul, instantly shaking Yang Kai's mind and making him dizzy. With a muffled groan, Yang Kai fell backwards. A jade-white hand reached out and supported Yang Kai, Su Yan calling out in alarm, "Husband." Although she had been absorbing and digesting the things contained in Ancestor Phoenix's source, she was not completely unaware of the outside world, so as soon as something happened to Yang Kai, she noticed. With a whoosh, the Luan Feng also flew over. When she saw Yang Kai bleeding from his 7 orifices and his pale face, she was shocked. What happened? Because of the Ancestor Phoenix's source, she had not left for the past few days, waiting for Su Yan to wake up so she could have a good talk with her, so she had witnessed Yang Kai's abnormality with her own eyes. "I don't know." Su Yan's heart was in chaos, but she forced herself to calm down, grabbing Yang Kai's hand and probing it with her divine sense and emperor qi, but before she could examine it clearly, she felt a shocking power erupt from Yang Kai's body and repel her divine sense. Su Yan could not help but groan and stagger back a few steps. Yang Kai, who had fallen to the ground, suddenly straightened his body, his eyes widening as 2 streaks of blood flowed out from them. His eyes were unfocused and filled with indifference, and an aura that made people not dare to look at him directly burst out from his body as he muttered, "Heavenly fate change, profound heavens appear." Every word he uttered was like a thunderclap that exploded between the heavens and earth, causing everyone's eardrums to hurt. "What?" Su Yan was stunned and reached out to grab Yang Kai. His current state was obviously a bit abnormal, as if he had lost his mind. "Don't touch him!" the Luan Feng shouted, grabbing Su Yan's outstretched hand and slowly shaking her head. "Something's wrong." "What's wrong with him?" Su Yan's little face was filled with anxiety and worry, even her voice trembling slightly. Chapter 3749. When Yang Kai opened his eyes again, he immediately saw Su Yan's concerned and nervous expression and asked in a daze, "Senior sister?" He didn't seem to have any recollection of what had just happened. Su Yan quickly inquired about Yang Kai's well-being, and only after confirming that there was nothing wrong with him did she relax. Yang Kai's brow furrowed, his heart still heavy. Seeing this, Su Yan asked, "Do you feel any discomfort?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "I don't know, but I have a feeling that the great emperors are in a bad situation." He didn't even know where the great emperors were, but he could vaguely sense their current state, as if there was a faint connection between them. This connection allowed him to faintly sense the current state of the great emperors. "Don't you remember what happened just now?" Luan Feng asked. Yang Kai looked up at her and slowly shook his head. Luan Feng frowned slightly and explained what she had just seen and heard. The heavenly mystery changed and the mysterious heavens appeared? Yang Kai wore a blank expression. "Did I say that?" Su Yan and Luan Feng nodded together, indicating that he was right. Yang Kai was surprised. He didn't know when he had said those words, and now that Luan Feng had mentioned them, he didn't understand what they meant. Just as he was contemplating though, The world suddenly trembled and a loud humming sound came from the depths of the clouds. Yang Kai was startled and quickly looked up, but he couldn't see anything. The humming sound was like the roar of the heavens and lasted for a full incense stick before disappearing. Luan Feng was also puzzled. What happened just now? Who could say for sure? At this moment, a space force fluctuation suddenly appeared, and a jade slip appeared in front of Yang Kai. From the jade slip, Yang Kai could sense Li Wui's aura, clearly coming from Li Wui. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed it, immersing his divine sense into it, and after a brief examination, his expression changed. What's wrong? Luan Feng asked. The demon land is expanding, Yang Kai quickly said. The Luan Feng frowned. The demon land has been expanding. Ever since the 108 demon land appeared in the star boundary, the filthy land had been constantly expanding outwards. It seemed to be extremely contagious as it constantly nibbled away at the surrounding land. This was especially true for the demon land where the 10 great devil dens were located. The reason why the Star Soul Palace had fallen was not because the Star Boundary's army was inferior to the demon race, but rather because the entire Star Soul Palace had been corroded by the demon land and had become a part of the demon land. In the demon land, the demon race was like a fish in water, while the Star Boundary cultivator was restrained in every way. Naturally, they were not a match for the demon race. Moreover, the Star Soul Palace had already been invaded by the demon land, so defending it to the death was meaningless and would only increase the number of casualties. It's different this time. The speed of expansion is much faster than in the past. How fast? The Luan Feng's expression froze. I don't know, we'll know once we go and take a look. The news came from Li Wui. It was said that the great devil dens in the eastern, southern, and western territories were all showing signs of expansion, so he was asked to investigate the situation in the northern territory. Saying so, Li Wui pushed his space principles and wrapped Su Yan and Luan Feng before disappearing. In a flash, hundreds of thousands of kilometers passed under their feet. After a stick of incense worth of time, the trio arrived near a great devil den looking down from high up in the sky. Yang Kai's complexion was extremely pale. At a rate visible to the naked eye, the great devil den was expanding at an unstoppable speed. With his first-order Emperor realm cultivation, he might be able to resist for a while without losing his mind, but as long as he didn't escape from the demon land, he would become a demon sooner or later. Yang Kai retreated again and again with Su Yan and the Luan Feng. He couldn't help but recall what Mo Shang once said. The demon territory wasn't called the demon territory at first, but the unmatched realm. Originally, the living beings who lived there were all humans, just like the star boundary, but after the unmatched realm spirit was swallowed by him, it became the demon territory, and the humans who lived there also turned into the demon race. He didn't know what it was like when the unmatched realm spirit was swallowed. But now, he was witnessing the star boundary being swallowed up. In other words, what he was seeing now was the process of the star boundary spirit being swallowed up, and the great demon god healing himself. The spirit was swallowed up, and the star boundary turned into the demon land. Didn't this mean that the great demon god's healing had reached a critical juncture? Yang Kai shuddered. Last time, the Flowing Time Great Emperor fought the Great Emperors against the Great Demon God, but in the end, they were destroyed. This time, who could resist the banner of the star boundary? The Great Emperors had already disappeared, and now, only the 2 elders from the dragon race could rely on them. But they were suppressed by Xueqi and the other 2 demon saint, so they couldn't make a move easily. What's more, even if they made a move, would it really work? Unknowingly, the star boundary had reached a moment of life and death. And this time, the demon race would definitely not give the star boundary a chance to breathe. I have to return to the northern territory, Yang Kai quickly said. The great demon cave in the eastern territory had undergone such a change, so he didn't know what was going on in the northern territory. He had to quickly inquire about it. If the northern territory was the same, then he had to find a way out for the High Heaven Palace and his army as soon as possible. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Kai said to Luan Feng, if things don't work out, you should evacuate as soon as possible. Luan Feng smiled bitterly. Where can we go? Yang Kai opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Although the star boundary was large, if the overall situation was like this, where could there be a pure land? The only thing he could be sure of was that the world humming that lasted for an incense stick's worth of time was definitely related to the sudden expansion of the demon land. However, at the moment, he still couldn't determine why the demon land was suddenly expanding so crazily. After bidding farewell to Luan Feng, Yang Kai brought Su Yan back to the High Heaven Palace. Hua Qingxi had sent messages to him several times, so when he saw that Yang Kai had finally returned, he immediately came forward to greet him. Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "I know. General Manager, please ask the commanders to wait in the conference hall while I inquire about the situation." "Yes." Hua Qingxi complied and left. Last time when the Star Soul Palace fell, more than a dozen armies from the Southern Territory withdrew, half of them retreating to the Northern Territory and were settled in the High Heaven Palace, while the other half went to the Eastern Territory. Originally, the High Heaven Palace couldn't accommodate so many people, but now with the One Realm bead refined by Yang Kai, it saved a lot of trouble. Many soldiers usually rested in the One Realm bead, and although the environment there was equivalent to a Death Star, they didn't need to obtain anything from the surrounding environment. If they needed to heal or cultivate, they could directly use source crystals and spirit pills. After giving a simple order, Yang Kai set off again. Outside Surging Wave City, Yang Kai appeared and looked down with a dignified expression. Just like the scene he saw in the Eastern Territory, the demon den below was rapidly expanding. In a short period of time, its area had more than doubled, and its momentum was not stopping. In the demon land, the demon race's army was crowded. It seemed that a demon king had discovered Yang Kai's tracks and was pointing in his direction from the demon land. In the next moment, a figure flew out from the demon land and shot straight towards Yang Kai. The pressure of a half-saint was clearly visible. Before the figure approached, the half-saint called out in a low voice, "Yang Kai." Not only was there a hint of pleasant surprise in his voice, but there was also a strong sense of fear. He was pleasantly surprised that Yang Kai had come here alone. If he could deal with him, he would definitely gain the recognition of the demon saint, but he was afraid of Yang Kai's unusual strength. In the Battle of Star Soul Palace, the news that Yang Kai had killed a stone demon half-saint had long been known to the entire demon race. Xueqi and the others had sternly warned all the half-saint not to underestimate Yang Kai if they encountered him again. Don't underestimate him just because he was only a high-rank demon king. This guy was comparable to a half-saint. No member of the demon race dared to ignore the warning of a demon saint. Therefore, the moment this half-step saint recognized Yang Kai's identity, he suddenly stopped and raised his hand to summon a demonic artifact that looked like a firewood axe from a distance of several thousand meters. Now it seemed that it was true. How could the one fighting with him be an ordinary human? It was clearly a giant dragon that was hundreds of meters long. It was natural for it to have such power. What made him even more frightened was the strange aura transmitted from the black dragon spear. Even with his knowledge and experience, he couldn't distinguish what this aura was. This aura was mysterious and profound, as if it contained a great mystery that made it impossible for people to grasp. He vaguely guessed that it was the martial Tao true intent that the demon saint spoke of. He became even more frightened. He made up his mind that he absolutely couldn't be injured by this martial Tao true intent. Last time, the demon saint master was willing to dissolve the martial Tao true intent from the blood demon half-saint because the situation wasn't too bad. Now that the strength of the two elders of the dragon race had skyrocketed, the three demon saint master needed to maintain their peak state at all times to deal with powerful enemies. If they were injured this time, they probably wouldn't be so lucky as to have the demon saint resolve it. At that time, whether they lived or died would depend on their own luck. Because of this fear, the half-saint of demon race couldn't fully display his strength. He was completely at a disadvantage in the battle with Yang Kai, and was forced to retreat 1,000 miles. From the depths of the demon cave, several figures rushed out one after another, each of them emitting the aura of a half-saint. Obviously, they had seen their companion's sorry state and came to support him. However, before they could approach, they heard a roar. Golden light shone brightly as Yang Kai's figure skyrocketed. A tall and sturdy figure stood between heaven and earth. Even the black dragon spear had transformed into a 1,000-feet-long object. Astounding pressure rumbled as it swept out, and it caused those half-saints that pounced over to feel suffocated and couldn't help but stop moving. The 1,000-feet-long body brandished the 1,000-feet-long spear and swept it over, causing heaven and earth to tremble. None of the several half-saint dared to face the spear head-on. Seeing the spear sweep over, their complexions changed greatly and they retreated. The half-saint fighting with Yang Kai couldn't avoid it and could only desperately urge the power of his demonic treasure to transform into a giant axe to meet Yang Kai's attack head-on. His figure flew back and he vomited blood in midair. The radiance of the demonic treasure axe in his hand dimmed. Obviously, it had lost a lot of its spirituality. After he regained his footing, his face was filled with unwillingness and anger. If Yang Kai was really a half-saint, it would be fine. After all, he was defeated because his skills were inferior. However, Yang Kai's cultivation was only that of a high-rank demon king. This made him seem incompetent. In any case, he was a half-saint. When had he ever been so sullen? Since the demon tower could connect to each other and create an effect similar to a spatial formation that could cross territory, allowing the demon race to travel back and forth quickly, it was natural that he could also use his divine sense to travel back and forth. With the help of the demon tower, Yang Kai could sweep away the fog in front of him and see the entire situation from a new height. From there, he could pry into the root cause of the demon land's expansion. He didn't have any intention of hiding his actions. The nearby half-saint who were watching covetously naturally noticed it. One of the bone devils turned his skull and glanced at the demon tower. The dark green ghost fire in his eye sockets jumped a few times. His teeth opened and closed as he spoke in a metallic voice. What a smart guy. He actually thought of this method. Hey, should we stop him? If this continues, I'm afraid he's going to discover something. How do we stop him? Another half-saint sneered. Do we go up and fight him? That's not impossible. The half-saint who spoke showed an eager expression. After all, he's alone. If we can't stop him, then what's the point? We also have to be careful of being injured by him. You also know what the true meaning of martial path is. Since the demon saint has already made a move, the astral plane will definitely find out the reason. What difference does it make if it happens a little earlier or a little later? This guy should be left to the demon saint to deal with. That's right. I've already ordered people to send a message to the three master. If the master wants to stop this, he will definitely come. If they don't come, then we don't need to do anything. After a simple exchange, the several half-saint quickly reached a consensus to wait and see. It wasn't that they were cowards. It was just that the true meaning of martial path was too difficult to deal with. No one was willing to take the lead and bear the risk of their lives. Without someone taking the lead, they naturally couldn't unite. Moreover, since the demon saint was the one making the decision, why should they take the risk? Chapter 3751. With his divine sense leaping back and forth, Yang Kai soon noticed something that the naked eye could not see. The 10 demon races' demon dens were connected to each other using the demon pagodas as their foundation, allowing the demon race's army to quickly shuttle back and forth. Moreover, these 10 demon pagodas seemed to be closely connected to each other. If one wanted to destroy one of these demon pagodas, one would have to destroy all 10 at the same time. Although these demon pagodas were tall, they were incomparably sturdy. No wonder even the 2 dragon race elders were helpless against them. Although the strength of the 2 elders of the dragon clan had increased by a large margin, if they were to really let loose an attack, they might be able to destroy the devil pagoda. However, the devil saints were not dead people. Once Zhu Yan and Fu Tin did so, they would definitely immediately rush over to rescue them. After careful exploration, Yang Kai soon discovered that not only were the 10 demon pagodas connected to each other, but there were also other densely packed auras. Counting carefully, there were 108 of them. Yang Kai suddenly remembered the 108 demon dens in the star boundary. At that time, 108 demon dens had appeared in the star boundary, but apart from the 10 demon dens, the demon race and the remaining 98 demon dens had either been eliminated by the star boundary's army or abandoned. However, the demon dens and the eroded demon land were still preserved, and the star boundary's world principles were unable to repair them. This number had long made many masters in the star boundary secretly vigilant. After all, the number 108 coincided with the number of heavenly cycles, making them wonder if the demon race was plotting something. Now, it seemed that there was indeed a conspiracy. Now the demon race had used some unknown method to secretly lay down an inexplicable spirit array using these 108 demon dens as the foundation. When this spirit array was activated, it had the effect of invading the star boundary. The demon race had already planned this move when the Second War of the Two Worlds broke out, and it had only broken out today. It could be said that they had planned this far ahead. In Yang Kai's spying, the 108 demon dens in the star boundary were now madly expanding at an astonishing speed. Every moment, large tracts of the star boundaries land would be transformed into demon land. The only thing that Xueqi could not understand was that since the foundation of this spirit array had been laid down a few years ago, why did the demon race wait until today to activate it? What was missing that caused the demon race to endure for so many years? His divine sense probed further. Suddenly, a series of astonishing scenes of the demon race flashed through Xueqi's mind and quickly disappeared. Xueqi's eyes widened. Reaching out to grab the black dragon's spear, he flew up without any warning. The long spear was straight, bringing with it a supreme might, as it flew straight towards the towering Devil Tower. The surrounding half-saint of demon race were startled. They did not expect that Xueqi would suddenly attack. When they finally reacted, their faces paled. The bone demon half-saint even shouted, "Stop him!" As soon as the bone demon finished speaking, the half-saint attacked together, bombarding Xueqi with a variety of demon artifacts and secret techniques. Although Xueqi's figure was as huge as a small mountain, he was strangely agile. He flickered and dodged several terrifying attacks, arriving in front of the demon tower in the blink of an eye. Under the horrified gazes of the half-saint, Xueqi gathered his essence, energy, and divine sense and fiercely thrust forward. Above the tip of the spear, a huge black sphere with a radius of several dozen meters appeared. Inside the black sphere, the space principles were tyrannical and chaotic like the aura of the void. Boom. The towering demon tower released a shockwave, and the black sphere rapidly shrank. Heaven and earth violently collapsed towards the black sphere. Crack. Crack. A teeth-numbing sound came from the demon tower. A ferocious attack struck Xueqi's shoulder. A huge force was transmitted, and Xueqi's huge body flew out. While he was in midair, his eyes were still wide open as he stared at the demon tower. The huge black sphere shrank into a small black dot and disappeared in a flash. At the same time, a huge circular gap appeared where the demon tower was hit, almost cutting the entire demon tower in half. After receiving such a heavy blow, the demonic pagoda became extremely unstable. It swayed a few times, and with a creaking sound, it tilted and fell to the ground. The half-saint were horrified, and their bodies and minds trembled. They did not expect that Xueqi's attack would be so fierce. Just one attack was enough to cause such a change in the demon tower. And the demon tower was the key to the demon race. If the demon tower was destroyed, how could the demon saint spare them? Xueqi frowned. Seeing the demon tower fall, he did not feel the slightest bit of joy. Instead, he felt that something was wrong. Although his current strength was strong, he was only comparable to a half-saint. He had used 120% of his full strength with his spear, otherwise, he would not have been unable to dodge the enemy's attack just now. But could such an attack really destroy the demonic pagoda? As far as he knew, the two elders of the dragon race did have ideas about the demon tower. They had also attacked it before, but even if the two elders joined forces, they could not do anything to the demon tower in a short time. Xueqi knew that he was definitely not a match for Zhu Yan and Fu Tin. If they could not do anything, how could he do it? However, the demonic tower was indeed on the verge of collapse from his bombardment. Under his watch, the tilted demonic tower only lasted for a dozen breaths before it collapsed with a loud bang. The earth trembled, and dust rose everywhere. Several half-saints' hands and feet were cold, and their faces were as pale as paper. On the other side, Xueqi closed his eyes and spread out his divine sense, probing the surroundings. After a short while, he coldly gritted his teeth. The expansion of the demon dens did not stop because of the demon tower's destruction. The 108 demon dens were still closely connected, and there was not even the slightest change. Now, it seemed that once this inexplicable great formation arranged by the demon race was activated, the existence of the demon tower was no longer important. No wonder he could destroy the demon tower with one blow. It was not that he was stronger than the two dragon race elders, but that the demon tower itself was no longer necessary. All the chess pieces of the demon race had been placed. They only needed to wait for the demon land to expand and completely devour the star boundary. At that time, the star boundary would become the paradise of the demon race, and become the second demon territory. And the star boundary would follow in the footsteps of the unparalleled realm. He coughed lightly, and there was a fishy taste in his throat. He turned his head and spat out a mouthful of blood. After taking a blow from a half-saint, Even with his dragon body, it was not good. At this moment, the ashen-faced half-saint seemed to have discovered something. They communicated with each other with their divine sense for a while, and their originally pale faces gradually regained their color. They looked at Yang Kai with a mocking expression. Yang Kai coldly stared at them, clenched the black dragon spear, and turned around to leave. He had already achieved his goal, and there was no need to stay. He might not be afraid of any half-saint in a one-on-one fight, but if it was one against many, he was still not strong enough. He hurriedly returned to the High Heaven Palace and did not have time to heal. He went straight to the conference halls. In front of the conference hall, a familiar figure was waiting. Yang Kai stepped forward and cupped his hands. "General Master, I heard that you went to investigate the situation of the demon dens? What did you find?" Li Wuyi asked anxiously. He had also received the report from Xueqi, so he had rushed over. If there was anyone in the star boundary who could obtain the most accurate information about the demon race, it was Yang Kai. He was anxious and did not have the mood to wait for a reply, so he simply came to ask him face to face. "A little, let's talk inside." Yang Kai responded and entered the conference hall with Li Wuyi. Inside the conference hall, Xueqi had already gathered all the higher-ups of the Star Boundary Army and served them tea while waiting for Yang Kai to return. However, at this critical juncture of the Star Boundary's survival, who would be in the mood to drink tea? They were all looking outside anxiously, and when they saw Yang Kai appear, they all stood up. "Palace Master, are you injured?" Xueqi noticed a trace of blood at the corner of Yang Kai's mouth and his slightly pale face. "It's fine." Yang Kai waved his hand and asked everyone to take a seat. After that, he reported the information he had gathered. In the conference hall, everyone's expression turned ugly after hearing this. Wu Yin Army Commander Fu Renjia gritted his teeth and said, "I knew that there were abnormalities in the 108 demon dens, but I didn't expect it to be like this. The demon race is really playing a big game of chess. Invading the star boundary, they really have a big appetite," someone snorted. "I just don't know if they can swallow it." Yiwu Army Commander Shen Tuxing sneered. "Do they really think that the Star Boundary Army is just for decoration?" Jiahai Army Commander Pan Gongnian frowned and said, "Now that the demon land is expanding, if we don't stop it, the Star Boundary will fall. At that time, no matter how many people the Star Boundary Army has, or how strong they are, it will be useless." Shen Tuxing turned to look at him. "Master Pan, why do you have to boost the morale of others and destroy our own?" Pan Gongnian said lightly, "It's just the truth." Shen Tuxing was about to say something, but Yang Kai interrupted him. "Although I don't want to admit it, the demon race does have the ability to swallow the star boundary." The group of people looked at him. Yang Kai stood up and scanned the crowd, saying loudly, "Have you all heard of the Great Demon God?" "Great Demon God? What's that? A powerhouse from the demon race? Which demon race is so daring to use such a title?" The group of pseudo-emperor-level army commanders exclaimed. Obviously, they had never heard of the Great Demon God. Even Li Wuyi looked at Yang Kai in surprise. It could not be said that the pseudo-emperors of the Star Boundary were ignorant and inexperienced. If Yang Kai had not entered the dream world by chance and went back to the ancient war between humans and demons, he would not have known of the Great Demon God. This existence was a taboo even in the demon territory. When he first entered the territory that became the demon race, Yang Kai wanted to pry some information about the Great Demon God from Yu Rumeng, but Yu Rumeng immediately stopped him and avoided him. Now, it seemed that Yu Rumeng should know a little about the Great Demon God. After all, she was a demon saint. With her strength at that level, she could come into contact with some secrets that others did not know. However, she definitely did not know too much. Otherwise, she would not have not reminded Yang Kai. Just as they were discussing the crisis that the Star Boundary was facing, Yang Kai suddenly mentioned the Great Demon God. Everyone was confused, but they were not in a hurry to ask. Since Yang Kai mentioned the Great Demon God at this time, then the Great Demon God must be related to the current situation. Chapter 3752. Just as she was about to listen to Yang Kai explain who this Great Demon God was, Yang Kai suddenly changed the subject. Many years ago, the demon domain wasn't called the demon domain, but rather the unmatched realm. The people who lived there weren't from the demon race. The unmatched realm was similar to my star boundary in that it was ruled by humans. The unmatched realm was vast, and the heavenly spirit Qi was beautiful. It wasn't inferior to the star realm in the slightest. However, one day, an uninvited guest appeared in the unmatched realm, and his name was Mo Shang. Mo Shang fought with an enemy and suffered heavy injuries. He hid in the unmatched realm to recuperate, absorbing the heavenly spirit Qi of the unmatched realm. Countless years passed, and the heavenly spirit Qi of the unmatched realm disappeared. The entire unmatched realm was corrupted by the demonic Qi, turning into the demon land, the demon territory. The living beings living in the unmatched realm gradually turned into the demon race, which has continued to this day. Mo Shang was the great demon god. However, at the critical moment when Mo Shang was recuperating, another expert entered the devil domain. The two of them engaged in a heaven-shaking battle. The devil domain collapsed, turning into countless continents. Mo Shang's physical body was destroyed, and the soul of the person who fought with him was also destroyed. Today, the demon race is invading the star realm to absorb the heavenly spirit Qi, giving Mo Shang a chance to come back to life. If the demon race succeeds, the star realm will become the second unmatched realm, becoming the same as the demon territory. His clear voice reverberated in the hall, and the group of experts were dumbfounded. They had never heard of such a thing before. What great demon god! What unmatched realm! How did Yang Kai know about it? As if he saw through their doubts, Yang Kai continued, 3 years ago, when I was devouring the continents in the demon territory, there was an ancient battlefield hidden in one of the continents. That ancient battlefield was the place where Mo Shang's body was destroyed. In that ancient battlefield, I saw the scene of Mo Shang fighting with another expert. After that, one of Mo Shang's avatars came to find me, and he told me all this personally. Mo Shang's avatars? The great demon god. A series of exclamations rang out. Li Wuyi frowned. Didn't you say that Mo Shang's body was destroyed? Yang Kai looked at him. His body was indeed destroyed, but his soul was intact. As long as the conditions are met, he can make a comeback, and the heavenly spirit Qi of the star realm is what he needs. Everyone. Demon race's territory. I'm afraid everyone didn't know that when I entered the territory to become the demon race. And I. Race demon was the race was. Demon, I. Demon race. 3 years ago, the demon race's army suddenly went berserk and started killing each other. I'm sure you all haven't forgotten. At that time, we didn't know the reason, but after I asked some demon kings, we found out that a voice sounded in their minds. Under the influence of that voice, they gradually became delirious and only knew how to kill. The demon race under Half-Saint couldn't resist that voice at all. At that time, the demon saint was confronting the great emperors, so it wasn't a demon saint's doing. Now that I think about it, the demon saint may not have the ability to influence the minds of so many demon race. I'm afraid only that guy called Mo Shang could do it. The entire demon territory was created by him, and the demon race was born because of him. He is the origin of all demons, so it's reasonable to say that he had some means to influence the minds of the demon race. Tens of millions of demon race soldiers died because of this. Their deaths had the same effect as the demon race killed in the demon territory. The demonic nature in their bodies was released as nutrients to stabilize the existence of the demon land. So after so many years, the laws of heaven and earth of the star boundary were unable to repair the places where the demon nests existed. Until today, when the demon race's secret arrangements were complete, they launched a large-scale attack on our star boundary. In the hall, everyone was drenched in cold sweat as they listened. They looked at each other. Although they didn't dare to believe Yang Kai's explanation, after carefully considering the cause and effect, they found that there were no flaws in this explanation. Shen Tuxing said bitterly, Lord Yang, according to what you said, that great demon god, that Mo Shang's strength, above the demon saint. Gasps rang out. Although everyone had guessed the meaning behind Yang Kai's words, seeing Yang Kai admit it, they still found it hard to accept. The demon saint was already in existence they had to look up to, but the demon race actually had someone whose strength was above the demon saint? Although his physical body was destroyed, since his soul was not, there was still a chance for him to be reborn. Once such an existence was reborn, who in the star boundary could stop him? They would most likely follow in the footsteps of the unmatched realm and become the next demon territory. A trace of worry flashed across Li Wuyi's eyes. Now that the demon nests were rapidly expanding, Everyone in the star boundary was already in a state of panic. Now that Yang Kai suddenly threw out such shocking news, it was very likely that it would affect their morale. But on second thought, the situation had already reached this point. Even if Yang Kai didn't say anything, how good could their morale be? At the very least, it would let everyone know who the enemy they had to face was. Perhaps it was because of this consideration that he revealed all of these secrets. There is no need to worry too much. Although the great demon god's strength is far above the demon saint's, his physical body has been destroyed after all. Even if there are some clones stirring up trouble, I'm afraid they don't possess even 1% of their peak strength. Otherwise, they would have shown themselves long ago instead of hiding. In that mysterious small world, if Emo Sheng's clone hadn't been so confident that he could steal Yang Kai's mysterious small world, he wouldn't have come out on his own. Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to learn such information. Pan Gongnian asked, Lord Yang, dare I ask who the one who destroyed Emo Sheng's body was? Although the great demonic god was powerful, there was still a precedent of him being killed. Everyone was extremely curious about the powerhouse who had killed him. Yang Kai glanced at him and pondered for a moment before replying, I'm sure all of you are familiar with that person's honorific title. The one who destroyed Emo Shang's body back then was the Flowing Time Great Emperor. The group of masters suddenly raised their eyebrows and showed looks of pride. Emo Shang's strength was above the demon saints, so if the Flowing Time Great Emperor could destroy his body, didn't that mean the cultivation of the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor was almost the same as the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor? Someone frowned and said, Lord Yang, you just said that after that battle, Emo Sheng's body was destroyed and the one who fought him was destroyed. Could it be? Yang Kai nodded and said, Yes, the Flowing Time Great Emperor and the Great Emperors died at the hands of others. Another round of gasps rang out. In the long history of Star Boundary, the Flowing Time Great Emperor and the Great Emperors were almost legendary. Since ancient times, Star Boundary had produced many great emperors, but there were only a few who were still famous today. Wukong could be considered one of them, and the Flowing Time Great Emperor and the Great Emperors could also be considered one. Although everyone knew that the Flowing Time Great Emperor was definitely no longer alive, no one knew how he died. They all thought that he had passed away in the Flowing Time Temple. Only now did they know that the Flowing Time Great Emperor and the Great Emperors were killed in battle. Li Wui said thoughtfully, Now it seems that the disappearance of the Great Emperors is also related to Emo Shang. Originally, there were still some doubts as to why the Great Emperors would disappear for no reason. Although the same number of Demon Saint had disappeared, such a big move was not something that could be done by ordinary means. It was only natural that there were traces of Emo Shang's involvement behind this. Yang Kai said, I was just about to talk to you about this. I went to the demon cave to investigate the situation and saw the Great Emperors. Many people stood up, and some even knocked over the tea on the table. Yang Kai raised his hand and said, It's not what you think. The Great Emperors are not in Star Boundary, nor are they in demon territory. Their whereabouts are very vague, and I only saw a few images. I can't pinpoint their exact location. Previously, when his mind was immersed in the demon cave and his divine sense was expanding, vague images suddenly flashed through his mind, and in those images, there were many Great Emperors. How is the situation with the Great Emperors now? Li Wui asked. With the current situation in Star Boundary, if the Great Emperors could return, it would be much better. Relying only on the two elders of the dragon race was a bit too weak. Even though their strength had increased, it was still not enough. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Not very good. The current changes in Star Boundary are also related to them. They seem to have been suppressed by the Demon Saint in a strange place, where a large array has been set up. The Demon Saint is refining the will of heaven and earth on the Great Emperors. The demon race had tried this kind of thing more than 20 years ago. The target of their attempt was the Great Emperors of Bright Moon who had already died. The Great Emperors of Bright Moon were trapped in the Eternal Heaven continent. The Demon Saint had sacrificed all the living beings of the Eternal Heaven continent and even set up the 12 Citadel Great Demon Array in order to refine Bright Moon and let the demon territory devour the will of heaven and earth on his body. If the demon race had succeeded back then, Star Boundary's will of heaven and earth would have been forever lacking a piece. At that time, the impact would have been difficult to estimate. It might have caused Star Boundary's heavenly Tao to be incomplete, the world's will of heaven and earth to be broken, and the capacity of the bottle of heaven and earth to shrink. Meanwhile, the demon territory would have the opportunity to produce another demon saint. However, the demon race failed on the verge of success. In the end, Bright Moon fulfilled Yang Kai's wish before his death and transferred his will of heaven and earth to Yang Kai. After many years, a similar thing happened once again, and this time, the scale was even greater than that of the past. The 7 great emperors were trapped in that indescribable space and array. It was as if they were in a furnace, and the will of heaven and earth on their bodies was constantly being refined. The demon race's methods had been secretly set up a few years ago. The reason why they waited until today to activate it was because they needed to prepare for the refinement. The will of heaven and earth on the great emperor's bodies was equivalent to the star boundary's self-defense mechanism. Without refining those wills, the demon land simply couldn't expand rapidly. And now, the speed at which the demon land was expanding was almost equivalent to the speed at which the wills of heaven and earth on the great emperor's bodies were being refined. And once they were completely refined, the entire star boundary would be in danger. Now that all the chess pieces of the demon race had been placed, the demon land was rapidly expanding and was devouring the star boundary's spiritual energy. A great disaster was about to befall the star boundary, and the heavenly secrets were unpredictable. But what did the heavenly secrets revelations mean? The literal meaning seemed to be that something was about to be revealed, but the heavenly secrets revelations were too vague, so no matter how hard Yang Kai racked his brains, he couldn't figure it out. Inside the hall, everyone discussed for a while, but none of them could do anything about the current situation. Some suggested that they should immediately launch a general attack and mobilize the 55 armies to cooperate with the 2 great elders of the dragon race to exterminate the demon race. Others suggested that they should bide their time and see what the mysteries of the expanding demon land were first. Perhaps the great emperors would have a way to stop them. For a while, the hall was noisy, and Li Wuyi finally managed to calm everyone down. He then ordered the various armies to closely monitor the situation in the demon nest and prepare for war at any time. An hour later, everyone dispersed. Li Wuyi didn't leave. Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Master, do you have any other orders?" Li Wuyi stared deeply at Yang Kai, a complex emotion flashing through his eyes. This confused Yang Kai. He had known Li Wuyi for so long, but he had never seen him show such an expression before. There was a trace of regret and envy in his eyes. "Senior?" Yang Kai frowned slightly. Li Wuyi sighed softly and murmured, "The heavenly mystery has changed and the heavenly mystery has appeared. I wonder if this is a blessing for the star boundary or a disaster for the star boundary." Yang Kai's expression changed. "Does Master know something?" Li Wuyi didn't answer. He simply smiled and said, "Accompany me for a walk." As he spoke, his figure flashed, and he headed out. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and then followed. Both of them were proficient in the Tao of space, and as their figures flashed, the ground beneath their feet rapidly changed, and the scenery around them constantly changed. After flying for an hour, they finally arrived at a desolate place. This place was completely barren and uninhabited. Most places in the Northern Territory were freezing cold, and this place was no exception. White snow covered the ground, and the breath they exhaled was so thick that it was visible to the naked eye. Li Wuyi stood in the void with his hands clasped behind his back, looking up at the sky. Yang Kai also looked up, but all he saw was a gray sky and snowflakes fluttering down. He didn't know why Li Wuyi had suddenly brought him here, but it seemed that there was something he wanted to tell him. Moreover, Yang Kai was also very concerned about what he had just said, as if he knew the meaning behind those words. "Master," Yang Kai called out. Just as he was about to ask for an explanation, Li Wuyi suddenly turned around, a murderous look on his face. His murderous intent was almost tangible as he raised his hand and sent a palm strike towards Yang Kai. Caught off guard, Yang Kai never expected Li Wuyi to attack him. Ever since he had known Li Wuyi, he had always maintained a gentle and refined appearance. Even when Yang Kai was still very weak, Li Wuyi had never shown him the slightest contempt. Anyone who got along with him would feel as if they were bathing in the spring breeze. Although Li Wuyi was publicly acknowledged as the strongest person below the great emperors, he had never been arrogant about it. He always treated everyone with kindness and kindness. Over the years, the various armies of the Star Boundary had won victory after victory in the battle against the demon race under his command. It could be said that Li Wui had contributed greatly to their survival. Without him, who knew what kind of situation the star boundary would be in today? From Yang Kai's point of view, Li Wui was a senior who was willing to guide his juniors. He had also exchanged many insights and experiences with him regarding the cultivation of the space principles, so Yang Kai had learned many good things from Li Wui. Such a person was both a teacher and a friend. Yang Kai was extremely respectful towards him. Yang Kai had never expected that one day, Li Wui would try to kill him. Li Wui's palm strike was terrifyingly swift and fierce, the power of the space principles fluctuating wildly. This was definitely not an ordinary test. Instead, Li Wui really intended to take Yang Kai's life. Although this palm strike came without warning, Yang Kai's reaction was not slow and he hastily raised his hand to meet it. As soon as the two palms collided, Yang Kai's expression changed dramatically as he felt the principle of space attacking him change unpredictably. Although it was the space principles he was familiar with, it gave him a feeling that it was difficult to resist. Li Wui had been immersed in the flowing time Great Emperor's space principles for a very long time, so his control over the principle of space was simply superb. Yang Kai's demonic chi surged and the principle of space changed accordingly, causing the void to tremble. Between the two of them, the world began to crumble, piece by piece. With a loud bang, Yang Kai was sent flying backwards, his body involuntarily shaking a few times before he was able to dissolve the principle of space that had invaded his body. Li Wui, on the other hand, only took 3 steps back before stabilizing himself again. The two of them had clashed head-on, and it was obvious who had the upper hand. "Master, what is the meaning of this?" Yang Kai shouted. He did not want to fight with Li Wui, especially this kind of unprovoked fight. "Cut the crap today, either you die or I die." Li Wui's face was cold and fierce as he spoke, pouncing in front of Yang Kai and throwing out a punch. There was still a figure in place, but it was just an afterimage. Yang Kai raised his hands and blocked the blow, his figure retreating more than 1,000 meters. His face paled slightly as he gritted his teeth and asked, "Master, have you become the demon race?" Li Wui's sudden change in temperament made Yang Kai wonder if the other party had been accidentally infected by demon intent. As he spoke, Yang Kai released his divine sense towards Li Wui, as if to investigate the situation. Li Wui solemnly replied, "Do I look like I've become the demon race?" The power of space around his body fluctuated wildly, cutting off Yang Kai's divine sense from probing. Yang Kai only felt a slight pain in his head as the soul-warming lotus took effect, repairing the damage to his divine sense. On the other side, Li Wui raised his hand and pointed a finger at Yang Kai, his invisible principle of space turning into an attack visible to the naked eye, shooting straight towards Yang Kai's glabella. If this attack hit, Yang Kai's head would most likely explode in an instant. Yang Kai had long known that Li Wui was the strongest person below the great emperors, and that he stood at the peak of the half-saint realm even among false emperors, but he had never really fought with him, so he did not have a clear understanding of who the strongest person below the great emperors was. It was only at this moment that Yang Kai truly understood what it meant to be the strongest person below the great emperors. The person in front of him was completely different from the half-saint false emperor Yang Kai had fought. His fierce attacks were almost suffocating. It was only when the principle of space was about to reach him that Yang Kai barely managed to raise his hand and send out a moon blade. The two space forces collided silently, and the two space forces disappeared without a trace. Yang Kai's expression was solemn as he said, "Master, please stop." At this critical juncture of Star Boundary survival, he really did not want to fight with Li Wui here. No matter who won, it would be Star Boundary's loss. What's more, facing Li Wui, Yang Kai did not have the confidence to win. Even if he used all his means, he would only be able to survive. "Show me what you're capable of, or you will die here today." As Li Wui spoke, he suddenly clapped his hands together. Following this action, Yang Kai immediately felt his body tighten, as if he was imprisoned in place by an invisible force. Chapter 3754. The space around Yang Kai's body began to compress and every inch of his flesh and blood was under great pressure, causing his bones to creak and groan. Yang Kai had always used space force to restrict the movements of his enemies, but facing Li Wui this time, he finally experienced what it was like to be restricted by his own space force. The space force coming from all directions was not something Yang Kai could resist with his physical body alone. If he tried to hold on any longer, he would be crushed into a meat patty sooner or later. Yang Kai roared angrily as the space principles in his hands began to fluctuate, slowly pushing them to the sides as if he was pushing an invisible door. As he moved, visible ripples spread out from his hands. The space force that was pressing down on Yang Kai immediately eased significantly. A hint of appreciation flashed across Li Wuyi's eyes as he suddenly flattened his palms and swiped them towards Yang Kai from afar. In the next instant, Yang Kai saw a void crack suddenly form around his waist, as if it had always been there and had only revealed its ferocious appearance at this moment. Yang Kai's expression couldn't help but change as he thought to himself, so space principles can also be used like this. Before he had time to marvel at Li Wuyi's ingenuity, the void crack that was only a few feet long had already cut into Yang Kai's skin like an indestructible blade, causing him to feel a stinging pain. Even with the physical body that Yang Kai was so proud of, it was difficult for him to resist such an attack. The void crack was still pressing down on him, making it difficult for Yang Kai to even move. At this moment, it was already too late for him to retreat. At this critical moment of life and death, Yang Kai's mind was surprisingly calm, not showing the slightest hint of panic as he reached out and grabbed at the void crack. His hand transformed into a dragon's claw as Yang Kai grabbed hold of the void crack. The void crack that was a few feet long struggled and squirmed like a pitch-black spirit snake, shaking its head and wagging its tail as it attempted to attack Yang Kai. As Yang Kai clenched his hand, the void crack collapsed. Only Yang Kai, who was also proficient in the space principles, could do such a thing. If it were anyone else, how could they possibly grab hold of a void crack? Rashly touching it was destined to end in tragedy. On the other side, the admiration in Li Wuyi's eyes deepened when he saw how easily Yang Kai had neutralized his killer move. However, he hid it very well. The depths of his eyes were still cold, as if he would not rest until he killed Yang Kai. His palms, which were already flat, suddenly moved apart. The two palms slowly rotated, grinding against each other. Yang Kai's expression changed. He felt the space around him change drastically. The space around his upper body started to rotate clockwise, while the space around his lower body started to rotate counterclockwise. Although the rotation was slow, it was steady. As a result, the space around him was dislocated. Yang Kai's entire body was twisted into a very strange position. His upper body and lower body were rotating in different directions, and the bones in his body were making laborious sounds. Shocked, he once again urged the law of space to set things right. With Yang Kai as the center, the space within a radius of 1,000 meters was in complete chaos. Countless tiny cracks flickered in and out of existence. Li Wuyi's expression also became solemn. His slowly rotating palms seemed to have encountered some kind of resistance, causing them to slow down until they finally came to a stop. With a roar, the void shattered and Yang Kai's twisted body returned to normal. Li Wuyi's palms also came together again. "Master, take this." Being attacked by Li Wuyi time and time again without holding back, Yang Kai was also enraged. No matter what Li Wuyi's intentions were, he couldn't allow himself to be beaten passively like this. Facing the #1 master under the great emperors who was also proficient in the law of space, the best way was to fight instead of running away. In front of him, running away was useless, and blindly resisting would only accelerate his defeat. The best defense was to attack. Flicking his 10 fingers, Yang Kai sent a series of pitch-black moon blades towards Li Wuyi's head. The last one was incomparably huge and contained a terrifying power. In the face of this overwhelming attack, Li Wuyi's expression remained indifferent. He simply raised his hand and gently waved it in front of him. His movements were elegant, as if he was brushing away dust. The power of the space laws was smoothed out, and the moon blades dissipated before they could reach Li Wuyi. Only the last moon blade was deflected to the side by Li Wuyi, brushing past his body. "Your moon blades are useless against me." Li Wuyi looked at Yang Kai and said in an indifferent tone. He and Yang Kai had once discussed the law of space together and exchanged cultivation insights, so he was naturally no stranger to moon blades. What's more, he had seen Yang Kai use this killer move more than once. Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged as he threw out a punch. If moon blades are useless, then what about this move? As soon as these words fell, a black sphere suddenly appeared in front of Li Wuyi. This black sphere pulsed with an aura of chaos and nothingness, identical to that of the voids. Li Wuyi raised his brow. He could clearly feel that the power of this move was much more terrifying than the moon blades. Excited, he tried to figure out the mysteries of this move, but the divine sense he released was swallowed by the black sphere. The next moment, the black sphere suddenly shrank and turned into a small black dot. Heaven and earth began to collapse towards this black dot. Li Wuyi, who bore the brunt of this collapse, could not resist the force of the collapse, and his body twisted as he rapidly shrank towards the black. With a swoosh, the black dot flashed and disappeared, and the collapsed heaven and earth disappeared. Under the plane, there was a huge circular gap with a radius of several hundred feet. Li Wuyi, on the other hand, was still standing in the same spot. The power of the space precepts around his body fluctuated and finally managed to resist the terrifying power at the critical moment. When the black dot disappeared, his distorted body also returned to its original state. Li Wuyi finally showed a smile. Not bad, but not enough. By the time he finished speaking, he had already arrived in front of Yang Kai and sent a palm strike towards him. Yang Kai's figure retreated explosively, flashing directly into the void, leaving behind an afterimage. After the afterimage was dispersed, Li Wuyi took a step forward and chased into the void. In that battle, Wukong fought against the joint forces of 9 other great emperors by himself. Although he was also beaten to a pulp, the Battle of Heaven-devouring great emperors' heaven-defying tactics still allowed him to kill the Blue Lotus great emperors, Yuanding great emperors, Martial Flame great emperors, and Vast Sea great emperors respectively before his death. That battle was unprecedented and world-shaking. In the long history of the Star Boundary, there had never been a battle as fierce as that one. Yang Kai's Mountains and Rivers Bell was the life source artifact of Yuanding great emperors, and Lu Yan's Phoenix True Fire was inherited from Martial Flame great emperors. Yang Kai was silent for a while before asking, "Is Master certain that the mysterious Heaven Palace will open?" If it was just a misunderstanding, then there was no point in worrying about it at this moment. Li Wuyi sighed. "Among the things I know, the Master of Heaven's revelations has never been wrong. Since he left behind a prophecy a few years ago, then the mysterious Heaven Palace is bound to reappear." He paused for a moment before continuing, "Not to mention the Master of Heaven's revelations as divination. Given the current situation of the Star Boundary, the opening of the mysterious Heaven Palace is imperative. You bear the will of the heavens and earth, so you should be able to sense it more clearly than others. Although the Star Boundary is a world, this world is not dead." Yang Kai nodded solemnly. This did not mean that the Star Boundary was alive and had its own thoughts, but that this world was also alive. Even ordinary birds and beasts have self-defense mechanisms when they encounter a threat to their lives, let alone a world like this. But now, the astral boundary is at a critical juncture of life and death. Its self-defense urgently needs to create a great emperor to fight against the invading enemies. Yang Kai nodded. "I understand Master's meaning. Therefore, the mysterious Heaven Palace will definitely open soon, but no one can be sure when it will show signs." Li Wuyi sighed again. For so many years, Yang Kai had never heard him sigh, but today, it seemed to be happening more frequently. Although the existence of the mysterious Heaven Palace is known to few, it is not a secret. Many fake emperors in the Star Boundary are aware of this matter. Yang Kai's expression changed. In that case, in the hall just now, why was everyone's performance? At this point, Yang Kai suddenly understood and smiled bitterly. So that's how it is. Just now, in the hall, after Gao Zhan said those words, none of the fake emperors present had any special reaction. Yang Kai had thought that they did not know about the maxim, but now it seemed that a large number of people did not know what it meant, but there were definitely some who understood. They understood but did not say it out loud, so they obviously had their own plans. The mysterious Heaven Palace had not shown any signs of opening yet, but the maxim of the great emperors of Heaven's revelations had already caused some of the fake emperors in the Star Boundary, who had always lived and died together, to have second thoughts. It was easy to imagine how great of an impact this news would have on the current situation if it were to be completely exposed. And as the general commander of the 55 armies in the Star Boundary, Li Wuyi was probably under unimaginable pressure. How to adjust to the impact of the mysterious Heaven Palace's impending opening would be a headache for him in the near future. Gently exhaling, Yang Kai said, "If Master is at ease, I am willing to share Master's burden and lead the Star Boundary's army." "You?" Li Wuyi turned his head to look at him and chuckled. You're already a GZ army, leaving everything to Hyoji. Li Wui smiled at him. You have to go to the mysterious Heaven Palace and snatch that one and only opportunity. Me. Yang Kai pointed at himself. To be honest, when Li Wui mentioned the mysterious Heaven Palace and the struggle for the Great Tao, he had also thought about it. However, he was currently only a high-rank demon king, equivalent to a third-layer Emperor Realm Master. He hadn't even reached the false Emperor realm, so how could he be qualified to participate? As such, this idea only briefly flashed through his mind before he rejected it. Who would have thought that Li Wui would make such a suggestion? Don't underestimate yourself. Bright Moon Master's legacy is with you. If others were as strong as you, they would definitely not be qualified to enter the mysterious Heaven Palace, but you are different. Since you possess the world's will, the mysterious Heaven Palace will definitely not reject you. It can even be said that the world's will is your advantage in competing for this opportunity. Although your cultivation has not reached the required level, your chances of success are much higher than others. After a pause, Li Wui looked at him with a smile. Moreover, are you willing to watch this opportunity slip away from your eyes? Or do you want to wait for the next opening of the mysterious Heaven Palace? Chapter 3756. Yang Kai blurted out, "Of course not." Li Wui said with satisfaction, "Since that's not the case, then go ahead and do it. The pinnacle of strength is the Tao. Originally, I was worried about you. After all, no matter how many advantages you have, the lack of cultivation is still your biggest shortcoming, but after testing you out just now, I found that your attainments in the laws of space are not inferior to mine. You have the qualifications to compete for the Tao of space." The reason why he suddenly brought Yang Kai out to test him was to see how deep Yang Kai's attainments in the laws of space were. Otherwise, he wouldn't have just used the Tao of space in that life and death battle just now. He would have used everything he had. After testing him out, the result both gratified and surprised Li Wui. Not to mention that Yang Kai's strength had truly grown to the level of a false emperor or half-saint, just his attainments in the laws of space were not inferior to his own. This was the biggest reason why Li Wui gave up on entering the mysterious Heaven Temple. Since Yang Kai had the qualifications, then letting Yang Kai enter the mysterious Heaven Temple would not be any worse than letting him enter it himself. There's one thing you need to pay attention to. Li Wuyi's expression was solemn. If you really enter the mysterious Heaven Temple, you are very likely to become the enemy of most people. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. What about the world will? Li Wui nodded and said, "Yes, the world will you inherited from Bright Moon Master will give you many advantages in the upcoming battle for the Tao, but it will also put you in all kinds of danger. There will definitely be people who will find an opportunity to attack you. These people include not only the half-saint of the demon race, but also the false emperor of the star boundary." Yang Kai's expression turned serious. Half-saint can enter the mysterious Heaven Temple? Li Wui burst into laughter. Who says they can't go in? Ken Yi is the best example. He was able to become one of the great emperors, so the other half-saint of demon race would naturally be able to enter as well. Though this world has a self-defense mechanism, and will open the Dark Heaven Palace when danger arrives, it will not care about who is able to obtain that fated opportunity within. The Heavenly Tao is merciful, and has given us a chance to turn the tables. The Heavenly Tao is heartless, and even treats the invading demon race equally. It all depends on whether we can grasp this opportunity. Yang Kai exhaled lightly and laughed bitterly. I understand now. In other words, if I were to enter the Dark Sky Hall to participate in the battle for the Grand Tao, it would be like throwing a piece of fat meat into a pack of wolves, right? Li Wui smiled and said, although it's not quite accurate, that's the general idea. This is really exciting. Yang Kai grinned. Although he was smiling, the scorching light in his eyes seemed to be burning like flames. There had never been a precedent like this before. Only the great emperors who participated in the battle for the Grand Tao and obtained their own fated opportunities could obtain the recognition of the world, obtain the will of the world, and become the spokesperson of the world. Yang Kai's current state was unique throughout history. This was something that couldn't be helped. In the Eternal Heaven continent, the great emperors of the Bright Moon continent had died at his hands. The will of the world and the great emperors had no choice but to transfer to Yang Kai of its own accord. Therefore, Yang Kai had obtained the recognition of the world before he had become one of the great emperors. This was his advantage in participating in the battle for the Grand Tao. Perhaps he could more clearly discern the secrets of the world and more effectively approach his goal, but it was also a disaster. In the past, there might be people who were jealous of the legacy of the great emperors in Xueqi's body, but it was only jealousy. Once they entered the profound heaven palace, this jealousy was very likely to turn into robbery. And if they wanted to snatch that will of the world, they would have to kill Xueqi with their own hands. Li Wui patted Xueqi's shoulder and said, "Don't worry, you won't fight alone. When the time comes, I will arrange for people to support you." Xueqi cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, master. Don't run around for a while, lest you give others an opportunity to take advantage of you. Go back to the high heaven palace and cultivate in seclusion. When the profound heaven palace opens, I will inform you." Xueqi smiled and said, "Master, since you want me to participate in the battle for the Grand Tao, why do you want me to hide? Before the profound heaven palace opens, I can hide, but what about after it opens?" Li Wui was startled and immediately laughed. "Yes, I was thinking too much. All right, you can do whatever you want, but be careful, especially those who want to come into contact with you." "I know." Xueqi grinned fiercely. "If someone with ulterior motives tries to approach me, I won't show any mercy." After pondering for a moment, Xueqi said, "Master, if I really enter the profound heaven palace, what do I need to do? What do I need to rob?" Li Wui slowly shook his head. "I don't know. I only know that the profound heaven palace contains the key to becoming great emperors. As for the situation inside the profound heaven palace, I'm afraid no one in the star boundary knows." Li Wui frowned. "Perhaps you can ask the two elders of the dragon race. They have lived for a long time and should know some information about the profound heaven palace." "I will ask them when I have the chance," Xueqi nodded. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, he said, "By the way, master, there is one more thing I need to ask of you." "Speak." Li Wui nodded. "Once the profound heaven palace opens, I don't know how long it will take to enter. Now, in the wild, desolate ancient ground in the Eastern Territory, there are some abnormal movements in the Blood Gate. I suspect that the Heavenly Punishment Palace is about to open." "The Heavenly Punishment Palace?" Li Wui raised his brow. "Master, please pay more attention to that side. If the Heavenly Punishment Palace opens, please tell the girl who came out from it to stay calm and wait for me to come back." Li Wui nodded. "Okay." Half a day later, Xueqi returned to Towering Firmament Palace. He didn't know if it was because he had learned something or not, but when he returned to Towering Firmament Palace, Xueqi felt that there were some gazes that were paying attention to him. This made him sneer in his heart. It seemed that Li Wui's worries were not unfounded. Only half a day had passed since that maxim was revealed, yet there were already so many abnormalities. If the news broke out completely, the situation would likely become even more serious. Sighing slightly, Xueqi was afraid that in the near future, the star boundary would usher in a great upheaval. For the already unstable heaven and earth, this would likely be an unbearable disaster. The war between the two realms abetted strangely. On the star boundary side, perhaps because the news of the impending opening of the profound heaven palace had secretly leaked, or perhaps because Li Wui was deliberately observing, the various armies were biding their time. The demon race was more than happy to stall for time. The 108 demon dens were madly expanding outwards at all times, eroding the land of the star boundary. All they needed to do was wait for the star boundary to completely transform into a demon land, and then easily take over this huge territory. Therefore, in the past few days, the two races had not clashed, but according to the information obtained from various sources, the rate of erosion of the various demon dens had obviously increased. Combined with what Xueqi had said before, everyone realized that the situation of the great emperors trapped in this inexplicable space was only getting worse and worse. Once the world will on these great emperors was completely refined, the entire star boundary would be powerless to reverse the situation. 10 days later, Xueqi suddenly received a secret letter. The letter was handed over by someone through a disciple of the High Heaven Palace. There was no signature, not even the slightest aura, so it was impossible to tell who had sent it. There was not much information in the letter, only the name of a location. The location was in the Northern Territory, not too far from the current High Heaven Palace, only 5,000 kilometers. Holding the secret letter, Xueqi sneered. Finally unable to hold back? The profound heaven palace had not shown any signs of opening yet, but they were already making a move on him? Yang Kai wanted to see who was so impatient. With a clench of his hand, the secret letter was reduced to dust. The moon hung high above the willow branches. In the middle of the night, Kai Yang quietly crawled out of his bed. On the bed, there were several delicate bodies lying in a disorderly manner. Their graceful curves were fully displayed, their snow-white skin exposed. The room was filled with a strange atmosphere. Yang Kai was about to participate in the battle for the Great Tao, snatching opportunities from a group of fake emperors and half-saints. He was not sure if he could come back alive. This time, he could only succeed, not fail, so Yang Kai could not shrink back. In the past, if he encountered an enemy he could not defeat, he could run away, but this time, he could only bravely move forward. However, he did not tell Su Yan and the others. This kind of thing would only cause them to worry. The only thing he could do was to give them the warmest memories before he set off. A small hand grabbed one of Yang Kai's fingers. Yang Kai turned his head and saw Xia Ningchong gently tugging at him with a red face. Smiling faintly, Kai Yang leaned over and kissed her forehead. Rest well. Xia Ningchong obediently nodded and closed her eyes. Yang Kai pushed open the door and left. Following the soft sound of the door closing, Shanqing Luo suddenly sat up straight. Her fine black hair hung down, covering her ample bosom. She gritted her teeth and said, "Sneaking out in the middle of the night. He must have gone to meet some fox." She kicked Xueqi next to her and said, "Stop pretending to be asleep. The man in our house is about to be taken away." Xueqi buried her head under the pillow and said in a muffled voice, "Luo, why don't you go out and see who he is going to meet? Then we sisters can join hands and kill her." Shanqing Luo curled her lips and said, "I'm not going. If anyone wants to go, it should be Big Sister and Big Sister Qing." As she said this, she looked at Su Yan and Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing lowered her head and groped around on the bed. She found her underwear and put it on neatly with a red face, not saying a word. Su Yan just pursed her lips and smiled. She reached out and pulled Shanqing Luo into her arms. "Don't worry so much, our husband knows what he is doing. Rest well, aren't you tired?" Shanqing Luo's eyes widened and her eyelashes fluttered. "Big sister, I find that you are too lenient with him." She seemed to have discovered something extraordinary and grabbed a handful of her bosom, exclaiming, "Big sister, did you grow bigger again?" With a slap, Su Yan slapped her hand away. "Stop messing around." Shanqing Luo obediently responded and found a comfortable position in Su Yan's arms and closed her beautiful eyes. After calming down for a while, the small hand once again climbed up and gently covered her breasts. Seeing that Su Yan no longer tried to stop it, a smile appeared on the face of the little hand. He was willing to take care of this woman as long as he could. However, after inquiring, he found out that the Rakshasa sect had disappeared without a trace more than 10 years ago. Calculating the time, it was a few years after Yang Kai helped Shang Yuzhu escape. Since then, the entire Rakshasa sect, including Shang Yuzhu, had disappeared without a trace. It was not until today that they met. After knowing that Shang Yuzhu was looking for him, Yang Kai realized that he had thought too much before. Since she appeared so openly and said such words, it meant that she had no malice towards him. What's more, it was not that Yang Kai did not inquire about Shang Yuzhu after the incident. Once, he mentioned this woman to Zhan Wu Hen. When he learned that this woman was still alive, Zhan Wu Hen was quite surprised. After all, after tens of thousands of years, most of his old acquaintances were no longer alive. Only a few of his old friends were still alive. Even though he had no friendship with Shang Yuzhu, he still smiled when he learned that she was still alive. Zhan Wu Hen only had one evaluation of this woman. She was not a bad person. Since Zhan Wu Hen said so, it was enough to prove Shang Yuzhu's character. Who else do you think sent it? Shang Yuzhu tilted her head and looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Ignoring the fact that she had lived for tens of thousands of years, just by looking at her appearance and expression, one would think that she was only 28 years old. What an old monster. Yang Kai cursed in his heart and said with a chuckle, "It's precisely because I don't know who sent it that I came to take a look." After a pause he said, "It seems that Senior knows something?" Otherwise, she would not have said that Yang Kai was very bold before. Shang Yuzhu looked at him dumbfoundedly. Since you can ask this question, it seems that you know something. Very good. It saves me the effort of explaining. How did Senior know? Yang Kai was suspicious. The news should not have spread so quickly. Shang Yuzhu stroked her hair behind her ear and smiled. Did you forget what I told you? I have experienced such a thing once. I am more sensitive to the changes in the spiritual chi of heaven and earth than anyone else. I can feel that that thing is about to be born. Xian Tian Hall? Yang Kai looked serious. First, he had seen a trace of the heavenly mystery, then heaven's revelations, the words of the great emperors, and now Shang Yuzhu's words. It seemed that the opening of Xian Tian Hall was really imperative. Yes. Shang Yuzhu nodded. She was not surprised that Yang Kai knew about the existence of Xian Tian Hall. After all, although this matter was confidential, it was not unknown. Those fake great emperors who followed the great emperors all year round must have heard these things from the great emperors. It was precisely because of this that Li Wui knew about the existence of Xian Tian Hall. Staring at Yang Kai, Shang Yuzhu said, "Since you know so much, does that mean you want to go in?" Yang Kai nodded. Sure enough. Shang Yuzhu showed a look of understanding. I guess that you would go in. Although she had lived in seclusion with the Rakshasa sect for many years, she was not ignorant of the outside world, especially Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled and said, "How can I miss such a grand event? But Senior, do you know the specific time when Xian Tian Hall will open?" If Shang Yuzhu knew the specific time, he would definitely have more advantages. Within a month. Shang Yuzhu replied, after the last change in heaven and earth, Xian Tian Hall appeared within a month. Unfortunately, I was deceived by Wukong before I could wait until then. Speaking of the grudges from tens of thousands of years ago, Shang Yuzhu's tone was indifferent. Compared to those fake emperors who had long fallen in the long river of history, at least she had lived until now. When the Xian Tian Hall opened again, she had another opportunity to participate. Senior, did you ask me to come here to join forces with me? Yang Kai asked. Shang Yuzhu slowly shook her head. I have to apologize to you first. When you saved me, I did say that if the opportunity was right, we could join forces. But in the current situation, I'm afraid that joining forces is not possible. Firstly, Xian Tian Hall opened too suddenly. I'm afraid that it was affected by the erosion of the demon land, and heaven and earth felt a sense of crisis. In the end, only one person can ascend to the position of great emperors. If I join forces with you, we will have to shed all pretense of cordiality in the end. Rather than that, it's better not to join forces in the beginning, lest we fall out in the end. Secondly, I don't dare to join forces with you in your current situation. I think you know the reason. Yang Kai was now a piece of fat meat in the eyes of those fake emperors and half-saint. Shang Yuzhu's head must have been kicked by a donkey to join forces with him. She was asking for trouble. When she said this, Shang Yuzhu showed a trace of embarrassment on her face. After all, she was suspected of going back on her words. Yang Kai nodded and said, I understand. He didn't mean to argue with her. Shang Yuzhu being so frank with him made him feel good. Senior, you asked me to come out because this jade slip contains information about Xian Tian Hall. Go back and take a look at it carefully. While speaking, Shang Yuzhu handed over a jade slip. Yang Kai reached out and received it with a look of joy. Does Senior know the situation in Xian Tian Hall? Shang Yuzhu shook her head. I'm not very clear. After all, I didn't go in. I just heard some things from people in the past. So I can't judge how much of the information in this jade slip is true and how much is false. You have to consider it yourself. Even so, Yang Kai was overjoyed. He cupped his hands and said, Many thanks, Senior. Shang Yuzhu waved her hand and said, It's hard to repay the kindness of saving my life. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would still be trapped in the void, slowly waiting for death. Yang Kai grinned. For Senior, it's a life-saving grace. But for me, it's just a small matter. He waved the jade slip in his hand. Now, this is what I need the most. Let's call it even. Shang Yuzhu let out a long sigh. How could a life-saving grace be called even like this? After a moment of silence she said, If you meet me in Xian Tian Hall, if you need any help, don't hesitate to ask. Before the final battle begins, if I can help, I will not refuse. At that time, I'll have to trouble Senior a little. Yang Kai grinned. In addition, I have one more thing to ask of you. Yang Kai showed an attentive expression. Please speak, Senior. Although I didn't intentionally pass down the killing Rakshasa sect to them, they still have some ties with me. Over the years, I've been recuperating, and they've done their best to honor and worship me. I don't know if I'll be able to return after I leave this time. Moreover, the situation in the star boundary is changing, and they're a group of women who are wandering outside. If no one takes care of them, I'm afraid that sooner or later, they'll die without a complete corpse. I'd like to ask you to bring them back to Towering Palace. Chapter 3758. It's a piece of cake. Yang Kai smiled and said, I have inquired about the situation of the Rakshasa sect before, but unfortunately, there was no news. Now that Senior has spoken, let them follow me back to the High Heaven Palace. Senior can rest assured that as long as the High Heaven Palace is not destroyed, they will be safe and sound. Thank you very much. Shang Yuzhu showed a grateful expression. Although she knew that Yang Kai would definitely not refuse as long as she asked, she was still a little surprised to see him agree so readily. She knew that she had not misjudged him. You should take a good rest during this period of time. If the Shen Tian Palace opens, there will be a storm gathering. At that time, the enemy you will have to face will not only be the demon race. After giving a stern warning, Shang Yuzhu's figure gradually faded as if she had merged into a layer of mist. Yao Yao's voice came, take care. Yang Kai cupped his hands and said, Senior, take care. After a while, Shang Yuzhu's aura completely disappeared. The dark clouds in the sky dispersed, and the moonlight poured down. The earth was dyed with a layer of silver light. Yang Kai sighed softly and said, I just came out for a trip. Why are you following me? Also, old Cheong, your hostility is too strong. I can smell it from afar. When the words fell, a layer of ripples appeared in the void not far away from him. As the ripples spread, 3 figures gradually appeared. Brat, you can actually find out, Jiu Feng, who was dressed in a fiery red robe, looked at Yang Kai in amazement. Do you really have the capital to be a fake emperor? Xueqi frowned and said, Is my hostility very strong? Yang Yen pursed his lips and chuckled. It's not that your hostility is too strong. It's just that his perception is sharp. This soul cultivation is probably beyond the level of a fake emperor. Tese. General Military Master asked you to come? Yang Kai looked at them and rubbed his head with a headache. As soon as he left the High Heaven Palace, he noticed that there were 3 people following him. Although they hid very well, how could they escape Yang Kai's detection? In terms of the cultivation of the spirit, Yang Kai was already ahead of the 3 of them. No matter how hard they tried to hide, they would still reveal some traces. It was precisely because he sensed that it was the 3 of them that Yang Kai didn't point it out. He knew that this was probably Li Wui's order. However, Yang Kai was grateful that a veteran fake emperor and 2 powerful saint spirits had been dispatched to protect him. Yang Kai felt a little sad. Now that the survival of the astral plane is at stake, there's no harm in being careful, Nine Phoenix said. I understand. Yang Kai nodded. Who was that just now? Why do I feel like I've heard something incredible? Yang Yun stared in the direction where Shang Yuzhu disappeared, and her beautiful eyes narrowed. In the information she had gathered, there was no such fake emperor. This was extremely inconceivable. The battle between the 2 worlds had spread to the entire world, and there was no longer a pure land in this world. Any cultivator with a little bit of strength would no longer hide. However, it wasn't until today that she discovered that there was actually a fake emperor in this world that she didn't know about. Moreover, the conversation between that woman and Yang Kai just now was also very interesting. It actually involved the Shen Tian Palace. It seemed that that woman knew a lot about the Shen Tian Palace. This was enough to make people vigilant. Although from that woman's attitude just now, she didn't have any malicious intentions towards Yang Kai. However, since she knew so many unknown secrets, she would definitely be a strong opponent in the future battle of the Great Tao. Yang Yun was already considering whether to strike first to gain the upper hand and eliminate her. Since we're already out, Do you want to stretch your muscles? Yang Yun frowned. What do you want to do? Follow me and you'll know. Yang Kai didn't explain. He jumped up and ran in a direction. Yang Yun and the others had a helpless look on their faces. They could only hurriedly follow. An hour later, a great battle broke out in the demon cave outside Songlong City. Yang Kai, Yang Yun, Jiufeng, and Xueqi rushed into the demon cave. They rampaged and slaughtered countless half-saint of demon race. Many half-saint of demon race were shocked and angry. However, before they could get into formation, Yang Kai and the others who had been fighting for a while had retreated, leaving behind a mess. The half-saint guarding the demon cave gnashed their teeth and cursed. Although they killed many demon race members, it didn't benefit the overall situation at all. Not a single half-saint of the demon race was injured. Yang Yun and the others didn't know what Yang Kai's intentions were. They only thought that he was under too much pressure and ran out to vent. After returning to the High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai immediately entered a secret room and went into seclusion to investigate the contents of the jade slip that Shang Yuzhu had given him. Although Shang Yuzhu had experienced a battle of the Great Tao, she hadn't really participated in it. She just knew more about the mysterious Heaven Palace than others. However, the information she had was limited. In this world, only the great emperors knew about the mysterious Heaven Palace. However, many great emperors were now trapped in an unknown space. Who could contact them? On the other hand, with the traitor Qin Yi, the half-saint of the demon race might have comprehensive information. It wasn't something that the fake emperors of the Star Boundary could compare to. Qin Yi had never shown his face after he was injured. No one knew where he was hiding to heal his injuries. However, Shang Yuzhu could sense that the mysterious Heaven Palace was about to open, so there was no reason that Qin Yi couldn't. The demon race was definitely preparing to participate in the Battle of the Great Tao. There wasn't much information recorded in the Jade Slip. Shang Yuzhu didn't know anything about the situation in the mysterious Heaven Palace. She only knew that many people would die in every battle of the Great Tao. Those who participated were all fake emperor-level powerhouses, but those who could walk out alive were only 1/3 of them. And how many of these 1/3 could reach the Great Tao and become great emperors? It depended on the capacity of the bottle of heaven and earth at that time. It could be said that in every battle of the Great Tao, most of the powerhouses who entered were just foils. The real protagonists were only a few people who were favored by the heavens. In Shang Yuzhu's Jade Slip, the mysterious Heaven Palace was a worldly mystery realm. The so-called worldly mystery realm was a world created by the heavens and earth. This world existed when the heavens and earth were born, and it would be destroyed when the heavens and earth died. The opening time was uncertain. It would only open when the heavens and earth felt that it needed to open. In the deepest part of the mysterious Heaven Palace, there was the Heaven Void Cauldron. The Heaven Void Cauldron was endlessly mysterious. Only by finding the Heaven Void Cauldron could one hope to become great emperors. Mysterious Heaven Palace, Heaven Void Cauldron. Yang Kai rubbed the side of his head and frowned. What should I do after finding it? Unfortunately, Shang Yuzhu didn't know what to do after finding the Heaven Void Cauldron. Perhaps it was a treasure of heaven and earth. After refining it, one could succeed. Or perhaps it was the Heaven Void Cauldron that controlled the destiny of the world. Although there wasn't much information in the Jade Slip, it at least pointed the way for Yang Kai, so he wouldn't be at a loss after entering the mysterious Heaven Palace. In this regard alone, Shang Yuzhu had helped him a lot this time. Not to mention, Shang Yuzhu had also said in the Jade Slip that the mysterious Heaven Palace not only contained the Heaven Void Cauldron, the key to becoming a great emperor, but also many other opportunities. After all, the mysterious Heaven Palace was a secret realm of heaven and earth that was created by the heaven and earth and destroyed by the heaven and earth. There were countless good things inside. For generations, those fake emperors who failed to become great emperors would generally become much stronger as long as they were able to leave the mysterious Heaven Palace alive. The higher-ups of each side knew that before the mysterious Heaven Palace was completely opened, no one would be able to find any useful information. When the phantom of the mysterious Heaven Palace appeared, the world energy of the entire star boundary gathered towards the Great Hall at an extremely fast speed, and even every corner of the star boundary was swept up in a frenzy of energy. As the days passed, the Great Hall became clearer and clearer, more and more solid. In contrast, the world energy of the star boundary decreased substantially. It seemed that the opening of the mysterious heaven palace was not without a price. It required the world energy of the entire star boundary as its foundation and source chi to reveal its true form. The existence of the mysterious heaven palace could no longer be concealed. Although it was not a top secret before, only a few fake emperors knew about it. Most people were unaware. The information was only controlled by this small group of people, so it wouldn't cause too much of a stir. But now, the mysterious heaven palace had been revealed. As long as one wasn't blind, anyone could see it. No one knew when it would be opened. In the encampments of the various armies in the star boundary, the appearance of the mysterious heaven palace and the great Tao struggle gradually leaked out. It was even combined with the previous sentence, "The mysterious heaven palace has appeared." People's hearts surged. Some straightforward people directly ran to ask Li Wui if this matter was true, while others secretly planned to watch the situation develop. The matter of the mysterious heaven palace could no longer be concealed, so Li Wui simply gathered all the fake emperors in the star boundary and revealed the matter of the mysterious heaven palace and the great Tao struggle. Everyone was in an uproar, and the great hall instantly became a mess. Li Wui smiled bitterly. The thing he was most worried about had happened. Now that the matter of the mysterious heaven palace had been revealed, the problem facing the star boundary was who could enter and who could stay behind to guard it. If everyone entered the mysterious heaven palace at once, then the various armies of the star boundary would immediately become scattered sand. The demon race's great formation had already been activated, and the demon den was constantly nibbling away at the star boundary's land. If there were no false emperors holding the fort, who would be able to stop the demon race's army? They probably wouldn't even be able to protect the few territories they had now. But in the face of the greatest opportunity and grand occasion since ancient times, which fake emperor would be willing to miss it? It wasn't that they were selfish, but that everyone had worked so hard to cultivate until now. How many times had they wandered between life and death? How many times had they fought and killed others? Wasn't it all for this day? Even if they were pressured by the righteousness of their race, it was difficult to stop their determination and desire to pursue a higher martial path. No one could deprive them of this right. Even the great emperors who were still here did not have the right to do so. If this matter was not handled properly, the people's hearts would be scattered, and the star boundary could not withstand any more torment. However, Li Wui, who had been able to remain calm and composed in the face of the demon race Great Tao struggle, did not know how to persuade the fake emperors in the Great Hall at this moment. After 3 to 5 days of arguing and expressing their opinions, there was no result at all. It was unrealistic for everyone to not enter. The mysterious Tian temple was right there, and judging from the speed at which it was solidifying, it would not take long for it to completely take shape. At that time, the temple doors would be wide open. If the fake emperors of the star boundary did not enter, the half-saint of the demon race would not be modest. If they were recognized by the heavens and earth, then what was the point of the star boundary? It was also unrealistic for everyone to enter. Fortunately, the demon race Great Tao struggle was likely to face the same problem. But in comparison, their situation was slightly better, and they did not have as many concerns as the star boundary. At the crucial moment, Zhu Yan and Fu Xiao appeared together. When the dragon might filled the air, the great hall was silent, and there was no more noise. In the end, the matter was resolved by drawing lots. There would always be people who could enter the mysterious Tian temple, and there would always be people who would stay behind to guard it. Since no one was willing to miss this opportunity, they could only rely on their luck. According to the 2 elders of the dragon race Great Tao struggle, although this method was a little stupid, it was still up to fate. If they could not even draw lots, it meant that fate was not on their side. Even if they entered the mysterious Tian temple, they would not have a good ending. These words did not make sense, but the deterrence of the 2 elders of the dragon race Great Tao struggle was right there. Since they had said so, who would dare to resist? After some arrangements, the final result was out. A total of 30 fake emperors had obtained the privilege of being able to enter the mysterious Tian temple when it opened. At the same time, they were full of joy and worry. To this day, they had also heard from Li Wui that every time the Great Tao struggle occurred, countless fake emperors would fall. In the end, perhaps only a third of them would be able to walk out of Shen Tian Palace alive, while the rest would be buried inside. In other words, of the 30 fake emperors who were qualified to enter, only 10 would survive in the end. Turning their heads, they looked at each other. Among those who survived, was it you or me? After this matter was settled, the 30 fake emperors immediately returned to their stations and entered secluded cultivation, quietly waiting for the arrival of that day. Although the remaining fake emperors were gloomy, they could only accept their fate. Under the gaze of Zhu Yan and Fu Tin's dragon eyes, anyone who dared to go against them in the slightest would be immediately killed as an example to others. At such a critical moment, the two elders of the dragon race Great Tao struggle would not show the slightest mercy. Every day, the demon's den rapidly expanded outwards, eroding the land of the star boundary on a large scale. Every day, the mysterious Tian temple devoured the world's world energy at an extremely terrifying speed, solidifying its existence. Day after day, the world energy of the star boundary weakened by a level. This time, he would go all out to kill powerful enemies, and when he returned, he would either die in battle or rule the world. When Yang Kai set off, jade slips appeared out of thin air in the encampments of the star boundary's major legions. The fake emperors who had previously obtained the qualifications to enter the Xian Tian Palace to participate in the Great Tao battle were all shocked and flew into the sky. Numerous figures and streams of light converged from all directions. No matter where they set off from, no matter how far they were from the Xian Tian Palace, it only took a cup of tea's time to arrive. This Xian Tian Palace seemed to be far away on the horizon, yet it also seemed to be right in front of them. Just this layer of mystery was unfathomable. Yang Kai was the first to arrive. Zhu Yan and Fu Shun nodded slightly at him. Under the gaze of hundreds of millions of people in the world, it was not good for them to appear too humble, even though they had already recognized Yang Kai as the dragon god of the dragon race. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One figure after another appeared. In a short while, the 30 fake emperors of the star boundary had gathered here. When they arrived, they all bowed respectfully to the two elders of the dragon race before looking at Yang Kai in surprise. Just as Yang Kai did not intend to participate in this Great Tao battle from the beginning, many fake emperors did not expect Yang Kai to appear here. After all, he was only equivalent to a third-layer Emperor Realm Master. However, when they remembered that he had obtained Master Bright Moon's legacy and had the approval of the world will, they understood. Excluding the two elders of the dragon race, there were a total of 31 people on the star boundary side, including Yang Kai. Elders, I have something I don't understand. Someone suddenly stepped out from the crowd. Yang Kai looked in the direction of the voice and found that the person who spoke was no stranger to him. It was Mo, who had a conflict with him before. It could even be said that they had a grudge. Since he appeared here, it meant that he had obtained the qualifications to participate in the Great Tao battle. His luck was pretty good. However, when he spoke, he glanced at Yang Kai intentionally or unintentionally. Yang Kai immediately understood that this guy was probably going to make things difficult for him. Yang Kai sighed in his heart. The enmity from his early years was caused by him allowing Wu Heng to devour his Hang Luo starfield. Then, this guy coveted the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique and was ruthlessly beaten up by Xueqi outside Heavenly Wolf Valley in the Eastern Territory. When the War of the Two Realms broke out, Song Mo's cultivation was extraordinary and he became the army commander of the Jia Xian army. He stopped the demon race and made many contributions. If it were any other time, Yang Kai would not let this matter go. He had not had much contact with Song Mo, but he had a bad feeling about him. However, this was a time of war, so Yang Kai was not willing to break the rules of the star boundary because of a personal grudge. Therefore, over the years, even though he and Song Mo did not see eye to eye, they lived in harmony and led their respective armies to fight against the demon race. They did not have much interaction. Unfortunately, he did not want to cause trouble, but Song Mo did not seem to think so. What is it? Zhu Yan turned his head to look at him. Master, before this, our colleagues used the drawing of lots to determine the candidates to enter the Profound Heaven Palace. As far as I know, the GZ Army's army commander, Lord Yang, did not participate. What is he doing here right now? Yang Kai grinned at him. Whatever you want to do, I will do. What qualifications do you have? Song Mo's expression turned cold. Lord Yang is only a high-ranked demon king now, right? If he wants to participate in the great struggle, I'm afraid he will have to go back and train hard for a few hundred years. Whether I have the qualifications or not is not up to you to decide. Yang Kai chuckled and pointed a finger at the sky. You have to ask it to know. Song Mo ignored him and only looked at Zhu Yan, saying in a low voice, Master, the previous plan was carried out fairly by the two masters, and we have no complaints. Those who can stand here are all people who have been blessed by the heavens. Since Lord Yang did not participate, how can he enter? If this is true, I'm afraid it will disappoint our colleagues who are still watching below. I ask that Master order him to leave, so as to avoid stirring up trouble. As soon as he said this, many people showed thoughtful expressions. Although no one was willing to cause trouble at this time, Song Mo's words were not without reason. If Yang Kai was really allowed to enter the profound heaven palace, what would those fake emperors who did not have the qualifications and were willing to give up this opportunity to guard the star boundary think? Not to mention whether Yang Kai could enter the profound heaven palace as a high-ranked demon king. Even if he could, he did not have the qualifications. Yang Kai's qualifications are mine. I will not enter the profound heaven palace this time, Li Wuyi suddenly said. Everyone was shocked when they heard this and turned to look at him. Someone exclaimed, General Master, what do you mean? Li Wuyi smiled slightly. It is exactly what you heard. The qualifications that belong to me to enter the profound heaven palace will be transferred to Yang Kai. This way, he will have the qualifications to enter. Although it was a lottery, the two great elders of the dragon race could still do something. Those who had to enter the profound heaven palace would naturally be qualified, and Li Wuyi was naturally one of them. The rest would really depend on luck. Master, you can't. General Master, please reconsider. This. Most of the people present tried to persuade him. It was not that they were prejudiced against Yang Kai and did not want him to enter the profound heaven palace, but Li Wuyi was after all the strongest person under the great emperors. If he entered the profound heaven palace, then the star boundary would have a much higher chance of winning. In the end, Yang Kai was a rising star and occupied one of the slots, so he was definitely not as useful as Li Wuyi. It was because of this consideration that they tried to persuade him. Otherwise, how could they not care about Yang Kai's intentions? There is no need to say more. This is the result of this king's discussion with the two great elders. Li Wuyi waved his hand and blocked everyone's mouths with one sentence. Knowing that the two great elders of the dragon race also had the intention of this, they knew that persuasion was useless. However, this made some of them breathe a sigh of relief. Li Wuyi's reputation was too great and his strength was too strong. If he entered, the others would not have a chance to reach the great Tao. But now, he had taken the initiative to give up this opportunity and let Yang Kai enter. Didn't this mean that their greatest opponent was gone? This would certainly make the star boundary's strength weaker, but correspondingly, it would also give everyone more opportunities. This matter had both advantages and disadvantages for all the pseudo-emperors. An old man stepped forward and cupped his hands. Great elders, General Master, this old man has something to say, but I don't know if it's appropriate. Li Wuyi smiled. Master Lin, if you have something to say it. Yang Kai also turned his head and recognized this old man as the commander of the Ding Xin army, Lin Rusong. This old man had entered the pseudo-emperor realm as early as 3,000 years ago. His temperament was relatively indifferent, and he had been living in seclusion deep in the mountains for many years. When the War of the Two Worlds broke out, he had no choice but to come out and take up the position of commander of the Ding Xin army. It was said that he was the most amiable commander in the entire star boundary. Every time there was a battle against the demon race, he would take the lead and charge to the forefront. Therefore, in his army, all the soldiers respected him. In the entire army, there were hundreds of thousands of people, and not a single one of them did not admire him. He was also famous for being a good person and had never been angry with anyone. He had some friendship with the commanders of all the major armies. Chapter 3761. Lin Rusong said, Military Master, this old man is old and has been living in seclusion for many years, so I have lost the will to make progress. Although I was fortunate enough to obtain the qualifications to enter Profound Heaven Palace this time, even if I do enter, I'm afraid I may not have much of a chance. Why don't you let this old man give his qualifications to Lord Yang? Lord Yang is a rising star, a young talent, and has also received the favor of Bright Moon Master. If he enters Profound Heaven Palace, He will definitely achieve great things. Military Master, please enter Profound Heaven Palace together with him to preside over the overall situation. As soon as these words came out, many masters looked at him in surprise, and slowly, that surprise turned into respect. Lin Rusong was indeed not young, but he was far from the old age he claimed to be. Although he looked old on the outside, he was still a fake emperor after all and still had many years to live. Being willing to give up his qualifications at this time was undoubtedly an attempt to keep the peace. However, this price was really too great. No one could be as bold as him, so how could they not respect him in their hearts? Even Song Mo, who had made things difficult for Yang Kai, frowned and looked a little embarrassed. He was targeting Yang Kai for his own personal grudge, while Lin Rusong was sacrificing his own interests for the sake of the overall situation. Comparing the two, it seemed like he was looking for trouble. Fu Xi's cold eyes became much gentler when he looked at Lin Rusong. Under the general situation where so many fake emperors were fighting for a place to enter, someone actually took the initiative to stand up and give up the qualifications he had already obtained. This kind of breadth of mind was difficult for ordinary people to match. Li Wui smiled and said, "This king appreciates Master Lin's kindness, but this was something I had discussed with the two elders long ago. There are many matters in Star Boundary that the two elders can't directly intervene in, so they need me to stay behind and manage, so I can't leave no matter what." After a pause, he cupped his hands and said solemnly, "In any case, many thanks, Master Lin." Lin Rusong sighed when he heard this. "Master is righteous. This old man admires you." Li Wui said, "I also admire Master Lin's magnanimity." Originally, he had been targeting Kai Yang, but because of Lin Rusong's appearance, he suddenly disappeared. The old man would rather give up his qualifications to settle this matter peacefully, so if Song Mo continued to harp on this matter, that would be too unappreciative. Does anyone else have any objections? Zhu Yan swept his gaze across the crowd. None of the experts responded. Since that's the case, once we enter the mysterious Sky Palace, we must support each other and avoid internal friction. This old man will wait for your good news outside. Zhu Yan nodded lightly. He also knew that it was impossible to completely avoid internal strife. Even if this group of people from the astral plane could kill all the half-saint in the demon territory, there would still be a fierce battle in the end. This time, when the Shen Tian Palace opened, there was only one chance to become one of the great emperors. The path of fighting for that chance was a path of bloody slaughter. However, before the half-saint of demon race was completely wiped out, the false emperors of the astral plane still needed to maintain their alliance and comrade in arms. While the people from the astral plane were communicating, the people from the demon race gradually gathered. Behind the three demon saint, demonic chi eerie figures appeared. Yang Kai looked up and sized them up. He couldn't help but frown. The number of half-saint dispatched from the demon territory was obviously higher than the number of false emperors from the astral plane. This was to be expected. Li Wui indifferently said, "One of the four great dark lords of the demon heavenly path, Fire Lord." "So it's him." Yang Kai understood. The demon heavenly path was a group of traders of the Star Boundary who had surrendered to the demon race. Whether they were willing or forced, they had all become demons. The Tao Master was the great emperor's Ken Yi. Before the demon race's invasion, the demon heavenly path's existence had brought a lot of trouble to the Star Boundary. Under the Tao Master, there were four great dark lords, respectively wind, thunder, fire, and mountain. Each of them had the strength of a fake emperor. The Wind Lord had already died in the Flowing Time Temple, and Yang Kai's white hair was all thanks to the Wind Lord. After that, the Thunder Lord seemed to have died in the hands of the Star Boundary's powerhouses, and the Fire Lord and Mountain Lord disappeared. Then, the second battle between the two realms began, and the demon race invaded on a large scale. The Tao Master Ken Yi was heavily injured and disappeared, and the demon heavenly path gradually disappeared. The demon heavenly path's existence was originally created by Ken Yi to create chaos in the Star Boundary before the demon race's invasion. Since the demon race's army had arrived, there was naturally no need for the demon heavenly path to exist. Even Ken Yi was secretly healing himself, so the demon heavenly path could only be left to fend for itself. However, Yang Kai didn't expect that the demon heavenly path's Fire Lord would actually obtain the qualifications to enter the mysterious Heaven Temple this time. Although he didn't know the situation on the other side of the demon race, it should be similar to the situation on the Star Boundary side. In order to compete for the qualifications to enter, there should be a lot of quarreling and fighting. The fact that the Fire Lord, as a human, could stand out among a group of half-saint of demon race was somewhat unexpected. Faintly, Yang Kai felt that the Fire Lord gave him a familiar feeling, as if he had seen this person somewhere before. As if he felt Yang Kai's gaze, the Fire Lord turned his head and glanced at Yang Kai. When their eyes met, the Fire Lord smiled slightly. "You have to be careful of this person too." Li Wui's voice sounded beside his ear. Of the 4 great Dark Lords of the Demon Heavenly Path, the origins of the other 3 are very clear and traceable. Only the Fire Lord's origin is a mystery. Before the rise of the Demon Heavenly Path, this person seemed to have never appeared, but after the Demon Heavenly Path appeared, he suddenly appeared. "I don't know where Can Yi found him. I'll be careful." Yang Kai nodded lightly. At this moment, the doors of the mysterious Heaven Palace were already wide open. It was as if an invisible beast had opened its mouth and was about to swallow someone whole. Just the aura that came from the palace doors allowed people to catch a glimpse of the aura of the Great Tao. After they all gathered together, whether it was the human false emperor or the half-saint of the demon race's territory, they all looked eager to make a move. As long as they rushed through the doors and entered the mysterious Heaven Palace, they would have a chance to become great emperors. Who could resist such a temptation? However, the 2 elders of the dragon race and the 3 demon saint didn't say anything, so no one dared to act rashly. After all, it wasn't easy to stand out. Their auras collided with each other, causing the void to distort and distort. Suddenly, Xueqi raised a finger and pointed at Yang Kai. "Once you enter, find a chance to kill him." As soon as he finished speaking, a crimson light shot out from his fingertip and blasted towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression froze, but before he could do anything, Zhu Yan had already blocked in front of him and dispersed the crimson light with a wave of his hand. This finger seemed to be a signal. When Xueqi pointed, the dozens of half-saints behind him all flew towards the open door of Profound Heaven Hall. They arrived in front of Xueqi in an instant and were about to charge into Profound Heaven Hall. As the laws of space fluctuated, Li Wuyi and Yang Kai's figures disappeared at the same time. When they reappeared, the 2 had already arrived in front of the mysterious Heaven Palace. Li Wuyi's black hair and clothes fluttered without any wind. The space around him distorted, and the power of laws fluctuated. Facing the dozens of half-saint from the demon territory charging towards him, his expression didn't change. He suddenly clapped his hands together and shouted, "Condense!" The void froze, and the half-saints who were charging forward paused in their tracks. However, no matter how strong Li Wuyi was, he was still only at the false emperor realm. How could he stop so many half-saint charging at him by himself? Being able to stop them for a moment was already an incredible performance. The half-saint were furious. After activating their secret techniques to break free from the restraints of space, their demonic chi surged. Chapter 3762. Roar. A resounding dragon roar resounded, accompanied by a series of crackling sounds. A colossus of 1,000 feet tall appeared out of thin air, blocking in front of Li Wuyi. Taking advantage of the gap created by Li Wuyi, Yang Kai had already transformed into a 1,000 feet tall dragon. The black dragon's spear flickered with light as he gripped the end of the spear tightly and swept it forward. Endless spear might enveloped a large area, and a terrifying killing intent mixed with a mysterious aura enveloped the demon race's camp. The half-saints' expression changed, and they couldn't care less about attacking Li Wuyi and retreated. Learning from the mistakes of their predecessors, the half-saints all knew that Yang Kai had comprehended a kind of power called martial Dao true intent. This kind of power was strange and inexplicable, but also incomparably powerful. Once one was injured by it, it would be like a maggot in one's bones. Even the demon saints would have to spend a lot of effort to resolve it. If they really had to fight, how could they be afraid of a single Yang Kai? In a life-or-death struggle, even if they had to pay a price, they could still kill Yang Kai here. But now was the crucial moment to enter the mysterious Heaven Temple to compete for the opportunities in the star boundary. Which half-saint would be willing to be injured here? Not to mention, if they were injured by Yang Kai, they would immediately lose their qualifications. So even though they were unwilling, the half-saints still retreated, not daring to face him head-on. The moment the 2 sides clashed, the two elders of the dragon race and the three demons saint from the demon territory clashed, causing the sky to darken in an instant. Zhu Yan and Fu Shun didn't want to fight the demon saint here. After all, this place was too close to the mysterious Heaven Temple. It wouldn't be good if they affected the mysterious Heaven Temple. Not to mention, the aftermath of their fight was too big. If they accidentally injured the fake emperors of their camp, wouldn't that be embarrassing? But the demon saint didn't think so. They seemed to want to break through the defense of the two elders of the dragon race and attack the fake emperors. They wanted to eliminate some of the candidates for the Great Tao. If they wanted to fight, the two elders of the dragon race could only meet them head-on. So a huge battle was unavoidable. A terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions. Both the half-saint and the fake emperor paled. They had never been so close to a battle of such a level before. Feeling the power of the top experts of their respective camps, they were all overwhelmed with shock and yearning. What are you waiting for? Yang Kai held the 1,000-meter-long giant spear in his hand and roared like a dragon as he and Li Wuyi blocked the entrance of profound heavenly temple, stopping several dozen half-saints from advancing. After his roar, the fake emperors came to their senses and rushed toward the Tianxian palace. Whoosh! 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 One figure after another flitted past Yang Kai and Li Wuyi. The first to rush over was Zhang Mo. This guy's reaction was much faster than the others. Perhaps he had already made up his mind. The rest of the people nodded at the two of them before disappearing through the door. Watching a group of fake emperors enter the Tianxian palace, the faces of the half-saint realm cultivators on the demon race's side sank. Although no one knew the situation inside the Tianxian palace, those who entered first might have the upper hand. If by the time they entered, the fake emperors of the star boundary had already set up a trap, they might suffer some casualties. But they were also apprehensive of Yang Kai's true intent of the martial way, so they didn't want to rush forward at this time. In the blink of an eye, the fake emperors of the star boundary had all entered the Tianxian palace. After 3 days, it would enter the void and disappear without a trace. When it reappeared, it would be the end of the Battle of the Great Tao. Therefore, Li Wuyi's current mission was to guard the Shangtian for 3 days. It was not only to prevent the demon race from adding more demi-saints into the Shangtian, but also to prevent the fake emperors from the astral boundary from making a move. The battle between the two elders of the dragon race and the demon saint gradually came to an end. In the past, Zhu Yan and Fu Shun were suppressed by the three demon saint, but after entering the dragon transformation pool, the couple's strength had greatly increased, and now they had the upper hand against Xueqi and the others. However, it was unrealistic for the two of them to kill a demon saint, just like how the demon saint could not kill them. Continuing to fight pointlessly would only result in both sides suffering losses. Therefore, after everyone who should enter had entered, the two sides gradually stopped fighting and stood on opposite sides of the Tianxian palace, quietly confronting each other. The world was spinning and he was dizzy. The moment he stepped into the Tianxian palace, Yang Kai felt as if his head was about to explode. This situation was clearly a sign of spatial teleportation. If he, who was proficient in the law of space, was like this, there was no need to mention the others. Yang Kai inwardly estimated that the others who entered the Tianxian palace would be unable to think for at least several dozen breaths of time. The scenery in their field of vision distorted and changed, as if they were shuttling through a space-time tunnel. Their bodies kept falling down endlessly, making them feel uneasy. After an unknown amount of time, Kai Yang suddenly felt his body relax and his feet touch the ground. A cold wind blew and his whole body felt cold. Only then did Kai Yang discover that his clothes were soaked with sweat. Half kneeling on the ground, he gasped for breath. Without having time to size up his surroundings, Yang Kai immediately released his divine sense and sensed his surroundings. No one knew what was going on inside the Tianxian palace, not even Shang Yuzhu. Although she had experienced a battle of the Great Tao, she had not entered the Tianxian palace. Who could guarantee that there was no danger inside? Fortunately, there did not seem to be any danger in the place where Yang Kai landed. Under his divine sense, he detected some life auras, and they were all very good, but after all, they did not pose a threat to him. Within the range of his divine sense, there were no familiar energy fluctuations. Yang Kai could not help but frown and murmur, "Is this a random teleportation?" It was not the first time he had entered a similar secret territory. Many secret territories had such a restriction at the entrance. Although they entered together, the places they landed were completely different. This was reasonable. After all, this was the Tianxian Palace, a place where the Great Tao competition took place. In the past, all those who entered here were enemies. If they landed in the same place, they would immediately be beaten to death. As the dizziness gradually disappeared, Yang Kai had time to look around. What he saw made him raise his eyebrows. The place where he landed seemed to be in a forest, and around him, there were huge ancient trees that towered into the sky. Those trees had a diameter of at least a dozen people hugging around, and the largest one was more than a dozen times the size of an ordinary tree. The dense treetops were like huge umbrellas that covered the sky above. Each tree exuded an extremely ancient aura. The world energy in the jungle was so rich that it could not be dispersed. The whole jungle was shrouded in a mist of world energy, and one could not even see their own fingers. Yang Kai took a deep breath and felt his flesh and blood tremble with excitement. Hundreds of millions of pores opened on their own, and the omnipresent pure world energy rushed directly into his body. He was secretly speechless. Should he say that this Tianxian Palace was worthy of being called a heaven and earth secret territory? When it was opened, it absorbed the world energy of the star boundary for 100 years. The richness of the world energy here was not comparable to any other place in the star boundary. Compared to this place, the heaven-grade cultivation Holy Land in the Spirit Lake Palace was like a little wizard meeting a great wizard. If one cultivated in this environment, their cultivation speed would increase by at least 10 times. Unfortunately, the Tianxian Palace would only open at certain times. Who could occupy such a heaven and earth secret territory forever? Hiding inside and not leaving was not a bad idea, but in the end, they would not be able to survive the erosion of the flowing time Great Emperor and would only turn into a pile of bones. Chapter 3763. A strange fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose. Yang Kai gently sniffed and followed the scent. Not far from where he landed, there was a cluster of short vines. These vines were full of pale golden fruits the size of longans. These fruits were strangely shaped. At first glance, they looked like lifelike cicadas crouching on top of them. The strange fragrance was coming from these fruits. Yang Kai stepped forward, reached out, and plucked one of the fruits, carefully examining it. Golden cicada fruit? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. This was a good thing. Although he had not personally performed alchemy for a long time, his foundation as an alchemy emperor was still there, so his vision was naturally not comparable to ordinary people. This golden cicada fruit was an emperor-grade spirit fruit and could be used to refine a spirit pill called the golden cicada pill, which could greatly improve a cultivator's cultivation speed upon consumption. Even if it was not refined, the golden cicada fruit itself had some of these special effects. This information was what Yang Kai had read from some ancient books. In the star boundary, the golden cicada fruit had long been extinct, so he had never seen the real thing, but with such obvious characteristics, how could he not recognize it? This profound heavenly temple world sealed world seemed to be a bit extraordinary. He had just been randomly transmitted here, yet he had already seen the golden cicada fruit, which showed how rich the resources in this sealed world were. No wonder Shang Yuzhu had said that for generations, as long as the masters who participated in the Great Tao struggle could walk out of profound heavenly temple alive, their strength would undergo earth-shaking changes. Now it seemed that there were opportunities everywhere in profound heavenly temple. Where the golden cicada fruit exists, there must be a golden thread wind snake guarding it. Just as Yang Kai's mind flashed with the information he had read, a dark shadow lurking above the vines shot straight towards him at lightning speed. Sure enough, Yang Kai grinned and stretched out his hand to grab the dark shadow. It was smooth to the touch, but it turned out to be a strange spirit snake about 3 meters long with 2 fleshy wings on its sides. The spirit snake had a straight golden line running down its back, and the snake's forked tongue flicked in and out, making a hissing sound. The snake's mouth exuded a foul stench, full of poison. The golden cicada fruit had long since gone extinct in the star boundary, and the golden thread wind snake that accompanied it was naturally nowhere to be seen. Although it was only a spirit snake that was 10 feet long, its body emitted an aura that was comparable to that of the Monster King. In other words, such a spirit snake was almost equivalent to the humans of the Emperor realm. Furthermore, the venom of the golden thread wind snake was extremely potent, and its movements were as swift as the wind. Even if someone from the Emperor realm were to encounter one, they would have to admit that they were unlucky. The spirit snake in his hand was still struggling. Its long body curled up and coiled around Yang Kai's arm, as if it wanted to break Yang Kai's arm. With a light smile, he slightly activated his dragon's might. The struggling golden thread wind serpent immediately stopped moving. Its body that was wrapped around Yang Kai's arm also softened. A trace of fear seemed to appear in its vertical eyes. All snakes in the world had the bloodline of the dragon race, but that bloodline was extremely thin. Under Yang Kai's pure dragon's might, how could a trivial golden thread wind serpent maintain its original state? "Don't panic, I won't take your life," Yang Kai said to it. He didn't know whether it could understand, but Yang Kai guessed that it couldn't. Although this golden thread wind serpent's strength wasn't bad, it didn't have sentience. It only had instincts. As he spoke, he put it into the sealed world bead and placed it in the medicine garden. After that, Yang Kai plucked the golden cicada fruit in front of him and cast a spell to transplant the entire vine into the medicine garden. The golden cicada fruit vine and the golden thread wind serpent had a symbiotic relationship. The growth of the golden thread wind serpent couldn't be separated from the juice of the golden cicada fruit vine. And the golden thread wind serpent's breath also had a promoting effect on the growth of the golden cicada fruit. If Yang Kai wanted to transplant the golden cicada fruit vine, he would naturally have to move both into the medicine garden. If he took only one, it wouldn't be able to survive. This was probably the biggest reason why the golden cicada fruit and the golden thread wind serpent were extinct in the star boundary. Although the main purpose of entering the profound heaven temple this time was to participate in the struggle for the great Tao, Yang Kai didn't mind enriching the plants in his medicine garden without wasting too much time and energy. The things in this sealed world weren't ordinary. They couldn't be found in ordinary times, so it would be a pity to miss them. After leaving the profound heaven temple in the future, these things could be used to rapidly improve the strength of himself and his companions. In just a moment, Yang Kai had finished. After pondering for a moment, he waved his hand and a figure wrapped in demonic chi suddenly appeared in front of him. This was a demon race, and judging from the aura emanating from its body, it was a mid-rank demon king of the demon race. Naturally, this was Yang Kai's captive. Previously, Yang Kai had teamed up with Zhou Feng and Yang Inflammation to wreak havoc in the demon cave outside Surging Wave City. They had killed many demon race members and captured some of them alive. At that time, Zhou Feng and Yang Inflammation didn't know why Yang Kai was spending so much effort to capture some demon kings, and Yang Kai didn't explain anything either. Now it was time to use these captives. This demon king had been trapped in the small sealed world for many days. At this moment, it had just escaped and hadn't figured out the situation yet. After seeing Yang Kai's figure in front of it, its face suddenly changed and it quickly retreated while throwing out a punch. Yang Kai casually blocked the other party's attack and just stared at it without any intention to pursue. Seeing this scene, the demon king, who was fleeing in a hurry, couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. Before it could figure out Yang Kai's intentions, its eyes suddenly widened and the aura on its body fluctuated violently, becoming extremely unstable. An angry roar rang out and in less than 3 breaths of time, the demon king exploded with a loud bang, not even leaving behind a corpse. Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. He raised his hand again and released the second demon king. A few breaths later, the second demon king followed in the footsteps of the previous demon king and exploded into a bloody mist. Then, the third. Only after the third demon king died in front of him did Yang Kai stop. Now, it seemed that the mysterious Heaven Palace's sealed world really had a special barrier. If one's strength wasn't at the level of a false emperor or half-saint, as long as they entered this place, they would die without an intact corpse. There was no reason to explain this. And the reason why he was safe and sound was probably because he had received the legacy of the great emperors Mingyu. So he had the approval of the world will. Moreover, this mechanism should only be applied to outsiders. The 3 demon kings released by Yang Kai had all died, but the Monster King level golden thread wind snake from before was still alive and well. The reason for this was that one had intruded without permission, while the other was a native. Since he had come to a conclusion, Yang Kai naturally didn't bother to probe further. But, it's been so long, why haven't they come yet? Yang Kai frowned slightly, and a bad feeling arose in his heart. This time, it wasn't that Li Wui didn't make arrangements for him to enter the mysterious Heaven Palace. With the world will, it was very likely that he would become the focus of the demon race's attention. Even if Yang Kai now had the strength comparable to a half-saint, he definitely wouldn't be able to resist the joint attack of many powerhouses of the demon race. Yang Kai could only work with others to turn the situation around. However, there were very few people who could work with him. Yang Kai didn't trust most of them. Originally, Li Wui had arranged for Yang Inflammation and Yang Kai to work together. But after confirming the candidates to enter the mysterious Heaven Palace, Bing Yun found Li Wui. After a long discussion, Bing Yun also became one of the allies. In other words, in this mysterious Heaven Palace, the only people Yang Kai could trust were Yang Inflammation and Bing Yun. According to the previous agreement, after entering this place, they would immediately use the space spirit bead to teleport to Yang Kai's side. Then, they would hide in Yang Kai's small sealed world and act according to the situation. But in fact, Yang Inflammation and Bing Yun were nowhere to be seen. Under the fluctuations of space principles, Yang Kai's mind connected with the space spirit bead. After a while he sighed slightly. Sure enough, the worst situation had appeared. In this mysterious Heaven Palace, the space spirit bead couldn't play a role. Yang Kai clearly felt that there was a force suppressing the space spirit bead's teleportation, causing him to be unable to go to Yang Inflammation or Bing Yun. The situation was a bit bad. However, it wasn't that he hadn't considered this situation before. In a heaven and earth sealed world like the mysterious Heaven Palace, there were bound to be all kinds of incredible barriers. The existence of the space spirit bead was too unfair to the battle for the Great Tao. Perhaps the world had sensed something and made the space spirit bead lose its function in this heaven and earth sealed world. If the space spirit bead can't be used, then what about teleportation? With a thought, Yang Kai took a step forward. His figure quickly blurred, and when his foot landed, he had disappeared. In another part of the jungle, Yang Kai's figure suddenly appeared. He touched his chin with a thoughtful look on his face. It was good news that his teleportation wasn't restricted. This way, even if he encountered many demon saint teaming up, he could still escape if he couldn't beat them. However, for now, it would be best if he could meet up with Bing Yun and Yang Yen. After that, he still had to search for the Heaven Void Cauldron. Chapter 3764. He quietly crept over, but when he arrived, he didn't find anyone. Many towering ancient trees were crooked, and the ground was a mess. There were also more than a dozen corpses of wolf-like monster beasts lying on the ground. They were all lifeless, and blood flowed all over the ground. The aftermath of the battle still lingered in the air. Although these dozen monster beasts were already dead, Yang Kai could tell at a glance that they were all Monster King level. The leader was larger than the others, and its fur was silver. It was estimated that it was at the peak of the Monster King level. Such a group of monster beasts couldn't be considered weak. From the time Yang Kai heard the commotion until he arrived, it had only been 10 breaths of time. To be able to kill so many powerful monster beasts in such a short time, it could be seen that the attacker was very strong. Not only were the aftermath of the battle lingering in the air, but there was also a faint demonic qi. Yang Kai smiled gently and looked in a direction. Do you want to come out yourself, or do I have to invite you out? The surroundings were quiet, and there was no reply. Yang Kai didn't ask a second time. He reached out and grasped the black dragon spear in the air. In a flash, he stabbed the spear into the ground. With a loud bang, a huge hole was blasted in the ground by the huge force. Dust flew everywhere, and a figure rushed out from the ground, quickly escaping into the distance. But even though he was fast, how could he be faster than Yang Kai? The black dragon spear turned into a sky full of spear shadows and shrouded him. When the energy was rampant, a series of clinking sounds could be heard. With 2 swishing sounds, the 2 figures crossed each other. Yang Kai stood in the air, holding the spear with one arm. He had a smile on his face, and his white hair fluttered in the breeze. Not far from him, a half-saint with demonic qi surging all over his body was looking at him with a livid expression. He gritted his teeth and said, Yang Kai. It's this king. Yang Kai snorted, blood spilling from the corners of his mouth as he spoke. Although he had taken his opponent by surprise, he had still suffered a small loss in this fight. His opponent's half-saint cultivation wasn't a soft persimmon, and his full-powered counterattack had shaken Yang Kai's 5 viscera and 6 organs, causing him to suffer minor injuries. Although his current combat strength was comparable to a half-saint, his cultivation wasn't high enough. Being able to fight a half-saint head-on without falling into a disadvantage. Previously, he had been able to kill a stone demon half-saint because he had taken his opponent by surprise. He had relied on the Black Dragon Spear's sharpness and his martial Dao true intent. Secondly, he had Lin Yun, Lan Sun, and Mo Xueqi with him. Although these three girls were only Emperor Realm Masters, they were all personally taught by the great emperors. They all had powerful artifacts in their hands, so he naturally couldn't underestimate them. While speaking, Yang Kai glanced at the half-saint's waist and abdomen. There was a foot-long wound there, and blood was flowing out of the wound. Although his demonic qi was wrapped around it, it was of no use. After being injured by his martial Dao true intent, even a small injury could accumulate to become a fatal threat. After the half-saint recognized Yang Kai, he obviously also realized this point. His already livid face became even more unsightly. He stretched out his hand to cover the wound, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't stop the blood from flowing out. "I remember that your name is Roha?" Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at him. When he was in the demon territory, he shuttled back and forth between various continents to repair and maintain the world gates. Most of those continents had a half-saint, so he met many half-saints. He knew most of the half-saint in the demon territory, and the one in front of him was one of them. And Roha seemed to be a sand demon. Just now, he was hiding underground. Obviously, he knew that after the battle, others might come to investigate, so after killing the monster beast, he immediately hid, just in case. But he didn't expect Yang Kai to come so quickly and find him so easily. "If I knew this would happen, I would have killed you," Roha hatefully said. The first time he met Yang Kai in his continent, Yang Kai didn't have such terrifying power. At that time, if he made a move, he would have the hope of taking Yang Kai's life. But now, Yang Kai's wings are full. Unless a demon saint personally makes a move, any half-saint can't kill him. Who can say what will happen in the future? Yang Kai reached out and wiped the blood from his mouth. He pointed his gun at him and said, "I will give you two choices, surrender or die." Roha seemed to be angered. His yellow eyes flashed as he said, "Do you really think I am afraid of you?" "Sorry, I got it wrong." Yang Kai grinned, and just as his smile bloomed, he was already in front of Roha. The black dragon's spear rapidly enlarged in front of Roha's eyes. What was coming at him was not a spear, but a dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. The dense dragon pressure made it difficult for a half-saint like him to breathe. Roha resisted the throbbing in his heart as he roared and his mana surged. The black dragon's spear hit Roha's body, but Yang Kai's brows wrinkled. He didn't feel the slightest bit of pain. Roha's body exploded and turned into a huge sandstorm that wrapped Yang Kai in it. The wind whistled and the sand danced in the air. The tiny grains of sand seemed to have turned into indestructible sharp blades at this moment. In just a moment, Yang Kai was already riddled with wounds, his body dripping with blood, and the trees around him had all collapsed. "You dare to offend a half-saint, I will let you die here today." Roha's voice came from all directions, making people unable to figure out where he was hiding. A resounding dragon's roar rang out as the golden dragon's head flashed. Circulating his dragon transformation secret art, Yang Kai transformed into a 1,000-meter-long dragon. The surrounding sand and gravel hit his dragon scales, creating a series of crackling sounds as sparks flew everywhere. The 300-meter-long giant spear swept out, and the sandstorm that enveloped a large area was also cut in half. However, after a breath of time, the sandstorm returned to normal. "In the territory of the sandstorm, I am invincible. What are you going to use to fight me?" Roha's voice came again, drifting erratically. As soon as he finished speaking, a thin stream of sand separated from the sandstorm, forming a giant sand dragon that opened its huge mouth and bit at Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he thrust out his spear. Above the tip of his spear, a huge black ball suddenly appeared. Chapter 3765. Run. Why aren't you running anymore? Yongkai turned his head and spat out a mouthful of blood as he looked at Roha. Roha said solemnly, "The battle has just begun. Do you have to be so aggressive? Why don't we stop here and make plans in the future? There will always be a time when we can compete." "Are you begging for mercy?" Yongkai put his spear on his shoulder and looked at Roha mockingly. "Yongkai, you have to understand that it's not that I don't have the power to fight, I just don't want to fight with you." Roha was angry. "That depends on whether you have the qualifications or not." Yongkai slammed the blue dragon's spear into the ground and his expression suddenly became solemn. His hands quickly formed a series of seals as the aura of principles flowed out from his body. The entire world seemed to stagnate, as if time had stopped flowing at this moment. Flowing time, Great Emperor. Roha was shocked. The information about Yongkai from the demon race was very detailed. Naturally, he knew what kind of divine technique Yongkai could use, so he knew what kind of attack was coming. In Yongkai's information, there were many things that could make a half-saint afraid of him, but there were 3 things that could make a demon saint afraid of him. The first was his true meaning. This was something that even a half-saint would have a headache about. The second was his law of space. When he went to the demon territory, he was able to repair the world gate. Now that his strength has increased, his attainments in the law of space became more and more powerful. The third was the flowing time, Great Emperor. After all, it involved the law of time, which was more difficult to defend against than the law of space. In fact, until now, the people in the demon territory couldn't figure out how a person could study 2 kinds of laws, and whether it was the law of time or the law of space, both were very profound and difficult to practice. It was simply incredible that these 2 kinds of laws could be gathered in one person's body. So when Roha felt the aura of the law of time, he wanted to retreat. His firm determination was shattered at this moment. However, before he could do anything, Yongkai's palm came down on him. The principle of time spread, making Roha's thoughts stagnate for a moment. In a flash, Roha returned to his senses, but what he saw was an invincible spear coming at him. At this moment of life and death, Roha used all his strength and raised his hand to summon a large number of demonic treasures. Each of these treasures bloomed with different colors and turned into layers of protection in front of him. Roha's face suddenly paled. A huge force came from the front. Pain came from his chest and abdomen. It was as if he had been hit by a huge mountain. His whole body flew backward, and his demonic blood scattered in the sky. Yongkai returned to his human form and chased after Roha. In the forest, the battle started again. Even though Roha was seriously injured, he still had the strength to fight. Yongkai was so aggressive that he naturally wouldn't sit still and wait for death. After the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, somewhere in the jungle, Roha was lying on the ground like a pile of rotten meat. The blue dragon's spear pierced his body and nailed him to the ground. Yongkai gasped for breath as he walked over step by step. When he got close, he looked down at Roha with indifference. That cold look made Roha panic. Ever since he became a half-saint, he didn't feel this helpless for many years. His heart was full of grief and unwillingness. But what's the use of being unwilling? The only thing that made him sad was that he didn't fight Yongkai with all his strength. If he didn't act so cowardly at the beginning, he wouldn't have lost so badly. "Hey!" Yongkai stared at Roha, who was like a dead dog. He thought back to the time when he faced a half-saint and a pseudo-emperor. The pressure was as heavy as a mountain. He couldn't even breathe properly. Once upon a time, he thought that he would have such power. But now, more than one half-saint died in his hands. The vitality of the demon race is really enviable. In this battle, half of Roha's body was shattered. If a human pseudo-emperor was injured like this, he wouldn't be able to recover. But the demon race was different. Even if Roha's body was turned into a pile of rotten meat, as long as his demon heart wasn't destroyed, he wouldn't die. Of course, even if he could use the demon heart to revive, his strength would be greatly reduced. Moreover, the corrosion of the pugilist's will would be like maggots in the bones. Fortunately, he wasn't bad. Now that his power of the dragon race was greatly awakened, his body was greatly strengthened. The dragon race's body had a strong recovery ability. "Let me go," Roha said bitterly. While speaking, a lot of blood came out of his mouth. "I gave you a chance, but unfortunately, you didn't cherish it. Yang Kai reached out and held the black dragon spear. He gently twisted it. Roha's face showed pain, but he didn't scream. Let me go, and I will tell you everything you want to know. What do you think I want to know? Yang Kai looked at him coldly. Everything about the secret realm of heaven and earth. Didn't you make me submit to you because you wanted to find out about this? Roha gasped for breath. Blood came out of his mouth. He looked very miserable. Presumably, you don't know as much about the mysterious heaven temple as we do. Yang Kai snorted. That's because you have a traitor. If the great emperors were still present, the people from the star realm who had entered the profound heaven palace this time would not be so confused about this mystery realm of heaven and earth. On the other hand, there was Kan Yi on the demon race's side. Even if Kan Yi was still recuperating, he should still be able to transmit some information. Presumably, the half-saints would have a much better grasp of the information regarding this mystery realm of heaven and earth that belonged to the star realm than the star realm. As long as you swear on your pugilist heart to let me go, I will tell you everything I know. Roha's eyes flashed with a desire to live. Even a half-saint would struggle to survive between life and death. Yang Kai said coldly, Why do I need to swear? What do you want to know? Can't I get it myself? As soon as he finished speaking, his left eye suddenly turned golden and revealed a vertical line. Endless majesty filled the air and shook people's souls. The terrifying divine sense pressed down on Roha like a tsunami. In just an instant, it touched a layer of defense. It was obviously Roha's own divine sense defense. Don't! Roha was shocked. In an instant, he felt an incomparable pain in his head. It was as if thousands of needles were piercing his head. He felt Yang Kai's divine sense cultivation and was shocked. Yang Kai's divine sense was only a high-grade demon king, but the strength of his divine sense was stronger than his. This was simply abnormal. However, this wasn't the time to think about this. Sensing that Yang Kai wanted to break through his divine sense defense to pry into his secrets, Roha hurriedly resisted. But he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't kill him. His divine sense cultivation wasn't as good as Yang Kai's, so how could he resist? After barely holding on for a dozen breaths of time, a crisp sound came from his head. His divine sense defense was broken through. The severe pain almost made Roha unable to think independently. He only felt that a godly will was rampaging in his sea of consciousness. His sea of consciousness was in a mess. At this moment, many secrets hidden in his sea of consciousness were exposed in front of the intruder. At this time, Roha suddenly showed a strange and relieved smile. You are dead. At the same time, Yang Kai, who was investigating Roha's sea of knowledge, suddenly changed his expression and whispered, Divine sense restriction. He clearly sensed that there was an aura hidden in Roha's sea of knowledge that didn't belong to him. Although this aura was extremely weak, it was incomparably pure and gave people a dangerous feeling. In an instant, Roha's divine sense converged into this aura, causing it to soar and turn into an illusory figure. This figure was tall, with fiery red hair and scarlet eyes. In Roha's sea of knowledge, this figure looked at Yang Kai's divine sense and grinned evilly. Xueqi! Yang Kai's expression changed greatly. He instantly understood what was going on. But he didn't expect that in order to protect the secrets of the Shentian temple in the minds of these half-saint, Xueqi and the others would go to such an extent and leave a divine sense in Roha's sea of knowledge. If Roha was like this, then the other half-saint should be the same. And Roha's previous pleas for mercy might have been sincere. After all, no one would be willing to die if they could live. It might also have been done on purpose to make Yang Kai lower his guard. If Yang Kai agreed, then he would be able to keep his life. Although he would be injured by the true meaning of martial path, this was the Shentian temple, where there were countless treasures. Maybe he could find some treasure that could dissolve the true meaning of martial path. If Yang Kai didn't agree, then the result would be like this. The Yang Kai who attacked him definitely wouldn't have a good ending. At this moment, Yang Kai was in big trouble. Yang Kai didn't have time to think. His divine sense quickly retreated. Roha's divine sense had been completely merged with Xueqi's divine sense, and all the secrets were gone. He couldn't investigate any further. And Xueqi's divine sense grew rapidly, which made Yang Kai feel threatened. In Roha's knowledge sea, two phantoms, one fleeing and one escaping, clashed with their divine senses in a silent battle. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai's divine sense had escaped from Roha's knowledge sea, but Xueqi's divine sense was hot on his tail. It followed the direction Yang Kai had fled in and chased him all the way into his knowledge sea. In the pitch-black knowledge sea, a sky full of stars twinkled. That was the source of the Hangluo starfield star territory. And in the center of the knowledge sea, a 7-colored radiance bloomed. Xueqi turned his head and looked around, his gaze fixed on the 7-colored island. His scarlet eyes seemed to be able to see through illusions and see the essence. With a face full of greed, he said, "Soul-warming lotus? You want it?" Yang Kai's divine sense avatar stood to the side and looked at him. Who doesn't want a supreme treasure of the world? Xueqi licked his lips, his eyes full of covetousness. "After I kill you, this thing will be mine. But I'm not as easy to bully as you think. Moreover, this is my territory." Yang Kai grinned at him. When he raised his hands, the pitch-black knowledge sea began to churn. Chapter 3766. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Yang Kai's body suddenly shook. His face was as pale as paper, and 2 streams of golden blood flowed out of his nostrils. His tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, and a trace of palpitations flashed through them. Although the battle of the divine sense just now was silent to the outside world, it was far more dangerous than the life and death battle between him and Roha. After all, that was the avatar of a demon saint, and the battlefield was in his knowledge sea. The slightest carelessness would have caused his soul to scatter. But the good thing was that the battlefield was in his knowledge sea, and he had the geographical advantage. In addition, Xueqi had underestimated the strength of his soul, and with the assistance of the soul-warming lotus, he paid a price and finally killed the avatar in his knowledge sea. His body and soul were both injured. The battle of the Great Tao had just begun, and this terrible beginning really made him feel helpless. The injuries on his body were from his fight with Roha. When he fought with Roha, he used a method that neither side would win. If it wasn't for the true meaning constantly eroding Roha's strength, it wouldn't have been difficult for him to win, but killing Roha would have been a pipe dream. There was nothing he could do about it. A half-saint wasn't so easy to kill. The first half-saint that died at his hands was Si, who was seriously injured and still in the process of recovery. Yang Kai sneaked into his territory and took the initiative to launch an attack. Even so, Yang Kai recovered for a full month. The second Windlord, strictly speaking, didn't die at his hands, but at the hands of Yang Xiao and Yang Xue. The third was the stone demon half-saint that he had killed in the Star Soul Palace. It was thanks to the might of the Black Dragon Spear and the assistance of Lan Xun and the others. This could be considered the first time that Yang Kai had single-handedly killed a half-saint at his peak. Moreover, this sand demon half-saint was slightly stronger than the Windlord. After all, he was a high-ranked demon king, so how could he not pay a price? As for the injury to his soul, there was nothing he could do about it. Even though Xueqi's soul clone had underestimated Yang Kai's soul cultivation and had the advantage of geographical advantage, the soul clone of a demon saint had completely inherited the experience of the main body. If it weren't for the soul-warming lotus constantly nourishing Yang Kai's injured soul, it would have been hard to say who would have won this battle. Casually running into Roha had a restriction placed by a demon saint in his knowledge sea. It could be imagined that the other half-saints who entered this place should be the same. This news had to be spread quickly. Although the Great Tao struggle had reached its end and everyone was his enemy, before the demon race was eliminated, it would be best for the false emperors of the astral plane to join forces. If they were careless and fell for it, it would be detrimental to the overall situation of the astral plane. If Yang Kai could think of searching for useful information from Roha's soul, the other false emperors might have thought of this as well. And this method was the fastest way to obtain information about Shen Temple. Thinking of this, Yang Kai took a deep breath and muttered to himself in a low voice. There's actually a demon saint avatar in his knowledge sea. How sinister! The wind blew, and the leaves rustled. The air was filled with the smell of blood. Yang Kai stood in place with the black dragon spear in his hand, his eyes lowered. He didn't know how much time had passed, but he suddenly raised his head and looked in a certain direction. He frowned slightly. Sure enough, it's one of us. When he was fighting with Roha, he felt that there was someone hiding in the dark nearby, But at that time, the battle was at a critical juncture, so he didn't have the time to investigate carefully. He didn't know whether that person was from the human race or the demon race. But until he nailed Roja to the ground, the person hiding in the dark didn't make a move. The possibility of it being from the half-saint of demon race was very small. If there really was a half-saint of demon race hiding nearby, they definitely wouldn't sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. They would definitely jump out and join forces with Roja. After killing Roja and fighting with Xueqi's avatar in his knowledge sea, Xueqi was injured and didn't have the strength to distinguish who was hiding nearby. In fact, he wasn't even sure if that fellow who had been secretly tailing them was still around. It wasn't until now that the feeling of being watched suddenly disappeared that he could determine the truth. That person was always there and just left. He thought that the other person must have heard what he whispered. Whether or not he would pass this information to the fake emperor, at least he knew. This was also Xueqi's intention. But, sure enough, in the fight for the Great Path, there were enemies everywhere, and no one could be trusted. The situation of the human race wasn't optimistic. Originally, they had 10 less people than the half-saint in the demon territory. Now that they saw Xueqi fighting with a half-saint, they didn't appear to help. Instead, they wanted to reap the benefits. Xueqi smiled bitterly. He was afraid that this was related to the will of the world. Perhaps they all felt that the will of the world would be of great help in the fight for the Great Path. If Roja could kill Xueqi in the battle just now, then the person watching in the dark would definitely kill Roja and obtain the will of the world. Since the will of the world could be transferred from the great emperors to Xueqi, then as long as Xueqi died, it could naturally be transferred to the person who killed him. But in the end, only Xueqi knew that so far, the invisible world had not played the slightest role. In any case, this battle injured him greatly, but he also gained a lot. As long as he could digest all the gains and losses from this battle, his strength would be greatly improved. He had to quickly find a safe place to heal. Thinking of this, Xueqi hurriedly turned his head to look at Roja's body. A half-saint's lifetime accumulation was a huge fortune. There was no reason to let him go after paying the price of killing him. At first glance, Xueqi was taken aback. The originally burly Roja had turned into a dried corpse at some unknown time. It was as if he had been blown away by the wind for thousands of years. He was shriveled up and had no luster. Even the essence of his flesh had disappeared without a trace. Xueqi couldn't help but feel his blood run cold. Because he had sensed that someone was watching in the dark, even when he was fighting with Xueqi's avatar in his knowledge sea, he deliberately divided a part of his attention to guard the surroundings so as to avoid giving others an opportunity to take advantage of him. But he didn't notice when Roja's body became like this. This scene was somewhat similar to when the embodiment used the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's technique and devoured his essence. What the hell is going on? Xueqi was puzzled. Perhaps the person who was watching in the dark just now saw the whole thing, but he didn't even know who that person was, so how could he investigate? There was still a space ring on Roja's body. Xueqi picked up his spear and put it away, his figure flashing as he rushed in a certain direction. Half a day later, Xueqi sat cross-legged in the medicine garden of the small sealed world. Rich world energy gathered around his body, and his flesh swelled. The hideous wounds on his body squirmed endlessly, constantly growing granulation. Layers of blood fell off like molting. The two little wood spirits floated beside him, one in front and one behind. They had solemn expressions as they formed seals with their hands. A green light bloomed from their small hands and enveloped Xueqi. The green light was full of vitality, accelerating the recovery of Xueqi's injuries. For Xueqi, although his injuries in this battle weren't light, they hadn't damaged his foundation. His physical injuries could be healed by relying on his powerful restorative abilities and the wood spirit's healing abilities. As for the injuries to his soul, he didn't need to worry about them as the soul-warming lotus would naturally heal them. But the battle of the Great Tao in Profound Heaven Palace couldn't be delayed. Every day he delayed in the small sealed world meant that the fake emperors outside had one less fighting force. In the depths of Profound Heaven Palace, there was chaos and endless darkness, as if the world hadn't been opened yet. And in this chaos, a giant square cauldron rotated slightly. The surface of the cauldron was engraved with countless complex patterns. At first glance, these patterns were simply incomprehensible. Even if the great emperors and demon saints were here, they probably wouldn't be able to distinguish the specific patterns of these patterns. But if one looked carefully for a while, they would be able to see the rise and fall of all living things from these patterns. The crisscrossing patterns seemed to be the evolution of all things in the world. It was truly strange. And from the giant cauldron, there was a mysterious aura that was enough to drive anyone crazy. After the half-saint Roha was killed by Xueqi in the demon territory, his corpse shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye. His essence, qi, and soul disappeared without a trace. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a dried-up corpse. At the same time, a hazy aura suddenly appeared in the giant cauldron that was slowly rotating and evolving. This aura was pure and clean, enough for any living being to absorb it and increase their strength. When this pure aura appeared, the darkness shrouding the depths of profound Heaven Palace seemed to weaken a little. The giant cauldron was still rotating, as if it had been doing so since ancient times and would continue until the end of the world. Profound Heaven Palace, the heaven and earth secret territory of the star boundary, a wonderful space that had existed since the beginning of the world. It was the place where the destinies of billions of living beings converged. Heaven and earth seemed to have piled up all the beauty in the world here. Every place in this secret territory had beautiful scenery that made people forget to return. It had rich world energy that couldn't be dispersed. Chapter 3767. Shadow Demon, Bone Demon. Shang Yuzhu glanced at them and immediately recognized the identities of these two demons. Although she had been in seclusion to restore her fallen strength and had never participated in the War of the Two Realms, this did not prevent her from having the disciples of the Rakshasa sect collect information on the demon race. The demon race was known as the 100 Races, but only a few races were truly worthy of being mentioned. Each race had its own distinct characteristics and was extremely easy to identify. This is a bit troublesome. Being attacked by two half-saint of demon race, Shang Yuzhu frowned slightly, but unexpectedly, she did not show much panic. A strange laughter rang out as Bone Demon opened his mouth, making the sound of metal clashing. "You are very unlucky to have run into us. Can I ask you to die here?" His tone was polite, but his voice was bone-chilling. Shang Yuzhu pursed her lips and smiled. "Are you that confident?" Bone Demon said, "It's 2 against 1, why wouldn't I be confident?" "Don't talk nonsense, do it." The Shadow Demon clan had always been stingy with words, just as they were stingy with revealing themselves. After speaking, he turned into a black light and rushed towards Shang Yuzhu. At the same moment the Shadow Demon moved, Shang Yuzhu also moved. Her delicate body showed an unimaginable speed as she rushed towards the Shadow Demon. At the same time, she clenched her fists in the air and summoned 2 scimitar-like artifacts. The scimitars flickered with a cold light, and an ancient aura fluctuated around them. "HM?" The Shadow Demon was surprised. He did not expect this human woman in front of him to be so bold. She did not think about escaping when facing 2 enemies at once, but instead took the initiative to attack. However, this was exactly what he wanted. His opponent was alone, so she was always at a disadvantage. A dagger silently appeared. The Shadow Demon's figure flashed a few times, and the cold dagger cut through Shang Yuzhu's waist. There was no feeling of hitting anything. Instead, Shang Yuzhu's figure collapsed after being hit. The Shadow Demon was startled. He quickly looked at Bone Demon and shouted, "Be careful." As soon as she finished speaking, Shang Yuzhu suddenly appeared in front of Guo. Her figure flashed, and she appeared behind Guo. The 2 swords in her hands drew a beautiful arc, and her cold voice sounded, "You should treat your seniors with some respect." Although the half-saint of the demon race had lived for many years, she had lived longer and was qualified to call herself a senior. Crack! A crisp sound came from the Bone Devil's neck as its head fell down. 2 balls of ghostly fire flickered in its eye sockets as its mouth opened and closed. What is this? He didn't even see how Shang Yuzhu attacked before his head was chopped off. Fortunately, he was a Bone Devil. If it were another member of the demon race here, they would have suffered a great loss. Amidst the roar, the Bone Devil's headless body raised a hand to catch its falling head, while its other hand shot out 5 bony fingers. They expanded in the wind, turning into 5 Bone Devils clad in armor and wielding devil artifacts of different shapes. Each of these Bone Devils emitted dense devil chi, far surpassing the level of a high-ranked Devil King. Although they had yet to reach the semi-true saint realm, the combined strength of these 5 bone devils shouldn't be underestimated. You're really hard to kill. Shang Yuzhu turned around and let the 5 skeleton demons surround her. She stared at the bone devil half-saint with her beautiful eyes. The bone devil half-saint put his head on his neck and turned it around slightly. After confirming that there were no hidden dangers, he shouted in exasperation, "I'll make you pay the price." Although Shang Yuzhu's attack didn't injure him, it still gave him a fright. Facing 2 fake emperors of the star boundary alone, the corpse demon didn't even think about it and immediately turned around and fled. This chase lasted for an entire day, during which they attacked several times, but the corpse demon nimbly avoided them all. A long night is fraught with problems. Don't hold back. Fu Renjie suddenly shouted. He was really annoyed that he couldn't stop the corpse demon race after chasing for so long, but there was nothing he could do about it. The corpse demon race was determined to escape, so it wouldn't be easy for them to stop him. Seeing that no one could escape if they continued the chase, Fu Renjie prepared to use some powerful divine technique. A middle-aged man beside him nodded and said, "I'll stop him." Amidst a series of crackling sounds, the middle-aged man's body suddenly burst with fine arcs of electricity, and he immediately turned into a bolt of lightning, rushed forward, and slashed at the fleeing demon race. The demon race obviously also sensed the danger behind them and turned around, spitting out a thick mass of corpse chi. The lightning penetrated the corpse chi, and a muffled groan sounded. The middle-aged man's figure appeared 1,000 meters behind the corpse demon, an abnormal flush appearing on his face. Obviously, using that move just now had taken a toll on him. If not for this, he would have intercepted the corpse demon from the very beginning and wouldn't have dragged it out until now. However, effort always paid off, and at this moment, a scorched mark appeared on the corpse demon's shoulder, as if it had been struck by lightning. The world energy in the air roiled violently and rushed towards Fu Renjie's body. With a solemn expression, Fu Renjie quickly formed a seal with his hands, and the power of principle lingered around his body. Thanks to the fact that the Dark Heaven Palace was a secret realm of heaven and earth, the rich natural chi of heaven and earth was able to enhance the power of the abilities unleashed by all humans and devils. Following Fu Renjie's actions, a fireball suddenly appeared in front of him. Although the fireball was only the size of a fist, it was as dazzling as the sun. It also emitted an extremely terrifying burning power, causing the dirty water in the swamp to quickly evaporate. It was easy to imagine that if this fireball hit the corpse demon, even a half-saint, it would not be easy to bear. However, in this place the corpse demon, who was obviously in a bad situation, was grinning maliciously. The middle-aged man in front of him frowned, instinctively feeling that something was wrong. "What are you grinning about?" The corpse demon's laughter gradually grew louder, causing pain in the eardrums of everyone present. "Stupid humans, do you think this king is running away? Wrong. This king is refining." Refining? The middle-aged man frowned, not understanding what the corpse demon meant. The corpse demon took a deep breath, his face full of joy. The profound heavenly temple, the star boundary's profound heavenly temple, is really a good place. You only see the many heavenly treasures here, but in this king's eyes, there are other treasures here. Not good, quickly attack. The middle-aged man saw the corpse demon's deranged expression. Although he did not know what tricks the corpse demon was playing, he knew that he could not delay any longer. While urging Fu Renjie, he once again turned into a bolt of lightning and struck the corpse demon like a heavenly punishment. "Come out, my little bastards." The corpse demon's palms flashed with complex lines, and dazzling patterns lit up as he suddenly pressed them down. Swooshing sounds could be heard as one figure after another shot out from the swamps. In the blink of an eye, over 100 figures had appeared. Among the many figures, one went to meet the bolt of lightning, while another rushed to Fu Renjie, who was in the middle of casting his technique. Boom, boom, boom. A series of collision sounds rang out. Amidst the flashing lightning and rolling thunder, the middle-aged false emperor's figure appeared again, his face pale. Fu Renjie had already launched his killing move, but before it could reach the corpse demon, it was blocked by a figure. Flames burst out, and the figure was directly blasted into pieces. The divine technique, which he had used a lot of energy and strength to display, was indeed extraordinary. However, it did not hit the corpse demon, so everything was in vain. On the contrary, Fu Renjie, who had used this secret technique, was breathing somewhat unevenly. Corpse refinement. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and shouted, his face changing slightly. Chapter 3768. Putting aside the strength of the corpse demon clan for the time being, their innate divine technique allowed them to refine corpses for their own use. The figures that suddenly emerged from the swamp were clearly corpse demons' army of refined corpses. What made Fu Renjie and the middle-aged false emperor apprehensive was that there was no lack of half-saint false emperors among the many refined corpses. There weren't many half-saint corpses, only 2 of them. Presumably, they had been accumulated by corpse demon in the demon territory. However, there were as many as 4 false emperor rank refined corpses. Moreover, judging from the clothes of the 4 refined corpses, they were obviously dressed in an ancient style, as if they weren't from the same era as them. Recalling what corpse demon said just now, Fu Renjie's expression changed. Oh no, these must be the corpses of the predecessors who died here. The middle-aged man also recovered from his shock, and his expression instantly turned solemn. No one expected that corpse demon would be able to find and refine so many false emperor corpses in such a short time after entering Mysterious Heaven Temple. However, it wasn't surprising. Mysterious Heaven Temple had existed since the beginning of the world, and the Great Tao competition had occurred many times. Countless false emperors had died here, and corpse demon was particularly sensitive to powerful corpses, so he naturally had his ways to find them. False emperor powerhouses had powerful bodies, and even if they had died for countless years, their bodies would still remain intact. Although once a corpse was refined into a refined corpse, it was impossible for it to display its full strength, and it could at most display 80% of its original strength. The number of refined corpses in Corpse Demon's army was obvious. There were 6 half-saint rank corpses, and the rest were all high-rank Demon King rank corpses. In addition, Corpse Demon was eyeing covetously from the side with a half-saint. The situation had taken a turn for the worse. Originally, the 2 of them were 2 against 1, and even if Corpse Demon had a refined corpse army, they still had the strength to fight. But now that Corpse Demon had refined 4 false emperor corpses, the comparison of strength between them had been turned upside down. You guys sure had a good day chasing me. After summoning his army of refined corpses, Xueqi looked at Fu Renjie and the middle-aged fake emperor calmly. His face was filled with the joy of getting his revenge, and his tone turned ruthless. When you chased after me, did you ever think that you would end up like this? As he spoke, he opened his hand and moved it towards Fu Renjie and the middle-aged fake emperor. As if they had received some sort of order, the refined corpse army that had gathered in the surroundings pressed towards the center. Fu Renjie and the middle-aged man exchanged glances. The moment their divine wills converged, Fu Renjie turned around and rushed towards a pseudo-emperor refined corpse. Now that things had come to this, they could only break out of the encirclement first before making further plans. The reason why they had chosen to refine a fake emperor corpse was mainly because of the time it would take to refine it. Xueqi had found the fake emperor's corpse in Tianxian Palace and had only refined it for a day. Even if he could barely control it, he probably wouldn't be able to unleash much of its power. Amidst the flashes of lightning and flames, 2 figures broke through the obstruction of more than a dozen high-ranked Demon King corpses and arrived in front of the fake emperor corpse in an instant. Under Xueqi's control, the fake emperor corpse threw a punch at Fu Renjie. When the punch was thrown, whether it was Fu Renjie, the middle-aged fake emperor, or Xueqi half-saint, they couldn't help but frown. The stone demon was already suppressed by the 2 fake emperors, so when it heard Old Chen's voice, it involuntarily looked towards Old Chen. What it saw was Old Chen's eyes turning into spirals that seemed capable of swallowing one's mind. The stone demon's expression instantly became sluggish. If it was at its peak, even if Old Chen had a secret technique, he wouldn't have been able to use it. However, the stone demon had already been beaten half to death by the 3 of them and now its soul was being suppressed. So how could it resist Old Chen's divine technique? When the 2 fake emperors saw this scene, they couldn't help breathing heavily. What secrets were hidden in the profound heaven temple? Where was the heaven-void cauldron? How could one become one of the great emperors? These were all questions they desperately wanted to know. Unfortunately, no one in the star boundary could give them answers, so the stone demon in front of them was the best candidate to find these answers. The profound heaven temple had only been established for a few days, so as long as they could obtain first-hand information, the three of them would be able to surpass most people. When the time came, they would see if they should share this information with the other fake emperors. Although he had managed to survive with the help of his two companions in the Battle of Spirits, his spirit had been severely injured. This kind of injury had already severed his martial path. As for the injury to his spirit, it was likely that he would never be able to recover in this lifetime. It was only a matter of time before he fell to the level of a fake emperor. It could be said that this battle of the Great Tao no longer had anything to do with him. It was also fortunate that old Chen's mental fortitude was extraordinary. If it were someone with a slightly weaker mental fortitude, they would probably have gone mad immediately. This is fate. However, to be able to obtain such information, this old man's sacrifice was not in vain. Old Chen laughed self-deprecatingly. Old Chen laughed at himself, and then looked at his two companions with a solemn expression. This information, no matter what, must be passed out and told to the other colleagues. Let them be vigilant, and don't follow in my footsteps. Don't worry. If we meet anyone else, we will definitely tell them. The middle-aged woman nodded solemnly. The man sighed. It's a pity. If only the space spirit bead could be used. After they had entered, they had immediately discovered the drawback of the space spirit bead being unusable. As a result, they could not even pass on such an important piece of information. The two of you have accompanied this old man for several days. Don't waste any more time here. Please leave quickly. If you miss this opportunity, this old man will die 1,000 deaths. I can only trouble the two of you to bring this old man along. The middle-aged woman said, if old Chen trusts us, I will naturally risk my life to ensure old Chen's safety. Old Chen smiled. Why would I not trust you? The middle-aged woman nodded and took out the One Realm bead. She extended her hand toward old Chen and said, Excuse me. Old Chen relaxed and was instantly pulled into the One Realm bead. In the cave, the middle-aged woman and her only companion looked at each other and said, Let's leave. It's more important to quickly find the others. The man had no objections. Inside the One Realm bead, old Chen's expression was gloomy. 2 streams of tears flowed down his cheeks. In less than 10 days since the opening of the mysterious Heaven Palace, battles had broken out everywhere. Whenever the fake emperors and half-saint encountered each other, there would be a fight. The fake emperors of the astral boundary were more restrained. After all, there were more half-saint. They knew nothing about the situation inside the mysterious Heaven Palace and were behind in terms of information. Before they had a clear understanding of the situation, they did not want to cause too much trouble. However, if they had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers, such as old Chen's group, they would not mind eliminating 1 or 2 half-saint. Compared to the fake emperors, the half-saint were much more aggressive. Whenever they had a slight advantage, they would be ruthless and ruthless. In just 10 days, the number of fake emperors and half-saint that died in the mysterious Heaven Palace had reached 5 or 6. This number was extremely terrifying. One had to know that the battle between the two realms had been going on for so many years. Hundreds of millions of cultivators from both races had participated, but only a dozen or so fake emperors and half-saint experts had died. The cruelty and bloodshed of the battle between the Great Tao could be seen. As time passed, fake emperors and half-saint experts found their companions and traveled together. No matter how big the mysterious Heaven Palace was, it had its own limits. Everyone was in the same secret realm, so there would be times when they would encounter each other. Chapter 3770. In the forest, a giant wolf about 10 meters tall was jumping between the trees. The giant wolf's fur was silver and spotless. It was soft and smooth, and its body was strong and graceful. The aura it emitted was at the peak of the Monster King level. Its 2 green eyes flickered with a cold light as it looked around from time to time, revealing a human-like expression. At a certain moment, the giant silver wolf suddenly stopped running and listened. After a while, it turned around and ran in a certain direction. Thousands of miles away from the silver wolf, in a valley surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, violent energy was rampant. Several figures were intertwining and fighting without end. The aftermath of the powerful force stirred up a foul atmosphere in the valley. This should have been a place with extremely beautiful scenery, but now it was full of ruins. The sword energy was biting cold, and the sword intent was cold. The entire valley was shrouded in a chill, and the ground was covered with frost. With a crisp sound, a slender figure was pushed back dozens of meters. She barely managed to stabilize herself, and her white face was slightly red. She suppressed the roiling blood in her heart and frowned, staring at the 2 enemies in front of her, one tall and one short, who were surrounded by demonic chi. Bing Yun sighed. This was going to be troublesome. She unexpectedly encountered these 2 half-saint in the mysterious Tian Palace. She was alone, and the other side had 2 people. Naturally, there was nothing to say, and a great battle was about to break out. Although Bing Yun wanted to escape, the 2 half-saint obviously wouldn't give her the chance. They chased her all the way and blocked her path in the valley. Bing Yun had no choice but to fight. Although she was also a fake emperor, she had only been promoted for a short period of time. It had only been a little more than 10 years. How could she compare to the 2 veteran half-sages who had accumulated over many years? If it was just one person, she would have a hard time dealing with them, let alone 2 people working together. She couldn't escape, she couldn't fight, and the road ahead was full of obstacles. However, Bing Yun's face was indifferent. After cultivating for so many years, she had long been indifferent to life and death. Along the way, she had experienced the beautiful scenery. She was lucky enough to participate in this grand event that only happened once in tens of thousands of years. Even if she died in the mysterious Tian Palace, she would have no regrets. The only thing she cared about was Yang Kai. Before entering the mysterious Tian Palace, she and Yang Inflammation would protect Yang Kai and compete for the only opportunity to become great emperors and solve the crisis in the star boundary. Unfortunately, she had been here for more than 10 days. She had found many good things, but she hadn't found Yang Kai. But, forget it, she had no time to think too much. He took a deep breath and placed his sword behind his back. The law of ice began to circulate around him. Opposite her, the 2 half-saint of demon race looked at her coldly. The taller one had a pair of scarlet eyes, and even his hair seemed to be stained with blood. He was from the blood demon race. The shorter one had bulging muscles all over his body and was brimming with explosive power. He was clearly a member of the Power Demon clan. With the 2 of them working together, suppressing Frozen Cloud would be a piece of cake. If nothing unexpected happened, Frozen Cloud was destined to fall in this battle. The only thing the 2 of them needed to do was to pay the smallest price possible. Staring at the spotless woman in white, Blood Demon stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. Such a cold taste. Her blood must be delicious. Don't kill her later. I want to drink every drop of blood in her body. The Power Demon snorted. Kill her first. The woman in front of them was a stunning beauty, but at their level of cultivation, they had seen all kinds of women. Naturally, they wouldn't let their guard down because of a little beauty. No matter how good the woman was, she was still a fake emperor. If she fought back desperately, she might even drag one of them down with her. Got it. How boring. The blood demon didn't insist anymore. As he spoke, he glanced at a pile of rocks not far away and sneered. The power demon also glanced in that direction, snorted, and no longer paid attention. In the next instant, the blood demon turned into a ray of bloody light and rushed towards Bing Yun. The blood demon followed closely behind. Although he was a bit slower, when he moved, the ground beneath his feet crumbled. Before he even arrived, he had already punched out. His fist was enveloped in an aura that could destroy everything. Bing Yun's expression didn't change. She drew a big circle with her sword in front of her, and the cold aura was visible to the naked eye. After the big circle there was a small circle, and then an even smaller circle. Circle after circle, intertwined with each other. Under the influence of each other, there was a sense of endless. The blood demon plunged into the endless sword circle, revealing his body instantly. When the sword intent wreaked havoc, it cut his clothes into pieces, and countless small wounds appeared on his skin. The blood that flowed out of the wounds seemed to be alive. It turned into blood snakes, broke through the sword circle, and attacked Bing Yun directly. Bing Yun frowned. She drew a circle with her sword and retreated. The power demon attacked brazenly. He descended from the sky and smashed his fist down. With a loud bang, the intertwined sword circle was disrupted, and a flaw appeared. The blood demon took the opportunity to enter. He sneered. "If you know what's good for you, you'll be captured without putting up a fight. Then you'll suffer less." He was still thinking about capturing Bing Yun alive and refining her blood bit by bit. At this moment, he suddenly frowned, and a trace of hostility appeared on his face. He turned his head and looked to the side. Reckless reptile. Just as he was about to make a move, a giant silver wolf that was 10 meters tall and incomparably vigorous actually pounced out from a pile of rocks. Its mouth was filled with fangs, and its huge body was unimaginably agile as it opened its bloody mouth and bit towards his neck. The blood demon was so angry that he laughed. Although this silver wolf looked quite extraordinary, it was only a Monster King-level monster beast. He didn't know if it had lost its mind, but it actually had the guts to attack him. When this beast came here, he had already noticed it. After all, the difference in strength was obvious. He believed that he wasn't the only one who noticed it. His companions and the human woman must have also noticed it. However, how could a Monster King be qualified to interfere in a battle between a fake emperor and a half-saint? Therefore, the three of them didn't care. Until now. The silver wolf suddenly attacked. This scene was like a child rushing into a master's battle. The blood demon couldn't help but sigh that the ignorant were fearless. He raised his hand and pointed. He didn't seem to use any strength, but the silver wolf that pounced over suddenly whimpered. The blood all over its body boiled, and its originally agile and graceful body swelled up in a very short time. Then with a bang, it exploded into a cloud of blood mist. The blood demon was an expert in playing with blood. As long as there was blood, it would be the foundation for him to use his secret techniques. Although the Monster King level silver wolf wasn't bad, how could it block the power of the blood demon half-saint's finger? As if he had already expected this, the blood demon didn't pay attention to the silver wolf after he pointed his finger. Instead, he focused his attention back on Bing Yun. At this moment, from the corner of his eye, he suddenly saw a ghostly figure appear in the cloud of blood mist from the silver wolf. Then, a chill enveloped his body. The blood demon was shocked. He didn't even have time to see what had happened. He turned into a bloody light and quickly retreated. A cold light bloomed, and a spear shadow flashed. The entire world froze at this moment. With her sword intent disturbed, Bing Yun, whose breathing was slightly chaotic, looked at the figure that suddenly appeared in front of her in shock. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a stunned expression, and then she smiled. No wonder the Monster King-level monster beast was so unwise. It actually dared to interfere in a battle that exceeded its level. She thought that the silver wolf hadn't developed its intelligence, but now it seemed that it wasn't that it hadn't developed its intelligence. It was clearly being controlled by someone. After all, even if a monster beast didn't develop its intelligence, it would still act according to its instincts. No monster beast would be so stupid as to seek its own death. While Bing Yun was smiling, the retreating blood demon suddenly opened his eyes wide. His scarlet eyes trembled violently. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Yang Kai!" The figure that suddenly appeared from the bloody mist was the target that the demon saint master had specially ordered to kill. At this moment, this person that was viewed as a thorn in the flesh by all the half-saint of demon race had his back facing him. He was holding a spear with both hands, and there was a short and sturdy figure hanging from the tip of the spear. That figure was the blood demon's companion. The black dragon spear stabbed into the blood demon's chest and came out from his back, directly piercing through him. Even a half-saint couldn't treat this kind of injury lightly. Being hung on the black dragon spear, the blood demon's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. His eyes bulged with disbelief and hatred as he stared at Yang Kai, who was less than a meter away from him. It was originally a 2 versus 1 situation, and they had the advantage. Who would have thought that Yang Kai would suddenly appear out of nowhere and turn this beautiful situation around? Yang Kai tilted his head and glanced at the blood demon as a sinister smile appeared on his face. Are you surprised? Are you happy? The blood demon grunted as he held the black dragon spear with both hands. His body wriggled as he exerted force with both hands, as if he wanted to pull himself out of the spear. Say something. Yang Kai's wrist flicked, and the black dragon spear immediately let out a dragon roar. The supreme dragon aura along with the true meaning of the martial path surged into the blood demon's body through the wound. The blood demon opened his mouth and coughed out blood. He looked dispirited. Blood sprayed down and drenched Yang Kai's face, but he didn't resist at all. His smile was filled with evil, as if the world's evilest demon had descended. The aura on his body made Bing Yun, who was standing behind him, frown slightly. She wasn't used to it. Die! The blood demon suddenly opened his mouth and roared. Not only did he not pull himself out of the spear, but he pressed on against the spear and smashed his fist toward Yang Kai. He used all of his strength to attack, shattering the void. Yang Kai held the spear in one hand and clenched his other hand into a fist as he met the blood demon's attack head-on. The moment the two fists collided, a huge shockwave spread out with the two as the center. A ferocious look flashed across the blood demon's face. Yang Kai, if you know what's good for you, you'll let this king go. Otherwise, if this king fights to the death, you won't have it easy either. Yang Kai grinned at him. The wail of a stray dog is really unpleasant to hear. When the last word fell, an afterimage was left behind. The Real Yang Kai held the blue dragon spear and rushed in front of the blood demon. The blood demon roared and his body exploded, turning into a sea of blood that surrounded Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned and gritted his teeth. You really have the courage to cut off your own wrists. The spear danced, and the boundless spear seemed to fill the sea of blood. On the tip of the spear, one black ball after another flashed and disappeared, and large amounts of blood disappeared without a trace. By the time Bing Yun arrived, she was just in time to see Kai Yang cleaning up the last of the blood. A trace of surprise flashed across her beautiful eyes. You killed him? For the blood demon, the sea of blood was his foundation. Now that even the sea of blood had been destroyed by Yang Kai, how could the blood demon still be alive? It was likely that his soul would immediately scatter. But this was too inconceivable. Yang Kai was able to heavily injure the blood demon in one move because he had caught the blood demon off guard. This was the result of a careful calculation. But killing a blood demon half-saint in such a short time was shocking. Even if Li Wu-Yi personally came, he wouldn't have the ability to do so, right? For a moment, Bing Yun even felt like she was in a dream. Yang Kai knew what she was thinking. He slowly shook his head and said, "We fell for his trick. This isn't his main body. I don't know if it's an avatar or something like that. As a half-saint, how could he not have some life-saving skills?" Even Yang Kai didn't see through the blood demon's avatar. He chased after the blood demon all the way here and thought that he had intercepted the enemy. He didn't want to fight the blood demon alone. What happened a few days ago was still vivid in his mind. He didn't want to go into seclusion to heal. It shouldn't take much effort for Bing Yun to deal with the blood demon. As long as he could delay until Bing Yun came to his rescue, Yang Kai was confident that he could take down the blood demon in a 2-versus-1 battle. The price he would have to pay would be negligible. However, as soon as they started fighting, Yang Kai sensed that something was wrong. The blood demon's strength was much weaker than before. Even if he sensed the blood demon's strength, it was useless. He sighed and said, "What a pity." Bing Yun said, "There's nothing to pity. After this battle, the blood demon will have to pay a heavy price. He shouldn't have anything to do with the Great Tao battle anymore. He can only find a place to lick his wounds." Senior is right. Yang Kai nodded. The depression in his heart dissipated. He turned his head to look at the thing in her hand and grinned. Senior is so fast. When he was healing, he put the sealed world bead into the giant silver wolf's stomach. After all, if he entered the small sealed world, the sealed world bead would be completely exposed. If there was no one guarding it, it would not be safe no matter where it was placed. Just as he was worrying, he saw the giant silver wolf. Xueqi simply let the giant silver wolf swallow the sealed world bead. With his current spiritual energy, it was not difficult for him to control a monster king. After his injuries recovered, he was not in a hurry to come out. He used the giant silver wolf to investigate the situation and coincidentally found Bing Yun. "Did you find anything?" "A little, but it was different from what we thought." Xueqi frowned. In the small sealed world, how could the force demon resist? Xueqi used the power of a world lord to pressure him and did get some information. Even though that force was extremely hidden, he still noticed it. Recalling what happened before, Xueqi felt that the fog in front of him had cleared up a little. Why did this happen? Bing Yun looked very surprised. What kind of force could break through the barrier of the small sealed world bead? It had to be known that it was a small world. In fact, before this, I also killed a half-saint. After that guy died, his situation was exactly the same as this power demon's. At that time, I didn't notice anything, but now it seems that this profound heaven palace isn't simple. You mean, all existences who participate in the great struggle will become like this as long as they die in the profound heaven palace? Xueqi pointed at the dried corpse on the ground, a bright light flashing in his eyes. Combined with Xueqi's previous instructions to the half-saint, I feel that Senior's previous statement is very reasonable. If that's the case, then I'm afraid we have to take the initiative. The demon territory has come prepared. If we don't take precautions, I'm afraid we will suffer. Bing Yun's expression was solemn. She was secretly surprised by Xueqi's strength. Before this, he had already killed a half-saint. She was also a false emperor, so she naturally knew how difficult it was to kill an opponent of the same level in a one-on-one fight. Xueqi nodded in agreement. At the very least, we have to let everyone know the situation they are in. If the profound heaven palace's final secret, the key to becoming great emperors, was to sacrifice a lot of people, then the demon race would have the lead in terms of information. After all, they had the demon saints' orders and relied on their advantage in numbers. They would not be so reserved in their actions. On the other hand, the false emperors in the astral boundary were probably planning to avoid the demon race as much as possible before they understood the situation. If they really faced the half-saint of demon race with this mentality, they would definitely suffer a great loss. After speaking, Xueqi bitterly laughed. But we have to meet others first. Senior is the first companion I've met after coming in. The one who was secretly spying on him was naturally not counted. Bing Yun smiled. I'm luckier than you. You're the second. Xueqi was surprised. Who else did Senior meet? Young Inflammation. Xueqi was overjoyed upon hearing this. Where is she? In the original plan, Young Inflammation and Bing Yun were supposed to be his companions. However, they were separated after entering the profound heaven palace, so there was no way to find their whereabouts. It was also a coincidence that he was able to find Bing Yun this time. Xueqi even faintly suspected that the will of heaven and earth in his body was causing trouble. Otherwise, why would he encounter Bing Yun being besieged as soon as he came out? However, since he met her, he naturally acted according to plan. He originally planned to find Young Inflammation again, but who knew that Bing Yun would actually meet her? Bing Yun pointed in a direction and said, "We found something interesting over there during the day's journey. She stayed behind to deal with it while I came out to look for you." Something that even a false emperor found interesting was definitely an extremely precious treasure. This was not strange. This profound heaven palace was a place where the will of heaven and earth was created. Xueqi had seen a lot of good things along the way. Let's go and meet up with her. It's always more convenient to work with more people. That's what I was thinking. Bing Yun smiled slightly. The two immediately set off and rushed in the direction that Bing Yun came from. Halfway there, Xueqi asked around for information. He also knew what it was that actually attracted Young Inflammation to stay there. Bing Yun did not intend to hide anything and told him the truth. According to her, after she met Young Inflammation in the profound Heaven Palace, she began to look for Yang Kai. In the end, she did not find Yang Kai. Instead, she accidentally found a strange pool. The pool was milky white a few feet deep and exuded a charming fragrance. Smelling it made one feel refreshed. According to Young Inflammation, that pool of water was most likely the legendary worldly elixir. If it was an ordinary treasure, it would be fine. However, it was a rare opportunity to fight for the Great Tao. Unless it was easy to obtain, who would waste precious time on an ordinary treasure? However, that was the worldly elixir, a treasure that was born at the beginning of heaven and earth. This thing was extremely useful to great emperors, let alone false emperors. If one could consume it, they would definitely comprehend the way of heaven and their strength would increase greatly. However, there was a natural formation beside the pool. The formation was extremely mysterious. Unless one broke the formation, one would not be able to get close to the pool, let alone obtain the worldly elixir. Yang Yen was a top artifact array master, and whether it was in artifact refining or the Tao of spirit arrays, no one in the entire star boundary could compare to her. If there was anyone in this world who could break this natural spirit array, it was none other than her. Therefore, Young Inflammation stayed there to break the formation. Bing Yun could not help much, so she came out to investigate Yang Kai's whereabouts. Worldly elixir. Yang Kai's eyes turned red when he heard this. He had heard of this item before, but he never thought that he would actually be able to find it. After all, it was a treasure that could only be born at the beginning of the world. Even if it had once been born in this world, after countless years, the world would have changed, and the clouds would have changed. It was likely that it had long since gone extinct. The mysterious Tian Temple was a secret realm of heaven and earth that was born with heaven and earth. It was not impossible for it to retain some things from the beginning of heaven and earth. No wonder Shang Yuzhu said that as long as the false emperors who participated in the Great Tao battle did not become great emperors, their strength would increase greatly as long as they could come out alive. This worldly elixir was undoubtedly a good thing that could increase one's strength without any worries. Young Inflammation alone might not be able to obtain such a treasure. If it was discovered by the half-saint, there would be a fierce battle. Even if the other false emperors discovered it, there would be some trouble. After knowing that it might be the worldly elixir, Yang Kai immediately sped up and rushed forward with Bing Yun. The journey was peaceful. They only took half a day to reach their destination. Young Inflammation and Bing Yun found the pool of worldly elixir in a forest. Huge trees could be seen everywhere in the forest. Only one place was empty. In the middle of the forest, there was a wooden stake about 10 meters in diameter. The wooden stake was hollow and formed a pool. The milky white liquid in the pool might be the worldly elixir. Of course, this was only Young Inflammation's guess. After all, before breaking the formation, she could not be sure what was in the pool. However, even if it was not the worldly elixir, it was definitely something that would be very useful to false emperors. Chapter 3773. Just a moment ago, the scenery was still pleasant, but in the next moment, they were plunged into the fog. It was so dark that they couldn't even see their own fingers. The change was so fast that they were caught off guard. Yang Kai was shocked and quickly stopped. He turned his head and looked in the direction of Bing Yun. Senior. Although he couldn't see her figure, Bing Yun's voice was clearly heard. I'm here. Yang Kai secretly sighed. Judging from the direction of the voice, Bing Yun was standing less than 3 feet away from him. However, under the fog, he couldn't even see her silhouette. Moreover, this fog seemed to have the effect of blocking divine sense. Yang Kai released his divine sense, which was stronger than a half-saint or a false emperor's, but it was suppressed by the fog and couldn't go any further. Even he was like this, let alone Bing Yun. Unable to see with the naked eye and divine sense, one was basically blind in this strange place. Was it like this before? Yang Kai asked in a serious voice. Bing Yun said, no, there was nothing special here before. Maybe Young Inflammation triggered something when she was breaking the array. Yang Kai nodded after hearing this explanation. This explanation was reasonable, but they had originally come here to meet up with Yang Yen and see how she was progressing in cracking the natural spirit array. Now, it seemed that the situation wasn't very optimistic. When the two arrived here, they didn't see Yang Yen, nor did they see the wooden pond from before, only a strange thick fog. In this strange environment, Yang Kai was very alert. He warned, "Senior, be careful. If you find anything, let me know immediately." "I know. You too." Bing Yun's voice sounded. The two talked as they went deeper. Although they couldn't see with the naked eye and divine sense, they didn't have to worry about being separated from each other by relying on the location of their voices. However, Yang Kai's brows gradually furrowed the deeper they went. According to Bing Yun, the area around the wooden pond that seemed to contain the heavenly source liquid was just an open space of 1,000 meters. However, even after walking for an incense stick worth of time, they still hadn't discovered anything. In half an hour, they had walked more than a few hundred feet. They had probably walked more than 10,000 feet. "Listen," Bing Yun suddenly said. "What?" Yang Kai turned his head, but there was only thick fog in front of him. "You didn't hear anything?" "Senior, what did you hear?" In this strange place, Bing Yun's unexpected discovery not only didn't make Yang Kai happy, but instead made his blood run cold. He couldn't help but feel goosebumps all over his body. Bing Yun, however, there was no response. Yang Kai suddenly had a bad feeling and said in surprise, "Senior." After shouting a few times, there was no response. Yang Kai reached out his hand to grab Bing Yun, but he didn't grab anything. After rushing forward for a while, he still couldn't find any trace of Bing Yun. Yang Kai's expression couldn't help but become a bit ugly. Bing Yun was clearly beside him a moment ago, but she disappeared without a trace in the next moment. Was someone secretly causing trouble, or was it the power of the formation? The latter was more likely. After all, Bing Yun had said before that there was a natural formation protecting this area. Yang Yun stayed behind to break the formation. Among the many half-saint in the demon territory, there shouldn't be anyone who had the ability to kidnap Bing Yun without Yang Kai noticing. In that case, was this a maze formation? However, natural formations were generally extraordinary. They might not only have the effect of a maze formation. What Yang Kai was more concerned about was what Bing Yun said before she disappeared. She obviously heard something, but Yang Kai didn't find anything. Even if he listened carefully, there was no sound at all. Although all formations in the world could be broken through with brute force, now that Bing Yun was trapped, Yang Yun's situation wasn't much better. Yang Kai really didn't dare to act rashly. It wouldn't be worth it if he accidentally hurt them. Standing in place, Yang Kai took a deep breath and closed his eyes. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes. At that moment, there seemed to be a flash of golden light in his left eye. The demon eye of annihilation obtained from the great demon god had the ability to break through illusions. It had a miraculous effect on this kind of maze formation or illusion formation. Under the demon eye of annihilation, the fog that shrouded the surroundings seemed to fade a lot in an instant. Yang Kai's heart calmed down a little. Now it seemed that the great demon god was really extraordinary. He seemed to have underestimated the power of the demon eye of annihilation. He hadn't been able to fully exploit it. The natural formations in heaven and earth secret realms were so mysterious that he could see some clues with the demon eye of annihilation. Yang Kai's expression changed as he stared at his surroundings. He hadn't seen it before, but at this moment, under the demon eye of annihilation, he found that he was surrounded by tiny threads. These threads were so dense that they couldn't be seen with the naked eye. They were like tentacles floating in the air. From time to time, these threads would reach in front of him as if they wanted to touch him, but they would quickly shrink back, as if they were afraid of something. Yang Kai frowned and reached out to touch one of the threads in front of him. However, the thread avoided him like a living thing. "Where do you think you're going?" Yang Kai coldly snorted. Instinctively, he felt that Bing Yun's disappearance was inseparable from these threads. Reaching out, he grabbed one of the threads and held it in his hand. In the next moment, a strange voice suddenly rang out in Yang Kai's mind. This voice seemed to be whispering, but also seemed to be summoning him, causing him to instinctively walk in a certain direction. The light in his eyes disappeared and was filled with confusion as his mind sank into oblivion. Inside his knowledge sea, threads appeared and shuttled back and forth. Wherever they passed, ripples appeared on the surface of the sea and spread out in all directions. In the center of his knowledge sea, the soul-warming lotus suddenly bloomed with 7-colored light, and a gentle force filled every corner of his knowledge sea, smoothing out the layers of ripples. The countless threads that had broken into his knowledge sea were like snowflakes under the scorching sun, instantly vanishing into thin air. Xueqi's body suddenly trembled, and his blank eyes regained their luster. When he realized what had happened, his face was filled with fear. Looking again, his body was still surrounded by countless threads. Just like before, these threads were constantly hovering around him, but they didn't dare to come close. If he hadn't taken the initiative to attack just now, it was likely that they wouldn't have come into contact with him. What exactly are these? Xueqi was confused. The only thing he was sure of was that these strange things had a lot to do with Bing Yun's disappearance. Bing Yun obviously heard something before, and when Xueqi came into contact with these threads, there was a whisper in his mind and he lost consciousness. It seemed that Bing Yun had the same experience. She didn't have a treasure like the soul-warming lotus to protect her knowledge sea. However, why didn't these threads dare to come into contact with him? Did he have something on him that Bing Yun didn't have? He had some guesses, but he wasn't sure. The most important thing now was to quickly find Bing Yun and Yang Inflammation. Recalling the strange voice and the invisible guidance that had sounded in his mind, Xueqi raised his head and looked in a certain direction. He took large strides forward. As he moved forward, the threads in front of him couldn't help but avoid him. The direction he was moving in was the source of these threads. The further he walked, the clearer his vision became. The thick fog that shrouded the surroundings also became thinner. At a certain moment, accompanied by a cracking sound, Xueqi seemed to have stepped on something. When he looked down, his eyes couldn't help but shrink. There was a skeleton under his feet. He didn't know how many years it had been dead, but the white bones were scattered all over the ground. From the shape of the skeleton, it was obviously a human. Those who could die here were definitely strong people who had participated in the Great Tao struggle. They were all fake emperor-level existences. This place was indeed very dangerous. Yang Inflammation and Bing Yun found this place. Someone had found it before, but they were killed and died here. Obviously, there was more than one such existence. Xueqi raised his eyes and looked around. He saw skeletons piled up on the ground around him. Some of the skeletons were completely weathered, while others were still in their original state. The clothes on their bodies had long rotted into powder. However, from the degree of decay of the skeletons, it was obvious that they were from different eras. In addition to the skeletons, there was also a circular wooden pile about 10 meters in diameter. The wooden pile was hollow and looked like a wooden pool. There was some milky white liquid in the pool. The tip of Kai Yang's nose was filled with a peculiar fragrance. Smelling it, his whole body began to swell, and even his mind became joyful. Worldly liquid. Although he had never seen such a thing before, after seeing the pool of liquid, Xueqi immediately confirmed that it was most likely the legendary worldly liquid. Yang Inflammation and Bing Yun were not mistaken. However, Xueqi's attention was quickly attracted by something else. Around the wooden pool, there were 5 cocoon-like things gathered. The cocoons were as tall as a person. Strange silk threads were constantly entangled around them, making the cocoons thicker and thicker. One of the chrysalis had yet to fully form. Inside the chrysalis was Bing Yun, who had gone missing not long ago. It was unknown when she had come here. At this moment, her eyes were tightly closed as she stood there quietly, allowing the pure white silk to wrap around her. She was completely unaware of this danger, and the corners of her mouth even curled up in a faint smile. Xueqi's scalp went numb and he could not help but swallow his saliva. Inferring from Bing Yun's situation, the remaining 4 cocoons must have people inside them. They were either false emperors from the astral boundary or half-saint from the demon territory. Yang Inflammation was probably among them. Such a master was actually unknowingly trapped. Looking at the countless skeletons around them, if no one came to rescue them, Bing Yun and the others would eventually meet a tragic end. Taking a deep breath, Xueqi secretly circulated his demon chi and activated his demon eye of annihilation to its limit, ready to act at any time. Carefully investigating the source of those strange silk threads, Xueqi helplessly found that he could not trace them at all. These silk threads just appeared out of thin air and then wrapped around the creatures that entered this place layer by layer, causing generations of false emperors to die without them knowing. Chapter 3774. Yongkai's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. What a terrifying killing trap. Using the origin liquid as a lure to lure people to investigate, they would unknowingly lose their minds and become intoxicated in an illusion that even a false emperor or half-saint wouldn't be able to wake up from. In the end they would perish here. The mysterious Tian Palace was a secret realm of heaven and earth. Not only were there endless opportunities, but there were also unpredictable dangers. For generations, the number of false emperors who had participated in the Battle of the Great Paths had never been more than 1/3 of them. Those who had died here were not only those who had been killed due to their lack of strength, but also those who had died in this kind of killing trap. And there were a lot of people like that. There were 5 cocoon-like things here. Apart from Bing Yun, which Yang Kai could see, the other 4 were tightly wrapped, but Yang Inflammation should be one of them. Even a veteran false emperor like Yang Inflammation couldn't resist the strangeness of this place. It was easy to imagine what would happen to other people if they came here. Yang Kai guessed that he was safe and sound because he carried a part of the will of heaven and earth in the astral boundary. The mysterious Tian Palace was a secret realm of heaven and earth. It was born at the beginning of the Great Paths and was a place where the Great Paths competed. The will of heaven was probably watching the progress here at all times. Yang Kai had been complaining that the will of heaven and earth in his body was useless, but he hadn't expected it to have such a miraculous effect so quickly. This killing trap wasn't ineffective against him. It could be seen from the fact that he had taken the initiative to touch the threads that he would also be affected. It was just that he had the protection of the soul-warming lotus and hadn't lost himself in it. The reason the threads didn't take the initiative to touch him was probably because they had sensed the will of heaven and earth's aura. This was a killing trap, and the will of heaven and earth in Yang Kai's body allowed him to avoid the hostility of the Great Paths and prevent the threads from taking the initiative to touch him. It seemed that the will of heaven and earth in his body wasn't useless in the mysterious Tian Palace. He just hadn't discovered it yet. After understanding this, Yang Kai was somewhat expectant. He didn't know what kind of help the will of heaven and earth would provide him in the upcoming battle. However, the most important thing right now was to rescue Yang Inflammation and Bing Yun. He quickly stepped forward and arrived in front of Bing Yun. His hands turned into dragon claws and tore apart the silk threads wrapped around Bing Yun's body. He quickly pulled her out. However, Bing Yun didn't wake up immediately. Her eyes were still closed, and there was a smile at the corner of her mouth, as if she had seen something beautiful. With no other choice, Yang Kai could only take her into his sealed world bead and wait for her to wake up before making further plans. The second chrysalis was quickly torn apart by Yang Kai. Yang Kai fixed his eyes on it and was immediately amused. Inside the cocoon was a half-saint of demon race. It seemed to be a corpse demon. As soon as the cocoon broke, a rotten smell rushed out. His previous guess was correct. There was indeed a half-saint of demon race among the 5 chrysalises. When Bing Yun left, Yang Inflammation was the only one here. The other 4 should have arrived later, but they all followed in Yang Inflammation's footsteps. This kind of opportunity to beat a drowning dog was rare. Since they were mortal enemies, how could Yang Kai be merciful? First, he searched the space ring on the corpse, then threw a punch at the corpse demon. Under the collapsing secret technique, a black ball flashed and disappeared. Just now, he actually felt as if he had become a part of the world, going from chaos to the creation of the world, and then to a beautiful world. Faintly, he gained a bit of understanding. Perhaps this was the peak of the limit that all cultivators pursued. But all of this was too far away for him. He was only a high-ranked demon king, and in the future, there was still half-saint, demon saint. The comprehension he gained this time had far surpassed his original realm, so there were many things that he couldn't understand. However, he wasn't vexed. Something like cultivation could be attained through slow accumulation, and this sort of comprehension was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Now that he'd memorized this feeling and waited for the right time to awaken it, it would definitely be of help to him. Now, he could confirm that this pool of milky white liquid was heaven and earth source liquid. If it wasn't such a miraculous thing, How could it give him such a wonderful feeling? Without saying anything, Yang Kai immediately put it away. His divine sense surged and wrapped around the wooden pool. He exerted a little force, but it didn't move. Yang Kai's face twitched slightly. He wanted to put the wooden pool directly into the sealed world bead, but it didn't move at all. Using his divine sense, he could clearly feel that this small wooden pool was closely connected to the entire profound heaven palace. If he wanted to take the wooden pool, he would have to put away the profound heaven palace first. This was completely impossible. Yang Kai could only settle for the next best thing, and began to collect the heaven and earth source liquid in the wooden pool. This time, it wasn't difficult. As he worked, the heaven and earth source liquid in the wooden pool was constantly reduced and collected into the sealed world bead. For this purpose, he had specially made a pool in the medicine garden of the sealed world bead. The wooden pool wasn't big, only a few meters in diameter, and the water in it was only a meter deep. But when the heaven and earth source liquid in the wooden pool was reduced by more than half, Yang Kai suddenly paused and turned his head to look around with a solemn expression. At that moment, he felt like he was being spied on, as if there was a pair of eyes watching him. Sweeping out with his divine sense, Yang Kai found nothing, which puzzled him. With his current divine sense cultivation, no one in the profound heaven palace could compare to him. If someone was really spying on him, it would be impossible for him not to notice. Frowning and pondering for a while, Yang Kai sneered coldly. He didn't care whether the spying person was a human or a demon, or what their intentions were. In any case, he had to collect all the heaven and earth source liquid here first. Once he got what he wanted, whether he wanted to fight or stay would be up to him. Even though he thought so, his body was extremely resistant, as if something bad would definitely happen if he really did so. Cold sweat slowly oozed out of Yang Kai's forehead. He tried again and again, but his reason told him to stop while he was ahead. After hesitating and struggling for a while, Yang Kai gritted his teeth and gave up on the idea of collecting all the heaven and earth source liquid. Miraculously, when he gave up on this idea, the sense of crisis of being spied on instantly disappeared and everything returned to normal. The will of the world. Yang Kai's face froze. At this point, how could he not understand that the situation just now was not caused by someone spying on him, but by the will of the world in his body? The invisible will of the world had bestowed upon Kai Yang's body, which was the blessing of the world's destiny. There was always a trace of the ability to seek fortune and avoid disaster. Although Kai Yang didn't know what the consequences would be if he had really acted, he was afraid that it wouldn't have been a good ending. Now that he had given up on this idea, he felt much more relaxed. However, with such a treasure in front of him, how could he be willing to leave without taking it all? Yang Kai struggled, hesitated, and tried several times, but every time he had the thought of continuing to collect the heaven and earth source liquid, that inexplicable feeling would emerge, and everything would return to normal. After repeating this several times, Yang Kai no longer dared to have any devious thoughts, steeled his heart, and walked out without looking back. After a while, Yang Kai walked out of the wooden pool and looked back, only to see the scenery there distort and disappear, replaced by a dense forest that was no different from any other place. He understood that this heaven and earth killing formation that had existed since ancient times had most likely been damaged. Without the protection of the heaven and earth killing formation, how could the remaining heaven and earth source liquid be safely preserved? Now that the heaven and earth source liquid had taken the initiative to escape, it was likely a form of self-preservation. However, he didn't know how many years it would be before it appeared again. Chapter 3775. After finding a secluded place to hide, Yang Kai recalled the missing half of the worldly source liquid and felt distressed. Although he had already collected a lot of it, who would complain about having too much of it? The worldly source liquid contained chaotic chi that could split heaven and earth. It was enough to allow a third-stage Emperor Realm Master who had been stuck at a bottleneck for many years to break through to the false Emperor Realm. If he could collect more, he could create many more false Emperor Realm Masters for the star boundary in the future. It could only be said that what belonged to him couldn't escape, and what didn't belong to him was useless. After sighing for a while, Yang Kai let go of the depression in his heart. With a thought, he entered the sealed world bead and found that Bing Yun, Yang Inflammation, and Gonli had already woken up. The three of them were gathered together and talking about something. They obviously realized that they were in Yang Kai's sealed world bead, so they didn't look flustered. However, when they recalled their previous encounter, they all felt some lingering fear. Yang Kai's divine sense manifested. After everyone greeted him, Gonli said, "Many thanks to Lord Yang. If it weren't for Lord Yang, this Gon would have been doomed." Yang Kai smiled and said, "Master Gon is too polite. You and I are both subordinates of Army Commander Li and have contributed to the peace of the star boundary. Now that outer demons are coveting us, if Master Gon has the ability to save this Yang, I'm afraid you won't stand by and do nothing." Of course. Gonli nodded solemnly, but in any case, this Gon will remember Lord Yang's life-saving grace. In this profound heavenly temple, if Lord Yang has any orders, please don't hesitate to ask. The two exchanged a few pleasantries, but neither of them mentioned the worldly source liquid. It was unknown whether Gonli hadn't seen it or deliberately didn't mention it. However, thinking about it, Yang Inflammation had seen it before, so Gonli shouldn't have missed it. He must have been lured by the worldly source liquid and fell into that trap. As for whether he could recognize the worldly source liquid, that was another story. I wonder what Master Gon plans to do next? Yang Kai went straight to the point. Naturally, I'll do my best to seize that opportunity of the great Tao and search for the Heaven Void Cauldron. Gonli frowned and smiled bitterly, but then again, this Gon has been searching for the Heaven Void Cauldron ever since I entered the profound Heaven Hall, but unfortunately, I haven't found anything. Have you found anything? Yang Inflammation said, "No clue." He turned to look at Yang Kai and said, "Boy, are you sure that Yuju was not lying to you? Did she deliberately throw out a bait to attract people's attention, and then sneak off to do something?" Yang Kai muttered, "Although it's not impossible, this is the only clue we have." He didn't get any useful information from the half-saint of demon race, only that the demon saint had instructed them to kill the false emperor of the astral boundary. But why would they need to specifically instruct them on such matters? The war of the two realms had never stopped, and now that the masters of the human and demon races had encountered each other here, was there any possibility of peace? In any case, our top priority is to find the Heaven Void Cauldron and inquire about other information. Yang Kai turned to Gonli and said, "Master Gon, if you don't mind, why don't you join us?" Bing Yun and Yang Inflammation would definitely go with him. This was something that had been decided before. He carried the will of heaven and earth, so the demon race would definitely target him. Even if he had the method of space, he would still be in a very bad situation if he went alone. Not only the demon race, but the false emperor of the astral boundary might also attack him at the last moment. Gonli was obviously aware of this situation. The current Yang Kai was already in a situation where an innocent man would get into trouble because of his wealth. Although he wanted to join them, he was afraid that Yang Kai and the others would misunderstand, so he didn't take the initiative to mention it. He didn't expect Yang Kai to be so carefree, which made him feel a little ashamed. Without giving him a chance to speak, Yang Kai continued, "This time, there are 30 false emperors from the astral boundary that entered the mysterious Heaven Temple, and 40 half-saint realm cultivators from the demon race's territory. In terms of numbers, the demon race has the absolute advantage. If we don't stick together for warmth, I'm afraid that the demon race will have the opportunity to attack us one by one. So, if possible, Master Gon can stay and wait until the final battle of the Great Tao, then we can make a plan." Now that things had gotten to this point, if Gonli still refused, he would be insensible. Moreover, he had just received Yang Kai's life-saving grace, so how could he have the face to refuse? Not to mention, he also had this intention, so he immediately cupped his hands and said, "This is my wish, I dare not ask." Yang Kai smiled, "That's good, then I'll go fishing." "Fishing?" Gonli looked at him suspiciously. Yang Yen instantly reacted and pursed her lips into a smile. "Don't catch a shark." "So what if it's a shark?" Yang Kai chuckled and his figure faded away. Before he left, he saw Yang Yen winking at him. At this time, Gonli obviously understood what Yang Kai meant by fishing and suddenly said, "Interesting, interesting." As he spoke, a look of expectation appeared on his face. His figure galloped outside while a part of his mind was immersed in the small sealed world, quietly communicating with Yang Yen. Just now, Yang Yen had secretly sent him a look, clearly indicating that she wanted to talk to him in private. "Boy, where is the heaven and earth source liquid?" Have you obtained it yet? Sure enough, as soon as he contacted Yang Yan, she immediately sent him a message, but on the surface, she was talking to Gonli about something else. Yang Kai smiled and said, "If I say that I haven't obtained it yet, I'm afraid you won't believe me." "Very good, give me half," Yang Yan said decisively. Yang Kai almost fell to the ground. "Big sister, are you trying to rob me?" Asking for half as soon as she opened her mouth was simply inhumane. Yang Yan snorted, "If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have found that thing. Giving me half is only right." Fine, 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 I'll give you half." Yang Kai was too lazy to argue with her. In any case, he had collected so much heaven and earth source liquid, it was impossible for him to use it all by himself, but I only collected half of the heaven and earth source liquid there. I can't collect the remaining half. Why? Yang Yan was puzzled. I don't know, but I feel that if I try to collect it by force, I'll be in big trouble. That bad? Yang Yan was shocked. After thinking for a while she said, "It makes sense. After all, that thing is a treasure that was born at the beginning of the world. Alchemists are very particular about keeping only one out of every 3 to avoid cutting off the roots. If such a treasure like the heaven and earth source liquid is really taken away, it will be a matter of self-destruction. But half is still quite a lot. Seeing that you're so enthusiastic about the heaven and earth source liquid, do you know its miraculous effects?" Yang Yan chuckled and said, "Do you want to know? Tell me." Although Yang Kai had tasted a little of the heaven and earth source liquid and deeply felt the shock it brought to him, he couldn't fully explore its effects. Yang Yan didn't keep him in suspense and said, "Do you know why the Iron Blood Master is more powerful than the other great emperors? Isn't it because of the cultivation method?" Yang Kai was stunned. Although no one ranked the current 10 great emperors of the Star Boundary, the Iron Blood Great Emperor Zhan Wuhen was recognized as the strongest. Even the other great emperors didn't refute this point. Of course not. As great emperors, which cultivation method is worse than others? Yang Yan sneered. What's more, at their level of cultivation, what they compete with is only their perception. It has little to do with cultivation method. However, Wukong is an exception. His achievements all come from the heaven-devouring great emperor. I have to say, this guy is really a rare genius. Do you mean that the Iron Blood Master used the heaven and earth source liquid? Yang Kai asked in surprise. Yes. Back then, the master and I casually talked about the treasures of this world, including the heaven and earth source liquid. He also said that he once had the opportunity to drink a cup of the heaven and earth source liquid in the Xiantian Palace, and that cup of heaven and earth source liquid has benefited him to this day. Hiss. Yang Kai took a deep breath and stopped in his tracks. He had tried his best to overestimate the effect of the heaven and earth source liquid, but he still underestimated it. The Iron Blood Great Emperor participated in the Battle of the Great Dao 2 years ago when the Xiantian Palace opened. So far it had been 60,000 to 70,000 years. At that time, he drank a cup of the heaven and earth source liquid and gained various insights that still benefited him to this day. It was easy to imagine how precious the heaven and earth source liquid was. Moreover, Zhan Wuhen actually obtained a cup of the heaven and earth source liquid in the Xiantian Palace. Could it be that he had the ability to break through the heavenly killing trap at that time? So many years had passed, so Yang Kai didn't know the inside story, but he was more and more certain of the terrifying effect of the heaven and earth source liquid. Kid, don't feel bad. I didn't take half of the heaven and earth source liquid for myself. Now that the demon race is invading, if we have the heaven and earth source liquid, the fake emperors of the astral boundary may be able to increase their strength by a lot. Moreover, if the great emperors break free, they may be able to use the heaven and earth source liquid to increase their strength. When the time comes, I will tell them that this treasure was taken from the Xiantian Palace by me. Yang Kai replied, for the astral boundary, it's only right. In this way, the remaining half of the heaven and earth source liquid would all belong to Yang Kai. Moreover, the world only knew that Yang Inflammation had this thing. Even if someone coveted it, they wouldn't link it to him. However, when the time came, Yang Inflammation might be in some trouble, but considering that she was Zhan Wuhen's subordinate, no one would have the guts to mess with her. By the way, what about the other 2 demon race? Did you see them? At that time, Yang Inflammation was breaking the natural formation. Who would have thought that 2 half-saint of demon race would pass by? Left with no choice, Yang inflammation could only speed up. In the end, she seemed to have triggered some kind of restriction and then lost consciousness. As for when Gonli was trapped, she didn't know. Those two are already dead. Yang Kai laughed. These two half-saint were probably the easiest two he had ever killed in his life. They couldn't resist at all. It's good that they're dead. Yang inflammation coldly snorted. Then, Yang Kai told her about the information he had obtained from the power demon half-saint, as well as his and Bing Yun's speculations, as well as the abnormalities of the corpses of the half-saint of demon race. After listening, Yang inflammation didn't say anything for a while. After a long time she said, "In that case, your speculations aren't unreasonable. Slaughter and blood. Perhaps it's true. Only when enough people die here will the final opportunity be revealed." She chuckled and said, "Boy, let's fish well. The more people die in the demon race, the greater our advantage. In the end, no matter who gets the opportunity, we can't let it become the demon race's hands." Chapter 3776. Yang Kai turned into a streak of light as the surrounding scenery flashed past him. He flew at full speed, occasionally glancing back as if something dangerous was approaching him from behind. There was indeed danger behind him. A blood-red light was hot on his tail. Two figures were hidden within the blood-red light. No matter how Yang Kai changed directions, the blood-red light was like a maggot in his bones, unable to shake it off. The distance of 100 kilometers between them seemed very far, but for a half-saint pseudo-emperor rank powerhouse, this distance was only a matter of a few breaths. Moreover, as time passed, the distance between them grew closer and closer. The law of space fluctuated, and Yang Kai's figure flickered, instantly disappearing from where he stood. When he reappeared, he had pulled away again, but he still couldn't shake off the blood-red light's pursuit. A flustered and exasperated shout came from within the blood-red light. "Yang Kai, you're dead. Today, even if the Heavenly Emperor comes, he won't be able to save you. I'll definitely catch you, then suck your blood dry bit by bit and cut off your flesh piece by piece." Only a half-saint of the Blood Demon clan could use the blood escape technique. Even in the entire demon territory, the blood escape technique was an extremely outstanding escape technique. It was extremely fast, and ordinary people simply couldn't shake off the Blood Demon's pursuit. In fact, Yang Kai's speed alone was inferior to the Blood Demon's blood escape technique, but he had the law of space. Every time the distance between them reached a critical point, he would teleport and pull away. This situation had happened many times, and the Blood Demon chasing behind him was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Normally, the Blood Demon wouldn't chase after him like this. Who didn't know that Yang Kai had the law of space and could come and go like the wind? Who didn't know that Yang Kai had comprehended the true meaning of martial Tao, which was strange and difficult to deal with? If they wanted to deal with him, they would need to gather the strength of at least 3 or 4 half-saint realm experts to kill him in one fell swoop, not giving him the slightest chance to resist. However, this was the mysterious Heaven Palace, and there were all kinds of natural restrictions. The Blood Demon saw with his own eyes that although Yang Kai's teleportation was effective, he couldn't move very far in an instant. This gave him the opportunity to chase after them. What's more, Yang Kai was currently injured, and his entire body was riddled with scars. Even the aura he exuded was somewhat unstable. Although he didn't know what Yang Kai had encountered before this, it was obvious that these past few days were definitely not peaceful. How could he miss such a good opportunity? As long as he could kill Yang Kai here, he would be able to seize the will of the heavens that belonged to him. This would definitely be of great help to the upcoming battle of the Great Tao. Since ancient times, humans would die for wealth, and birds would die for food. With such a temptation in front of him, how could Blood Demon not be moved? Moreover, he was not alone. He had companions. Within the bloody light, there were 2 figures. A long night is fraught with dreams. We can't wait any longer. Within the bloody light, the voice of another half-saint of demon race came out. When the Blood Demon beside him heard this, his expression turned terrifyingly sullen. However, he knew that the Blood Demon was right. They had spent half a day chasing after the Blood Demon and caused such a huge commotion. If others discovered this, they might end up benefiting from it. Blood Demon said solemnly, "I will have to pay a great price to use that secret technique. The second half-saint said, "I'll let you kill him, and I'll take the credit." Blood Demon's eyes lit up when he heard this. "Really? I swear in the name of the great demon god." Blood Demon laughed. "Good, good, good. With your words, I'm relieved. The one who killed Xueqi could seize the will of the heavens, and the one who took the credit could obtain the demon saint's personal guidance and the secret to becoming a saint. Neither side would suffer a loss." After a few words of discussion, Blood Demon's expression turned solemn. He formed a seal with his hands, and his scarlet eyes stared at the fleeing figure in front of him. A cold light flickered in his eyes, and he bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. The blood-red light that wasn't slow to begin with blossomed with a bright red light. Its speed suddenly increased, and it shot forward like a bolt of lightning, quickly closing the distance between them. "It's about time." Xueqi, who was running in front of him, thought silently. After chasing him for half a day, he had consumed a lot of his opponent's strength. Now, his opponent seemed to have used a secret technique that damaged his yuan qi. It was time to end this. His figure that was rushing forward suddenly stopped. The change from extreme movement to extreme stillness was sudden and natural. "Ha! He's actually rushing over." Within the blood-red light, the second half-saint's voice was filled with surprise. He didn't expect that Xueqi, who had been running for half a day, would actually turn around at this time. Did he realize that there was no hope in escaping, so he decided to fight to the death? "You're courting death." Blood Demon's eyes lit up. He grinned and shook his arms. The blood-red light burst out and turned into a boundless sea of blood, which went straight towards Xueqi. A dragon's roar resounded as the black dragon spear appeared. The spear shot out, splitting the waves and splitting the sea of blood. The man holding the spear raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a strange smile. "Not good, it's a trap." Blood Demon turned pale with fright. He instinctively felt that something was wrong and quickly retreated. When Xueqi shot out the spear, his companions had already fled to the side. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared beside Xueqi. As if they had already discussed this, one of the figures flicked her wrist and 3 flames flew out from her white wrist towards Blood Demon's head. Xueqi and the other 2 figures rushed towards the other half-saint. Despicable! At this moment, Blood Demon's face was filled with grief and indignation, as well as deep humiliation. It was no secret that Xueqi had the One Realm bead, which could accept living people. When Blood Demon and his companions were chasing Xueqi, they were also aware of this. However, Xueqi just kept running and didn't summon any helpers. The 2 half-saint of demon race assumed that Xueqi was alone. Who would have thought that when they arrived, he would really summon helpers? Moreover, there were 3 of them at once. After an incense stick's worth of time, Bing Yun's sword slashed down. The feather demon could no longer block and was directly cut in half. However, not a single drop of blood flowed out. In that instant, the cold intent had frozen his entire body. Die! Xueqi's black dragon spear smashed down and the violent force smashed the 2 halves of the corpse into pieces. She didn't stop moving. She became one with the spear and directly rushed to the other side of the battlefield. Her movements were very smooth and dazzling. Bing Yun and Gong Li followed closely behind. After another cup of tea's time, Yang Yen stretched out her hand and the 3 huge fire rings turned back into 3 fire rings and returned to her wrist. She stared at the dried corpse below and lightly sighed. So troublesome. Bing Yun and Gong Li also had a look of agreement. Even though they had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers, killing a half-saint of demon race was not an easy task. The 2 half-saint of demon race were on the verge of death and counterattacked. It really made people afraid of attacking the rat for fear of breaking the vases. Xueqi's injuries were needless to say. In the 2 life-and-death battles, he was at the forefront. No matter if it was the blood demon or the feather demon's attacks, most of them landed on him. If it wasn't for the powerful body of the dragon race, Xueqi probably wouldn't have a good ending. Chapter 3777. Bing Yun, Yang Inflammation, and Gonli were all injured, but compared to Yang Kai, their situation was much better. They only had minor injuries that could be healed after recuperating for a while. After checking their bodies and confirming that there were no major injuries, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Kai searched the battlefield below for a while before flying back with a gloomy face. "What's wrong?" Yang Inflammation frowned. Yang Kai casually threw a space ring to Yang Inflammation and said, "Another one fell." Yang Inflammation caught the space ring and probed it with his divine sense. A touch of sadness appeared on his face. This space ring wasn't refined from the demon territory, but from the star boundary. The relics inside were also from the star boundary. Obviously, it didn't belong to the half-saint of demon race. Yang Kai could find this item from a half-saint of the demon race, which meant that the original owner of this item had fallen. The culprits were undoubtedly the two half-saint of demon race that they had just killed. In fact, this wasn't the first half-saint they had killed, nor was it the first space ring that belonged to a false emperor from the star boundary. Since that day when Yang Inflammation, Bing Yun, and Gonli were hidden in the small sealed world, Yang Kai had been fishing in the profound heaven temple. After more than 10 days, he had fought a total of 3 battles. Including the 2 just now, he had killed a total of 4 half-saint of demon race. However, on the corpses of these 4 half-saint of demon race, he also found 3 space rings from the star boundary's false emperors. Normally, how could a false emperor or half-saint master die so easily? When the demon saint great emperors didn't appear in the world, they were invincible existences. They were the overlords of the star boundary and the demon territory. However, the opening of the profound heaven temple allowed these overlords to gather together. Casualties were inevitable. This aura. A thoughtful look appeared on Yang Yan's face as he carefully identified the remnant aura on the space ring. After a long time he sighed, "If I'm not mistaken, it should be Wei Wufa of the Jiamao army." Gon Li's expression changed. "He's dead?" Yang Inflammation nodded solemnly and put away the space ring. "Wei Wufa still has disciples. I'll return the space ring to them later. I hope they will rise again one day. Brother Wei, he still has the army commander's token. How could he die so easily?" Gon Li was shocked. Every legion commander had a legion commander's token, and the legion commander's token contained the power of the great emperors. Yang Kai also had a legion commander's token, but it was consumed when he fought the Wind Emperor in the Flowing Time Temple. Later, the great emperors disappeared, and no one could refine another one for him. Many legion commanders had legion commander's tokens. Some had been used, while others still had them. Wei Wufa's legion commander's token was the latter case. Logically speaking, if Wei Wufa had really encountered any danger, as long as he activated the legion commander's token, he should have been able to avert the danger. However, the fact that his space ring had fallen into the hands of the half-saint already explained everything. Yang Kai heard this and said, "There are many invisible restrictions in mysterious Heaven Temple. Presumably, even the power of the great emperors would not be able to do anything here." This was the only reasonable explanation. Gon Li's face couldn't help but turn pale. He also had a legion commander's token. Originally, he thought that with such a trump card, he would be able to rest easy. However, Wei Wufa's death was undoubtedly a wake-up call for him. If he really relied on the divine technique of the great emperors and the legion commander's token, he was afraid he wouldn't even know how he died. After carefully identifying them, Yang Kai raised his brow and muttered, "It's him." The aura he identified belonged to Tsang Mo. At this time, Yang Kai did not know who this guy was with, but judging from the fluctuations of this aura, the situation seemed to be not good. A moment later, Tsang Mo apparently also noticed Yang Kai's aura and actually changed direction, leading his companions straight towards Yang Kai. At the same time, several other fierce auras arrived. Yang Kai's face sank as he gritted his teeth and said, shifting the blame to the east, "Despicable." He could distinguish Tsang Mo's aura, and Tsang Mo was certainly no stranger to his aura. Tsang Mo knew that he was only a high-ranked demon king, but when being chased by the half-saint of demon race, he still chose to flee towards Yang Kai. Obviously, he was up to no good. Chapter 3778. Because of the will of the world, Yang Kai was bound to be the focus of all the half-saint of demon race. And Song Emo leading his pursuers here at this time was undoubtedly because he wanted to borrow Yang Kai's strength to get rid of his pursuers. Just think about it, if those half-saint of demon race saw Yang Kai here, how could they still be interested in Song Emo? They would probably immediately swarm over and get rid of Yang Kai first. During this time, Song Emo could easily escape. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's face suddenly turned cold. There were many differences between him and Song Emo previously. When he entered the mysterious Tian Temple, Song Emo even tried to make things difficult for Yang Kai on the grounds that his cultivation realm was not high enough, trying to prevent him from entering the mysterious Tian Temple to participate in the struggle for the Great Tao. In the end, it was Li Wuyi who stood his ground and made the final decision. The enmity between him and Song Emo was neither big nor small, but it was true that they both disliked each other. If they encountered each other in the mysterious Tian Temple alone, Yang Kai estimated that they would definitely not coexist peacefully, and there would definitely be a battle to determine who was superior. When he noticed that Song Emo had led people here, Yang Kai even considered whether he should take advantage of this opportunity to kill him. However, considering that the number of false emperors in the star boundary could not be compared to the half-saint of demon race, he gave up on this idea. At this time, the overall situation was more important. In a flash, the two figures rushing over were imprinted in Yang Kai's eyes, and the distance between them was rapidly closing. Song Mo's face was a little pale, as if he had been injured, and the other false emperor accompanying him was a middle-aged man. Yang Kai remembered that he seemed to be a commander of the B Corps, surnamed Feng. Compared to Song Emo, this man surnamed Feng's condition was even worse. One of his arms was hanging limply by his side, constantly swinging back and forth as he flew, and there was a large bloodstain on his chest. Presumably, Song Emo and this man surnamed Feng had fought a half-saint of the demon race before, but they were defeated and suffered a great loss. Behind the two of them were 4 half-saints from the demon race, the one in the lead exuding a monstrous aura and corpse chi. Wherever he passed, trees would quickly wither. This corpse demon was none other than Jialong, the one Li Wuyi had asked Yang Kai to pay close attention to before. In the previous battle between the two realms, Li Wuyi had fought with Jialong 3 times, but he was unable to do anything to him, which showed how strong Jialong was. Li Wuyi had also said that this guy was probably the strongest among all the half-saint of the demon race, and was even stronger than the other half-saint of demon race. He was also the biggest enemy of the star boundary side in this battle of the Great Doge. In addition to Jialong, the remaining 3 half-saint of demon race came from different races: a bone demon, a succubus demon, and a feather demon, all of whom possessed extraordinary strength. Demonic chi surged as Jialong chased after Song Emo and the man surnamed Feng. After a short while, the man surnamed Feng, who was fleeing in panic with Song Emo, suddenly raised his head and saw a person rushing towards them. A look of surprise appeared on his face, but after seeing the person's face, the man surnamed Feng hurriedly shouted, "Lord Yang, run!" Unlike Song Emo, who deliberately planned to divert the trouble, the man surnamed Feng's first reaction when he saw Yang Kai was to ask him to escape together. After all, he and Song Emo were both injured, and there were as many as 4 pursuers behind them. Even if Yang Kai's current strength was comparable to a half-saint, there was no way he could make a comeback. If Yang Kai rashly came to their aid at this time, not only would he fail to rescue them, but he would also put himself in danger. Hearing the man surnamed Feng's shout, Yang Kai's originally cold expression eased a lot, and he smiled at him. If only Song Emo was being chased, whether or not Yang Kai would have come to his aid was another matter altogether. In this profound heavenly temple, it was important to consider the overall situation, but against someone who always harbored malicious intentions, Yang Kai wouldn't care too much about the other party's life or death. Being able to live was his good fortune. If he died, then he deserved it. However, there was another corps commander besides Song Emo, so Yang Kai couldn't just sit back and watch. Until the final moment of the great struggle, Yang Kai wasn't willing to confront Jialong head-on. Although he still had 3 elite soldiers hidden in his small sealed world, and with the addition of Song Emo and the man surnamed Feng, He would immediately have an advantage in terms of numbers, but if they really fought, no one would come out on top. At this moment, his plan was to pick up the two of them, put them into his small sealed world, and then teleport away. There were many barriers in profound heavenly temple, and the core commander's order of the great emperor's divine technique couldn't be activated, the space spirit bead couldn't be used, and even his teleportation ability was greatly suppressed. But if he really wanted to escape, no matter how strong Jialong was, he couldn't do anything to him. Therefore, under the strange and puzzled eyes of the man surnamed Feng, Yang Kai still quickly came forward to greet him, wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without any effort. A thunderous voice rang out as Jialong, who was chasing after Tsang Mo and the man surnamed Feng, stared at Yang Kai with a look of pleasant surprise, his mouth splitting into a grin. "Little evil beast, you really made this king look for you." Jialong wasn't the only one looking for Yang Kai. All the half-saint from the demon race were also looking for Yang Kai, but the area of profound heavenly temple was too large, so it was rare for them to run into each other. What's more, during this time, Yang Kai had hidden 3 elite soldiers and was fishing everywhere, so even if a half-saint ran into Yang Kai, it wasn't good luck, but extremely bad luck. However, for Jialong, running into Yang Kai at this time was indeed a pleasant surprise. Putting aside his tyrannical strength, he also had 3 other half-saint of the demon race with him. As long as he could slightly hinder Yang Kai, there was a great chance he could kill him here. While speaking, Jialong's body shook violently as monstrous corpse chi swarmed out of his burly body, spreading forward like a dark cloud that blotted out the sky. It was so fast that it caught up to the 2 human race pseudo-emperors in the blink of an eye. The faces of Tsang Mo and the man surnamed Feng changed simultaneously. Only now did they realize that they had underestimated Jialong's strength. It wasn't that Jialong couldn't catch up to them. It was just that he didn't want to expend too much strength. Now that he saw Yang Kai, it was clear that he wanted to end this battle quickly, regardless of the cost. The corpse chi rolled forward as if it was about to seal off the heaven and earth. Struck by this corpse chi, Tsang Mo and the man surnamed Feng couldn't help but stagger and lose their footing. This caused their faces to change dramatically as they desperately pushed their emperor chi to resist the invasion of the corpse chi. A murderous intent burst forth as a burst of chi locked onto the fleeing Tsang Mo. With a light swish, an arrow pierced through the air. Tsang Mo's face changed dramatically. Although he was running for his life, he didn't have to look back to know what had happened. It was clearly the feather demon attacking him. Although this arrow was hurried and there was no danger of taking his life, if he was delayed by this arrow, it was very likely that he would be trapped here forever. At this critical moment of life and death, Tsang Mo gritted his teeth and reached out, grabbing the man surnamed Feng's shoulder. The man surnamed Feng was startled and his eyes widened. "Tsang Master?" Tsang Mo remained expressionless as he whispered, "I'm sorry." Grabbing the man surnamed Feng, Tsang Mo threw him behind him and, under the man's stunned gaze, rushed forward. With a light swish, the man surnamed Feng's body shook as he felt the strength in his body rapidly drain away. Looking down, he saw an arrow piercing through his chest. Demonic chi was wrapped around this arrow, corroding his flesh and blood, causing the wound to rapidly expand. When he looked up again, Tsang Mo was already several dozen kilometers away. It was only at this moment that he realized what had happened. In an instant, the expression on his face was extremely colorful as his emotions constantly changed, eventually turning into infinite grief and indignation as he roared, "Tsang Mo, you old dog, you will die a horrible death." He had never imagined that in this great struggle, he would be plotted against by his companions, and the one who had plotted against him was only trying to seize a chance to escape. According to his own strength, although he was injured, he might not have been unable to dodge this arrow. Although the Feather Demon's Go technique was terrifying, this arrow had been shot in haste, not to kill, but to obstruct. Who knew it would lead to such an unexpected surprise? For a moment, the expressions of the several members of the demon race became a little strange. With a swish, Jialong led the 3 half-saint of demon race and sped past the man surnamed Feng, stretching out his hand and twisting it. By the time they passed by, the man surnamed Feng's head had already disappeared, leaving his headless corpse swaying as blood spurted from his neck. "Tsang Mo!" Yang Kai gritted his teeth and roared. He had seen what had happened in that instant. While he was shocked, his murderous intent also surged out like a tide. He had already come to his rescue. As long as he was given 3 more breaths of time, he would be able to arrive. At that time, he would be able to take Song Mo and the man surnamed Feng into the mysterious small world. Leaving or staying would be up to him. No matter how strong Jia Long was, as long as he didn't seal the space around him, he wouldn't be able to do anything to him. 3 breaths, it was only 3 breaths, but it allowed him to see the ugliness of human nature. For his own slim chance of survival, he didn't care about the life or death of his companions. It could even be said that the man surnamed Feng died at Song Mo's hands. The feather demon half-saint's arrow didn't have the ability to take the lives of either of them. Unfortunately, Song Mo was scared out of his wits by the pursuers behind him and directly used his companion as a shield. Kill! Yang Kai's eyes were blood red. As he roared, he grabbed the black dragon spear and stabbed it towards Song Mo. After grabbing his companion and throwing him behind him, Song Mo realized what was going to happen next, so he didn't run in the direction of Yang Kai. Instead, he turned around and fled. In any case, the half-saint of demon race behind him had already discovered Yang Kai. In comparison, Song Mo was sure that the demon race was more interested in Yang Kai and shouldn't chase after him. As long as Yang Kai could attract the attention of the demon race, he could sit back and relax. But he didn't expect Yang Kai to act like this. Yang Kai shot out his spear from a few dozen kilometers away, ignoring the barriers of space and distance, instantly breaking through and arriving in front of Song Mo. A dragon's roar rang out, causing Song Mo's face to change greatly. In his field of vision, a huge azure dragon swayed its head and wagged its tail as it pounced towards him, opening its bloody maw as if wanting to swallow him whole. The dragon's fangs flashed with a cold light, as if a casual bite could crush him to pieces. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.